And we're live on YouTube as well. Hello, everyone on YouTube. We are bringing you live coverage of this extraordinary event that is taking place today in Capitol Hill, where the Attorney General will be facing some very, very tough questions from the community of survivors, and we're still waiting for Lev to return, so he'll join us in a second, I hope. We're really are interested in seeing what Pam Bondi lands up saying as she's questioned by oversight Democrats and Republicans of the Justice Committee. They'll be asking many important questions of Pam Bondi about the Epstein files. We've seen 3.5 million documents show up in just the last few weeks. We've all been pouring through them. Some of them are incredibly revealing. Some of them are incredibly worrying, but they all seem to point to a vast conspiracy that has been going on for years, of criminals that have been doing many terrible things. Everyone is saying Substack is down, so if you guys are trying to watch on Substack and it's not happening, it's not us. It's apparently Substack is down this morning, which is unusual timing. You know, while we wait here for the hearing to come underway, I want to play you an extraordinary thing that Rep. Khanna yesterday, this is, of course, Representative Ro Khanna, who represents California Democratic District, who has been leading the charge to find out exactly what the Epstein community has been waiting for, has been leading to find out the names of the people who were co-conspirators with Epstein, the abusers, and the pedophiles involved. Yesterday, he stood on the House floor and revealed 6 names that he was able to find in just a very short amount of time while he was searching the unredacted documents. And so these are the 6 names. He's saying it on the floor because he wants some protection, and I guess that makes sense from his perspective. He needs to sort of be very cautious of where he does that, because if he doesn't, he could get into trouble. He could be sued, of course. So I'm going to pause the look inside the Oversight Committee while they get going here, and I'm going to play you what Ro Khanna said yesterday to the House floor when he revealed the names of 6 co-conspirators that he found whose names had been redacted inside the Epstein documents released by the DOJ. Let's take a look at that, and while we do that, I'll check on Substack and whatever else is going on. Thanks for hanging in there, everybody. This is live coverage of Pam Bondi as she prepares to testify live before the Oversight Committee for the Judiciary Committee in the House. Let's take a listen to Ro Khanna.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, Congressman Massey and I went to the Department of Justice to read the unredacted Epstein files. We spent about 2 hours there, and we learned that 70 to 80% of the files are still redacted. In fact, there were 6 wealthy, powerful men that the DOJ hid for no apparent reason. When Congressman Massey and I pointed this out to the Department of Justice, they acknowledged their mistake, and now they have revealed the identity of these 6 powerful men. These men are Salvatore Navora, Zorab Mikoladze, Leopig Leonor, Nicola Caputa, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, CEO of Dubai Ports World, and billionaire businessman Leslie Wexner, who was labeled as a co-conspirator by the FBI. Now, my question is, why did it take Thomas Massey and me going to the Justice Department to get these 6 men's identities to become public? And if we found 6 men that they were hiding in 2 hours, imagine how many men they are covering up for in those 3 million files. But the story gets worse. The reality is that Donald Trump's FBI scrubbed these files in March, long before Thomas Massey and I passed the Epstein Transparency Act.
Thank you, Mr.
Now, my bill is clear. The Epstein Transparency Act requires them to unredact those FBI files. And yet the Justice Department said to me and to Congressman Massey, we just uploaded whatever the FBI sent us. And guess what? The FBI sent scrubbed files. That means the survivor's statement to the FBI, naming rich and powerful men who went to Epstein's island, who went to his ranch, who went to his home and raped and abused underage girls or saw underage girls being paraded,
at the
they're all
department.
hidden. They're all redacted. It's a little bit of a farce. They're inviting all the members of Congress to go to see the Department of Justice, quote unquote, unredacted files, but they've got all redacted files from the FBI. And it's not the fault of the Justice Department attorneys. They were just told upload things that Donald Trump's FBI had already scrubbed. It's a blatant violation of the Epstein Transparency Act, but it also asks a fundamental question. Who are they protecting? Why are they protecting these rich and powerful men, people I call part of the Epstein class? Why are we in a country where there is no elite accountability for people who do the most heinous things? You have in England the king now calling for an investigation and possible prosecution of his own brother. You have in Norway the princess who no longer has support to be the queen.
So much hay.
All right, we're going to just pop in here to see what MSNBC is reporting as we're waiting here for Pam Bondi to arrive. So that's a look inside Capitol Hill. This is the MSNBC camera. It's different from the one we were seeing locked off by the members of Congress. But we're seeing Pam Bondi walking through the halls of Congress. She's about to enter, and let's listen into the correspondent there
who are here
describing what's on the scene
in this hearing room. You can see them. It stretches all the way down the hall. And of course, in the hearing room itself, we are expecting to see the survivors seated and listening to the Attorney General. I just want to play for you, Anna, some of what they said this morning as they set the tone for what we're about to hear over the next few hours. Watch.
We spent time in Republican Judiciary Committee members' offices. They were very compassionate, passionate, caring about this issue. They support us. They want transparency. They want justice. And what we've heard is that they've been told to shut up today and not do the hard thing of asking questions about the egregious job done by the Department of Justice.
The DOJ needs to do its job. Give us the rest of the files and start the investigations. Start the investigations on the things that are in the files right now.
And I think we should just drill
earlier,
down
that's
at
the
its
survivors
heart, the
earlier
fact that
on
this has
today
become such a
describing
political-
their intentions of what they're going to be doing. They'll be facing off directly, looking at Pam Bondi as she's testifying today. We're waiting for Pam Bondi to arrive, but it's important that everyone who's watching now also please be aware that Substack, which is probably the most vocal community out there regarding Epstein, is under some sort of maintenance alert right now. In other words, they've been taken down. It's unclear if they've been taken down by someone who is attempting to disrupt that very important community, which we're a part of, which has been highlighting so much of the challenges that are arising out of the DOJ release. It is very, very likely that what we're watching right now is a takedown of Substack, which tells you how important that community is to exposing everything that Epstein has been doing, that Ghislaine Maxwell has been doing, and how much they want that community to be silenced. And, you know, we're here on YouTube and we're here on X providing you this coverage, but it seems to me without a doubt that that is what is happening. Now, we'll keep a check in that because we can't be sure that it's 100% related to our coverage, or that it's not just a technical issue. But it could be that what we're watching is just that very thing, a complete blackout, a complete attack on Substack in order to not allow us to get on the air. So I'm going to keep watching to see if we can get on Substack. In the meantime, let's pop in here and listen again as they're waiting. There's the chairman. They're going to start soon. We'll bring you the live coverage inside as they present. But in the meantime, let's pop in here and listen to what MSNBC has to say.
Began their standing for the Pledge of Allegiance there. As soon as things really heat up, we'll head into that hearing room. We're also, in the meantime, following major breaking news and some significant developments in the search for Nancy Guthrie. We now have security camera footage. A flood of tips that came in.
So that's not news anymore. We certainly know that there's been a lot of an arrest yesterday and also security footage as we'll keep watching that story as it's happening. In the meantime, as I'm trying to jockey a whole different bunch of different live shots here, and also waiting for Lev. If Lev wants to rejoin us, it'll be great to get a view inside that room, because we can't see what's going on inside the room. Certainly not as well as you can, because you're inside of there. Now, you might be asking, why is someone like Lev Parnas, known for his association with MAGA, why is he there? Well, he has been advocating for the survivors extraordinarily well in the last few months, and he remains an extraordinary ally of all the survivors as he's trying to bring light to everything that's been happening in the Epstein files. So let me make sure that we have the right sources up here, and then we can bring you some of that coverage as well. That doesn't look right to me. Stand by, everybody. We are going to get you inside as soon as things begin. And it looks like things are beginning. So 1 second, let me put that up for you, and we'll be able to take it to at least full screen. And then we should be able to bring you audio as well. Here we go.
In fact, we can put that up. I think you can see this. Released, we got the form from the Denver Justice Center. What kind of inmate was Mr. Gonzalez for those 345 days that he was in the Denver Justice Center? We have that too. Violent to the staff, keep separate. So this guy was so bad, you had to keep him away from other inmates. He'd already assaulted some staff member, but Denver released this guy to the streets and instead of turning him over to ICE agents who would have come to the jail and arrested him there. And of course, we all know what happens. When the officers did apprehend Mr. Gonzalez out on the street, he assaulted one of the officers. This is what happens when you have a sanctuary jurisdiction. Right now in Minnesota, there are 1,360 detainer notices for violent offenders. Governor Walz and others have released 470 criminal illegal aliens back to the streets. In New York State, it's 7,000. Nationwide, it's over 17,000 that we know of. Where a detainer was filed, since President Trump's been in office, over 17,000 times a detainer was filed, and those individuals were released to the streets instead of turned over to federal law enforcement. 17,864 times. Illegals who've been charged with the crime have been released to the streets, and thereby jeopardizing the safety of the public, the safety of law enforcement, and of course the migrant themselves. And frankly, helping create the environment that results in the tragic deaths like we saw with Miss Good and Mr. Preddy. A few years ago, Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders said this in response to the State of the Union address. She said, "The divide in America today is normal versus crazy." And it's true, because it's crazy not to have a border, which is what we had under the previous administration. It's crazy to abolish ICE, and it's crazy to release bad guys who are here illegally to the streets when with one phone call, federal law enforcement will come to the jail and pick them up. The mindset that says it's okay to release these guys is the same left-wing mindset that thinks it's okay to weaponize government against your political opponents. And that is exactly what we had in the previous Justice Department. The Biden-Harris Department of Justice called parents domestic terrorists. The Biden-Harris Justice Department used FBI SWAT teams to arrest pro-life advocates. The Biden-Harris DOJ targeted traditional Catholics. The Biden-Harris DOJ pressured social media companies to censor Americans, and the Biden-Harris Justice Department launched not one, two investigations into President Trump, spending over $35 million to try to bring down their political opponent. To further this effort, they sought the phone records of over a dozen Republican members of Congress. Even the Democrats said this was wrong. They got bank records for scores of White House officials. They even paid at least one confidential human source $20,000 for information on President Trump. And of course, while doing all this, they couldn't tell us who planted the pipe bombs, who leaked the Dobbs opinion, and who put cocaine in the White House. But thank goodness the American people saw through it all. Americans were tired of being targeted for their beliefs, tired of the lawfare, tired of the rampant crime throughout this country, and that's why they overwhelmingly elected President Trump. And what a difference a year makes. What a difference a year makes. Under Attorney General Bondi, the DOJ has returned to its core missions, upholding the rule of law, going after the bad guys, and keeping Americans safe. The Trump Justice Department has restored the rule of law. Murders are down nationwide by 20%. In D.C., violent crime is down by 28%. The federal surge in D.C. resulted in 8,000 arrests, the seizure of 800 illegal guns, and the recovery of 16 missing kids. The Trump Justice Department apprehended a suspect in the pipe bomb investigation, and they've arrested 6 of the FBI's top 10 most wanted fugitives in just 1 year. Of course, they arrested narco-terrorist Nicolas Maduro, and they seized a record number of drugs flowing into this country. Trump Justice Department put an end to targeting Americans for their beliefs. Attorney General Bondi rescinded Attorney General Garland's anti-parent memorandum. Department of Justice ended the practices of using the FACE Act to target pro-life Americans. They've refused to tolerate attacks on places of worship and investigations of traditional Catholics that we saw in the previous administration. On her first day, Attorney General Bondi disbanded the Foreign Influence Task Force that was pressuring social media companies to censor Americans. And the Trump Justice Department has ended lawfare. Under Attorney General Bondi, along with Director Patel, they've worked to expose the political nature of Arctic Frost and the Jack Smith investigations. They've turned over hundreds of pages of documents to Congress, and that's why we know, for example, that Mr. Smith paid at least $20,000 to some confidential human source. That's why we know that Jack Smith knew it was unconstitutional to seek to toll records from members. But since the litigation risk was low, and because members would never find out about the subpoena until years later, they charged ahead and violated the Constitution. The Trump Justice Department has changed DOJ policy to require prosecutors to tell judges if NDOs relate to members of the separate and equal branch of government, the Congress. And to top it all off, the Trump Justice Department opened an investigation into the conspiracy behind the Russia collusion hoax. The Justice Department has put common sense ahead of politics. They sued to keep boys out of girls' sports. They secured deals with universities to stop race-based admissions and anti-Semitic practices. And after discovering rampant fraud in Minnesota, the Justice Department, under the leadership of Attorney General Bondi, has established a new national fraud division. In fact, I met with Colin McDonald, who will head that division, last week. I think he's going to do a great job. There's a lot of work to be done in that area, but I want to thank the Attorney General for her great work in the first year on the job, and I want to thank you for being here. With that, I would yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Attorney General Bondi. You've got the best lawyer's job in America because your mission is justice and your clients are the American people. But to promote justice for the people, you've got to listen to the victims, like the women seated behind you today. Those are just some of the hundreds of survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's global sex trafficking ring who are demanding that the truth be told and are demanding accountability for the abusers who trafficked and raped them. You still haven't met with these survivors. So with their permission, let me introduce to you the survivors and late survivors' family members who are present today. There's Teresa Helm, there's Jess Michaels, Laura Bloom McGee, Danny Bensky, Liz Stein, Marina Lacerda, Sky and Amanda Roberts, who are the family of the late Virginia Giuffre, Charlene Richard, and Lisa Phillips. Now, you're not showing a lot of interest in the victims, Madam Attorney General, whether it's Epstein's human trafficking ring or the homicidal governmental violence against citizens in Minneapolis. As Attorney General, you're siding with the perpetrators and you're ignoring the victims. That will be your legacy unless you act quickly to change course. You're running a massive Epstein cover-up right out of the Department of Justice. You've been ordered by subpoena and by Congress to turn over 6 million documents, photographs, and videos in the Epstein files, but you've turned over only 3 million. You say you're not turning over the other 3 million because they're somehow duplicative, but we know that there are actual memos of victim statements in there, and you also took down the Department of Justice's prosecution memo from 2019. So it's clearly not all duplicative, but even if it were, why not release it? Just release all the duplicative stuff. In the half you did produce, you redacted the names of abusers, enablers, accomplices, and co-conspirators, apparently to spare them embarrassment and disgrace, which is the exact opposite of what the law ordered you to do. Even worse, you shockingly failed to redact many of the victims' names, which is what you were ordered to do by Congress. Some of the victims had come forward publicly, but many had not. Many had kept their torment private, even from family and friends. But you published their names, their identities, their images on thousands of pages for the world to see. So you ignored the law, and even with over 100,000 employees at your disposal, you acted with some mixture of staggering incompetence, cold indifference, and jaded cruelty towards more than 1,000 victims raped, abused, and trafficked. This performance screams cover-up. Convicted sex trafficker and groomer Ghislaine Maxwell opened the gates of hell to Virginia Giuffre and hundreds of other victims, as Virginia recorded in her remarkable book, Nobody's Girl. But when Maxwell was subpoenaed to come testify before Congress, you and Todd Blanche quickly moved her from a higher security prison to a minimum security camp in Texas, where she's enjoyed 5-star treatment, including catered meals, private gym time, and access to a therapy puppy. All because Todd Blanche, who's utterly failed to investigate the monstrous crimes of Epstein and Maxwell's co-conspirators, spent 9 hours with Maxwell and satisfied himself that she would have nothing untoward to say about Donald Trump, which is your only real interest in the matter, based on institutional performance. But abandoning victims and coddling perpetrators is what you do best. When the FBI opened a criminal investigation into the brutal killing in Minneapolis of Renee Good, a poet and 37-year-old mother of 3, by Trump's masked paramilitary ICE agents, you shut it down. You claim you're investigating the cold-blooded murder of Alex Preddy, an ICU nurse at the VA. But how can we trust the administration when the president and Kristi Noem called Preddy a domestic terrorist, and Stephen Miller called him a would-be assassin? Not only do you refuse to share evidence with the state and local investigators and prosecutors in Minnesota, you have blocked their access to the crime scene and the evidence. How are you seeking justice for Marimar Martinez, the Montessori school teacher in Chicago who was shot 5 times by a Border Patrol agent who bragged about it on text? Or the family of Keith Porter, a father of 2 shot and killed by an off-duty ICE agent in LA? Or the family of Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, shot and killed in Illinois minutes after he dropped his kids off at school? There's no sign of any movement at the Department of Justice. You even launched a criminal investigation into Renee Good's grieving widow. How sick is that? But it's even worse. You've turned the People's Department of Justice into Trump's instrument of revenge. Trump orders up prosecutions like pizza, and you deliver every time. He tells you to go after James Comey, Letitia James, Lisa Cook, and Jerome Powell, the head of the Federal Reserve Board, and members of Congress like Adam Schiff, Mark Kelly, Alyssa Slotkin, Chrissy Houlihan, Jason Crow, Chris Deluzio, and Maggie Goodlander, to name a few, and you snap to it. You replace real prosecutors with counterfeit stooges who robotically do the president's bidding. Nothing in American history comes close to this complete corruption of the justice function and contamination of federal law enforcement. And the good news is many serious lawyers at DOJ, including some of your own original appointees, have refused your lawless orders. Danielle Sassoon, your original pick for acting U.S. Attorney in Manhattan, resigned rather than follow your corrupt order to quash an indictment against Mayor Eric Adams as a political favor from Donald Trump. A Federalist Society member who clerked for Justice Scalia, U.S. Attorney Sassoon refused to participate in this blatantly corrupt scheme. Her top assistant, Hagan Scotton, an Iraqi war vet and 2-time Bronze Star recipient who clerked for Chief Justice Roberts, and then Judge Kavanaugh, promptly resigned too, writing to your office, quote, "I expect you will eventually find someone who is enough of a fool or enough of a coward to file your motion, but it was never going to be me." You and the president nominated Eric Siebert, a 15-year career prosecutor, to be your U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia. But after 5 months of investigating Letitia James and James Comey, He found no evidence to justify criminal charges. So you forced him out. You replaced him with Lindsay Halligan, Trump's personal lawyer from the Mar-a-Lago documents case, who had zero prosecutorial experience and no qualifications. And then you were humiliated when a federal judge found that this corrupt appointment was blatantly unlawful and threw out Halligan's indictments entirely. And grand juries of American citizens have repeatedly rejected your vendettas and baseless indictments brought by the hacks left at DOJ now, with 2 different grand juries in Virginia voting down indictments against Letitia James in a single week. And just yesterday, another grand jury shut down your vendetta factory by rejecting indictments against the 6 members of Congress who had spoken out to remind all service members that they have a duty to refuse illegal orders. You tried to get a grand jury to indict 6 members of Congress who are veterans of our armed forces on charges of seditious conspiracy simply for exercising their First Amendment rights. I hope you will heed the wisdom and the constitutional patriotism of those grand jurors and not try it again by doubling down on that humiliation. As your best lawyers are sacked for having participated in the January 6th case or just flee for the exits now, your new lawyers keep lying in court. In dozens of cases, they've been excoriated for lying to federal judges. Chief Judge Boasberg, right here in D.C., suggested your Department of Justice perpetrated a fraud on the court. Other judges found your statements to be, quote, inexplicably misleading, patently incredible, totally inconsistent, and so disingenuous that the court is left with little confidence that the government can be trusted to tell the truth about anything. Now, as ranking member, I asked the chairman to add a few extra rounds of questions today because we each have 5 hours of questions, not 5 minutes, but we're stuck with 5 minutes. That's clearly insufficient to give voice to America's victims and survivors and to demand answers about all the corruption and cover-ups that we see at DOJ right now. We've got just 1 round, so we ask you politely but firmly, Madam Attorney General, please do not waste 1 second of our precious time by evading questions, by changing the subject, or engaging in personal attacks against members of Congress. We saw your performance in the Senate, and we're not going to accept that. This isn't a game. In the Senate, you brought something with you called a burn book, a binder of smears to attack members personally for doing the people's work of oversight. Please set the burn book aside and answer our questions. And when you hear us reclaim our time, that means it's time for you to stop speaking. We only have 5 minutes, so when we reclaim our time, that means you stop. And if you don't, we will ask the chair to stop the clock and let you go on his time. The quality of justice in America depends on the character of our government. Please do your job and bring the Department of Justice back from the brink. The survivors seated behind you and the American people watching everywhere deserve a Department of Justice worthy of its name. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, all of the opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witness. The Honorable Pamela J. Bondi has served as the Attorney General of the United States since February 5th, 2025. She previously served in the Office of the White House Counsel, 2 terms as the Florida Attorney General, and spent more than 18 years as a prosecutor. We welcome our witness and thank her for appearing today. We will begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? I do. Let the record show that the witness has answered in the affirmative. Thank you. You can be seated. And please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony. Madam Attorney General, you may begin.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Raskin, and distinguished members of this committee. Thank you for hosting me here today. I'm grateful for the opportunity to answer your questions, highlight the work of our department, and discuss the most important topic of all, keeping the American people safe. A little over a year ago, I was sworn into office as the 87th Attorney General of the United States. I came into office with the goal of refocusing the Department of Justice on its core mission after years of bloated bureaucracy and political weaponization. The Department of Justice's core mission is to fight violent crime, protect the American people, and defend the rule of law above all else. While our work is never done, we have made tremendous progress to make America safe again.
Let's pause
In
her. She
2025,
tries to
we
change
saw
the
the
subject
lowest
over there,
murder
and she
rate
clearly
in
is changing the subject.
125 years.
Let me just turn her down
That's
a little
nothing
bit.
short
You know,
of
what we're
historic.
seeing is the...
If you compare
step aside
25 to
for a second.
24, here's what you'll find. The murder rate is down 21%.
She's the most. This
Robbery
woman
down
just knows
23%.
how to lie
Carjacking down
without-
43%.
with the straightest
Gun
of
assault
faces.
down 22%.
Yeah,
Ag assault,
why-
burglary,
here to
will
turn
go
her
on and
down.
on. Crime
sorry,
is
just
declining.
Turn her for a second.
This did not
Give me one
happen by
second,
accident. The numbers tell
Lev,
an
I'm just gonna try
important
to
yet
turn her down.
straightforward
There's so
story.
many windows open here. All right, I think we got it there. Lev, what are you're hearing a tremendous amount of bullshit coming on right now from Pam Bondi as she
Obviously.
as she does, you know, she tries to change the subject. She's trying to change the subject into all sorts of other things. This is an Epstein conversation that we're all expecting from her. It's an Epstein conversation that she's going to have. What are you seeing there as you're on the right outside the room over there? What's happening outside?
I just stepped out, actually. I just actually stepped out to meet with Congresswoman Crockett and hand over some of the information that you and Ellie have put together on that journal. And hopefully she's going to, question her on the journal on some of that stuff. So I'm actually waiting to go back to meet up with her later. But I'm going to go back in there and listen to what the questioning. It was interesting when Bondi walked by. I tried to make eye contact with her. She saw me and flipped her head and tried to walk away right away, but she definitely saw me.
Oh, really?
So,
That's interesting that she saw you. Did she give you any reaction at the time? Was it just...
She just was strictly put her head the other way. So it was like, you could tell it was like she was trying to not to make eye contact.
Now you're there with the survivors. There are a lot of survivors who've shown up today in order to make sure that she doesn't evade these questions. What we heard there from Raskin is that she's obviously coming prepared with her burn book, where she's going to be throwing things at all the questioners. You know, she's going to be demanding things from the questioners or accusing them of things instead of actually answering the questions. This is her new strategy when she goes into these kinds of hearings. Tell me what your, what the survivors are there for, why you're there.
Well, the survivors, we're here for justice. We're here for justice. We're here for accountability for the survivors. We're here to make sure that put pressure on the Republicans and the GOP to make sure that they grow a spine and start, to hold accountability also. So, Pam Bondi, like I said, is expected to come out fighting. This is what she does. This is why, she's part of Trump's inner circle. But the interesting part is going to be seen not how the Democrats react, but how some of these Republicans, and not all of them, because we know some of them are staunch Trump supporters, and they're going to be giving her a platform to be able to spew her lies. But it's going to be a couple of, I don't want to name their names right now, but I'm hearing some Republicans, and I don't want to put pressure for them just in case some people are watching here and they don't notify them. But I hear that some Republicans are going to come out swinging also. So it'll be interesting to see what plays out today. But yeah, we're here. The survivors are here. You are here with us. I've also delivered the petition to Congresswoman Crockett and to Jamie Raskin later on. We have over 23,000 signatures already, folks. Keep signing the petition because that's what it's about. We want accountability. We want there to be, as you can see right now, they just opened the halls right there. Yeah. Inside.
Right, there's a lot of people outside. All right, let's get back inside. Yeah. Let's listen to what they're saying, and let's get back to Pam Bondi. And
I'm going to go back inside, and then, let's go.
Okay, cheers. See you in a bit. That's the wrong way we're going. Let me put that back up there for you and get to the right one. Here's Pam Bondi again as we take back our coverage inside the Oversight Committee as Bondi is grilled on all sorts of things, oversight and the like. Let's get back inside and hear what she's saying.
It is not only an unlawful attack on the executive branch's authority, but a serious attack on the democratic process. In spite of this unprecedented judicial activism, we've attained 24 favorable rulings at the U.S. Supreme Court, their emergency docket, and even more to come. We've done so while ending the weaponization of the prior administration by dropping FACE Act prosecutions, exposing the Arctic frost scandal via congressional disclosure, thank you, Chairman, and restoring one tier of justice in this country. To address the Epstein files, more than 500 attorneys and reviewers spent thousands of hours painstakingly reviewing millions of pages to comply with Congress's law. We've released more than 3 million pages, including 180,000 images, all to the public, while doing our very best in the time frame allotted by the legislation to protect victims. And if you brought us a victim's name that was inadvertently released, we immediately redacted it. All members of Congress, as you know, are invited to visit DOJ to see for yourselves. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the Epstein survivors who are here today. I'm a career prosecutor, and despite what the ranking member said, I have spent my entire career fighting for victims, and I will continue to do so. I am deeply sorry for what any victim has been through, especially as a result of that monster. If you have any information to share with law enforcement about anyone who has hurt you or abused you, the FBI is waiting to hear from you. I want you to know that any accusations of criminal wrongdoing will be taken seriously and investigated. The Department of Justice is committed to holding criminals accountable to the fullest extent of the law. In 2025, the FBI arrested over 1,700 child predators, a 10% increase from 2024. We also located 2,700 victims of child exploitation and shut down 3.8 million dark web pedophile accounts. 3.8 million. So please, if you have information to share that needs to be investigated, contact the FBI. Today, I look forward to discussing further our shared obligation to protect the American people, uphold the rule of law, and keep this nation safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Attorney General. The chair we now proceed under the 5-minute rule. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam General, thank you for your extensive remarks, particularly on your continued investigation of those responsible over the years in the Epstein debacle. Obviously, you have an amazingly full docket between civil rights, between criminal, between so-called white-collar crime, and doing so, as the chairman said, at a time in which both you and the president are under attack, and our ICE agents and FBI and others are under attack when they try to enforce the law. I personally want to apologize for those who would embolden, support, or even stand with those lawbreakers that sit on this and other daises here in Congress. My job generally is to talk about patents and trademarks as the chairman of that subcommittee. I'll forego that today because one of my other jobs is the creation and maintenance of Article III judges, and I work with the Chief Justice on that, and we're trying to expand the court. But currently, there are only 677 district court judges. They have very full dockets as well. But you create a tremendous amount of judges, particularly immigration judges. You do so in order to save the court that, but adjudicate, as is requirement, each of those people who claim a right to be here in the United States. And that has been going on under Republican and Democratic administrations for years. What's unique about the Trump administration this time is that you and President Trump have managed to reduce the backlog of people seeking that for the first time in decades. You are getting ahead of that tremendous backlog that caused
There we go. Now you can hear me. Hello, Nick Parra, Ellie Leonard.
Hello.
Just trying to figure out where the other two friends are. There's Dean Blundell. I see him now, so let me add him. This is going to go on. This is going to be. Hey, Dean, how are you? Can we hear you? Just say something, Dean.
Yeah, hi.
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 I love technology. It's so nice to see you.
Enjoying the Live Fest. This is a lot of bullshit.
You know,
How many people
it's
we can
amazing.
squeeze in?
Yeah, it is.
It's amazing to me that every time there is a hearing where Pam Bondi or Kash Patel or any one of these fucking losers is giving a deposition where they're encouraged to lie, Substack undergoes routine maintenance.
Isn't that interesting? I was wondering if it was routine maintenance or whether it was something else, because
it did say scheduled maintenance at one point. I did see that error pop up, which means they timed this somehow. Hey, Substack.
Why would you do a scheduled maintenance at 10 a.m.?
Or maybe it just showed up. It could have just showed up as the backup.
At
Why
10
not
a.m.
3
for
o'clock
like
in the morning?
90% of the people that actually use the app too, which is crazy. It was all East Coast. And
I was a senior DevOps engineer for a company. Like, you would never time a scheduled maintenance during one of the busiest parts of your day. Like, those are like midnight or 1 a.m. on like Central Time
you would think, right? When we're all fucking
awake.
asleep ahead of the actual deposition. Anyway, welcome.
But it could have been
grateful to be part of this.
It could have been something else. It could have been not a Substack. Who knows? But
I'm
really
no, it wasn't something else.
Okay,
but it said scheduled maintenance. So that said, I'm not mad that they do maintenance. I'm glad you guys keep your app up, but please schedule it at a better time.
Well, I'm not angry. I'm more disappointed than anything. And let's not talk about scheduled maintenance. Let's talk about Jim Jordan. JYM, Jim Jordan just made me throw up in my fucking mouth. And who is that next guy that talked after Pam Bondi gave her ridiculous statement?
Well, now it's dude.
Daryl Issa, representative.
Daryl Issa.
Daryl Issa.
I'd like to talk about all the things that we're here to talk about today, but let's talk about something completely fucking different.
Well, I mean, I would just say
after we had a complete invention of everything Pam Bondi and the DOJ did, which is a fucking lie. Oh my God, we're off to a blazing start. Thank God for
So this is going to be the strategy today. I think you've hit on it. I think, we did hear her say, I'm really sorry for everything that happened and we'll investigate you. That's a very new tone.
Sorry, bro.
But it's a new tone from her. I mean, it's not her being accusatory. It's her saying, oh yeah, Epstein is a monster, I heard her say. But the rest of it, they're going to just ignore it. I think every Republican is going to show up. They're going to speak about everything but Epstein. And then when the Democrats show
but
up,
here's the thing,
it'll be
Zev, they gave it all up in the start. They gave it all up at the beginning. Jim Jordan just admitted to fucking everything, from the disillusion of the entire group of people that track foreign interference and sex trafficking, and then he blamed that on something else like social media and the Biden administration. Jim Jordan just fucking admitted to everything. And then Pam Bondi came back and under oath completely contradicted everything she said the last time she was in front of the fucking Senate Oversight Committee, for God's sake.
Here's the Democrat. Let's listen to Congressman Jay Paul here. Let's listen in.
In speaking out, in demanding accountability to bring the predators and pedophiles to justice. The Epstein Files Transparency Act required your Department of Justice to disclose the perpetrators connected with Epstein's criminal activities and to redact the information of survivors to protect their identities. Let me show you what actually happened. First, in violation of the law, your department has shown a pattern of redacting the names of powerful predators. Here behind me is one example of an email from Epstein to a man whose name was redacted. The email reads, quote, "Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video." Only after members of Congress demanded that we see the unredacted files did the world learn the name of this individual, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, the chairman and CEO of a company that had financial ties to President Trump's business and personal ties to Trump's advisor, Steve Bannon. Second, the survivors were not similarly protected, also in violation of the law. Here is another email titled Epstein Victim List, We have blurred the names of the survivors for their protection, but your Department of Justice initially released this list of 32 survivors' names with only one name redacted, along with numerous files that disclose not only the names, the emails, and the addresses of survivors, but also nude photographs and even the identities of Jane Does who had been protected for decades until your department released their names. Survivors are now telling us that their families are finding out for the first time that they were trafficked by Epstein. In their words, quote, "This release does not provide closure. It feels like a deliberate attempt to intimidate survivors, punish those who came forward, and reinforce the same culture of secrecy that allowed Epstein's crimes to continue for decades." To the survivors in the room, if you are willing, please stand. And if you are willing, please raise your hands if you have still not been able to meet with this Department of Justice. Please know for the record that every single survivor has raised their hand. Attorney General Bondi, you apologized to the survivors in your opening statement for what they went through at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein. Will you turn to them now and apologize for what your Department of Justice has put them through with the absolutely unacceptable release of the Epstein files and their information?
Congresswoman, you sat before, Merrick Garland sat in this chair twice.
Attorney General Bondi,
No, can I finish my answer?
No, I'm going to reclaim my time because I asked you a specific question that I would like you to answer, which is, will you turn to the survivors? This is not about anybody that came before you. It is about you taking responsibility for your Department of Justice and the harm that it has done to the survivors who are standing right behind you and are waiting for you to turn to them and apologize for what your Department of Justice has done.
Members get to ask the questions. The witness gets to answer in the way they want to answer. The Attorney General can
that's
respond.
not accurate, Mr. Chairman.
Because she doesn't like the answer.
Time.
So,
Mr. Chairman,
why
I have asked
didn't she ask Merrick Garland this?
I am reclaiming my time, and when I
will
reclaim my
continue to
time,
answer.
it is
Mr. Chairman, the gentlelady is reclaimed her
I'm not going
time.
to get in the gutter for her theatrics.
The time belongs to the time belongs to the gentlelady. The gentlelady has 17 seconds.
Thank you. You're not going to answer this question, so let me just
Chairman,
say this.
I'll direct it to
what
you.
a massive
No, I'm
cover-up.
answering a
Mr.
question.
Chairman, will you restore her time? The witness is
I'm not
interrupted.
going to get in the gutter with this woman.
Stop the
She's
time
doing theatrics.
and let me have my
The gentlelady from Washington controls the time. The gentlelady has 17 seconds. You can proceed with your final 17 seconds.
What a massive cover-up this has been and continues to be. Donald Trump made the release of the Epstein files the center of his political campaign because he thought it would benefit him. Then you got into office, Attorney General, claimed to have a client list, only to then say that there was no list. Your deputy, Todd Blanche, met alone with Elaine Maxwell and transferred her to a minimum security prison. And now you continue the cover-up. And I wish that you would turn around to the survivors who are standing right behind you and on a human level,
Chairman,
Chair now recognizes the chair.
on what you have done.
Time of the gentlelady has expired. The gentlelady, you have no time to yield back. We appreciate that. We appreciate the thought. And I would argue the central issue in the last election, the presidential election, was securing the border. The gentleman from Arizona who knows something about securing the border is up for 5 minutes.
Thank you, that Mr. Chairman. Was the kind of stuff you're expecting to hear. That's Jayapal.
In 2022, Lafarge, which is a French cement company, pled guilty.
Yeah, he's going to talk about everything else, but what we expect him to. So. Congressman Jayapal,
thank you very much for that. Let's talk about a French security company now.
Let's change the subject to everything else. But that was a good moment. I mean, this is exactly having the survivors stand up, asking Bondi to apologize to them, or at least acknowledge the fact that none of them have spoken to the Department of Justice, which is astonishing. There is 3.5 million files that point to a whole bunch of crimes. The Department of Justice has not investigated these survivors who are there and is continuing to ignore them. And yet she's claiming that they've done everything they can. What Congressman Jayapal was saying there, it's a cover-up. And it absolutely is. Nick or Ellie, Dean, jump in here.
Ellie?
I was just going to say really quick. Okay.
Ellie, please. Yeah. Go ahead.
Ellie.
No, ladies first.
Thanks, Dean. I was just going to say, like, when I was listening through Ghislaine Maxwell's proffer, I think it was probably in September, October, somewhere around there, and she had named Jane Doe. I remember how frantically, the second I heard that name, I was reaching out to Congress people, I was reaching out to lawyers, I was trying to figure out a way for them to redact it. What do we do? How could they name somebody? And then just going through these files, it's just like, oh, that wasn't the point. The point was cruelty. And every day I post something on Substack or some kind of social media site, and somebody goes, wait, why is the email sender redacted? Like, I get that comment every single day. And it's because they're the only ones that are redacted. The women are not redacted. I saw those folders full of headshots and driver's licenses of girls listed 14 to 17 years old. It was a whole packet full of headshots. Like, there's no, I mean, just if you look at it mathematically, if they go, oh, there was 3.5 million files, we just didn't have the time, we missed some.
No,
they got 98% of the perpetrators. They got like 10% of the victims, in this case, redacted. So mathematically, no matter how many files, that doesn't line up.
That's not the case, though. We know what's really going on here. I mean, they know exactly who the survivors are. They know who the victims are. They're just covering it up because the president has told them to cover it up because he's involved in these things. I mean, the only reason you'd want to cover up disproportions is because you're part of the gang that committed the crimes. Nick?
So let me tell you who Representative Darrell Issa is, the first gentleman who started asking questions, the Republican representative for California's 48th district. He is in the Epstein files, but not for any reasons that I've seen of his involvement. However, the file that he's in is specifically about how he lied about Obama's involvement in an IRS scandal.
Oh, interesting.
And he was caught lying and selectively releasing information to make it so that it sounded like there was a narrative around what was going on. So Rep. Darrell Issa is a liar and is known and proven to be one. So his word means shit when he started asking questions at the beginning, whatever he was asking about. That said, we can't trust what he has to say. He's already been proven to be a fraudster in these files.
That's what you do to get into the GOP. Lied. You have to be a fraudster. You have to be part of the criminal gang. Dean, this is a cover-up happening in real time, and we have to be calling it out nonstop.
Yeah, without question, I want to do that after I hear from Ellie. She just said, "Can I?" And anytime Ellie speaks, we should all listen.
Anytime Ellie jumps in, I'm like, oh, okay.
I was just going to say really quick, I think it's ironic that they couldn't find all these names to redact when the DOJ is the one that created the search tool for us to actually look up all the names. So if they can create the search tool to look up all the names in the Epstein files, they should be able to find all the names in the Epstein files. Doesn't that feel... I don't know.
All you have to do is to send them an email saying that you'd like them redacted, even though they won't talk to you at the end of the day. I mean, that's what we got from Congressman Jayapal there is, you know, the Pam Bondi saying, yeah, they will absolutely redact your names, but they have not actually spoken to a single survivor. That is stunning. It's stunning. I mean, what kind of world are we living in?
A lot. That was a great imagery. That was great.
Can we just stop on that one point for a second? Okay. You know, we sit here and try and ingest this fucking theater of bullshit, right? This is a theater of fucking bullshit. You have one side that's trying to get answers for victims. The other side is just talking about anything other than that, including France and security problems that America has. And I'm sure Canada will make its way into Darrell Issa's fucking dirty, disgusting mouth, and every single Democrat that is sitting there listening to this. I feel sorry for them. I feel sorry for the fucking victims. But let's just be fucking honest about something. Nothing that is coming out of the mouths of Jim Jordan, JYM Jordan, who has stood up for pedophiles for a very long time at the Ohio State University.
Here, so I'm sorry to interrupt you again, Dean, but
please, yeah, go ahead.
Tribune on February 11th, 2026, and it says it was because of an impasse with the DOD over the use of unmanned military aircraft and not triggered by Mexican cartel drones.
Without objection.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
I
didn't hear back about the second round of questions. I assume that's not happening. I just want to be able to assure the members, certainly on my side, if not both sides.
That's not a point of order.
No, that every member will get 5 minutes with the witness. Will there be 5 minutes for each?
Yeah, you get 5 minutes. Yeah.
With the witness. Okay, very good.
Yeah. Okay. And are you up next? Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I want to begin by acknowledging the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's horrific abuse who are in the room with us today. I want to thank all of you for your bravery in speaking out. I want to say that you and the other survivors of these heinous crimes deserve better from this Department of Justice. In particular, it is shocking that the department did not redact the names of Epstein's victims, but it did redact the names of their abusers. I don't know whether this was done out of incompetence or whether it was deliberate and malicious, but either way, it is completely unacceptable. Even more troubling, the DOJ has failed to bring any of these perpetrators to justice. Instead, it has engaged in a relentless pursuit of Donald Trump's perceived enemies. I want to focus on just one example. The Attorney General of my home state of New York, Tish James. This DOJ has been hell-bent on securing an indictment against Ms. James for something, anything, simply because she held Donald Trump's companies accountable for years of financial fraud. And indeed, the department manufactured an investigation against her for alleged, quote, mortgage fraud. But the U.S. attorney leading the investigation, Eric Siebert, a Trump appointee, refused to bring charges against Ms. James because there was simply no evidence. Unfortunately, a prosecutor who refuses to do Trump's bidding has no place in this DOJ, so Mr. Siebert was forced out. Trump could not contain his fury that he expressed to you in a social media post addressed to you by name. I'm sure you've seen it. Quote, I fired him and there is a great case, he wrote to you about Mr. Siebert. Then we moved down. We can't delay any longer. It's killing our reputation and credibility. They impeached me twice and indicted me 5 times. Over nothing.
No, I'm not that interested in what Rep. Nadler is saying here either. I think it's a mistake that they're not hammering away at Epstein because as important as all these other issues are, there is only one thing that needs to come out of today's events. We need to understand exactly what is going on in terms of the cover-up. We need to understand why these victims weren't addressed. And we need to understand the extent of the crimes and the president's involvement in these crimes. I mean, we have now Howard Lutnick admitting that he was at the island, at least once, he says, for lunch. He's the Commerce Secretary, and he still has a job. That, to me, is beyond reproach. And I don't know which one of you want to pick up on Howard Lutnick here. But that man shouldn't be in power. I mean, this is a secretary.
Well, I got news for you. None of these fucking morons should be in power. None of these assholes that are asking questions on the GOP side are legitimately in a position to be able to judge anybody knowing who they fucking support. You know, you've got Pam Bondi, who, you know, for the past several months has been touting. She's on the stand right now. No one's saying anything to her. She's just repeating the constant lies, and now she's changed her tact, and she's like, sorry about that. We'll try to get to the bottom of it, but I want to get back to that one point that you made prior to going to Nadler, who, by the way, was sleeping in the intro of this whole thing. Don't know if anybody noticed that. He got his head back.
He's on his way out for many good reasons.
Don't do one of those. Yeah. But I do have to point this out, and I think everybody needs to pay attention to this. Every single one of the victims that is in that room, standing there with Lev Parnas and our team, the resistance here on this call that have made this possible to give Jasmine Crockett and some other members of this committee some select information that people like Ellie, Zev, and others involved here have gone to great lengths to uncover, including this journal. None of these women have been contacted by the FBI ever. None of these women have been selected to be, have a conversation to find out what happened to them, the legitimacy of their complaints. Not one of them. And should Pam Bondi wear that? Yeah, here she goes again. Let's have a listen.
I think she's going to respond to this line of questioning that
I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question
What a
the way I want to
disgusting
answer the question.
state.
No,
Your
you're gonna answer
theatrics
the
are
question the way I
ridiculous.
asked it.
Chairman
How many-
Jordan, I'm not going to get in the gutter with these people,
How many
but
of you-
I'm going to answer
That's
the
her
question.
line.
How many of you indicted?
Again, the time belongs to
Reclaiming my time.
the time
many-
belongs
I think it's very
Reclaiming
interesting.
my time.
I think it's very
Reclaiming my
interesting.
time.
You can
When
reclaim
he
your
talks
time,
about they
Reclaiming my time,
indicted,
Mr.
the
Chairman.
president said they
Close the
indicted
clock.
him
Mr.
twice.
Chairman, please
They
stop the
sure
clock
did.
and stop the
he
clock and
indicted-
restore his time.
Okay, here we go with these
Committee will be in order.
theatrics.
The time belongs to the gentleman from New York.
Theatrics.
We will give you a few more seconds. We will do that. But when
Reclaiming
you ask
my-
a question, the witness
question
gets to
was-
answer. You may not like the answer, but she
Right.
gets to
The
answer.
question was,
No,
how many?
And you know what?
They
If you could
don't
just
like
bring the
the
volume down
answer,
here.
Chairman,
You know what?
because
He
it's
asks the
honest.
question. These guys all
So
ask
he
questions,
asked
and what they get
before,
back is an answer to a different question. And then they sit there with Jim Jordan and go, "Oh, she's allowed to answer the question the way she wants." No, she's not.
Our watch.
Reclaiming-
Not
Let's-
on
let's see,
our
it's interesting
time.
to see
No
what's
way.
going
And
on
I
here.
told
Let's
you
take-
about
That's
that,
what Raskin's
Attorney
saying.
General, before you
You
started.
don't tell me.
Yeah, I
anything,
did tell you because we
washed
saw
up
what you did in the
loser
Senate.
Lawyer, not even a lawyer.
Committee will be in order.
Time, and I should get back at
Oh,
least
we do
45
get to
seconds.
tell
We'll
you
give you
because
a
that's
few
how
more seconds. I
hearings
said
work.
that already.
45 seconds.
Okay, I'm timing right now, Mr. Nadler. Go.
All right.
Reclaiming my time. The answer to my question, how many of Epstein's co-conspirators has she indicted, is 0. You have been the Attorney General for a whole year, and your DOJ fired the lead prosecutor of this case, sat on evidence this entire time, and claimed falsely last July that there were no more leads. It took an act of Congress for you to finally release part of the Epstein files, and when you did, you included personal information about the victims while protecting the names of abusers.
Time of the gentleman
None
has
of the perpetrators have
expired.
been brought to justice, but enormous resources
Time
have been
of the
dedicated
gentleman
to
has
pursuing Trump's
expired,
enemies.
and
It's
obviously
clear
there
that
was-
under your leadership, the Department of Justice
There was
no longer
no
works for
question
American
in there
people. It works
for her to
for
respond
Donald
to.
Trump. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
May I answer?
I think our next questioner, Madam Attorney General, is going to give you time to respond to
Thank you, Chairman.
all kinds of things. So we will turn to the gentleman from Texas for 5 minutes.
Ms. Bondi, you go right
here we
ahead.
go.
I'm over here. The time is yours.
Wow.
Thank you. First, he
You didn't
brought
even
up
ask the question,
the president
just
saying they indicted
time
me
is
twice.
yours.
They sure did. They tried to impeach him twice, and you, Mr. Nadler, were one of the leads on the impeachment. I was on the other side. I lived that with you. During impeachment, you said the president conspired, sought foreign interference in the 2016 election.
Yeah.
Robert
Yeah.
Mueller found no evidence, none,
Wrong.
of foreign interference
Wrong.
in
She's lying.
2016. Have you apologized to President Trump? Have you apologized to President Trump?
yeah, let's
All of you who
apologize to the
participated in those
abuser,
impeachment
to-
hearings against
What a
Donald Trump.
stupid
You all
twat.
should be
Who's been
apologizing.
redacted
You
like,
sit
what, a
here and
million
you
times in the
attack
fucking
the
files?
president,
A
and I am
million
not going to
times.
have it. I'm not going to
Donald
put up
Trump
with
was
it.
redacted.
You know, all they want to do, all
mean, she was
the
clearly
American
lying.
people need to know this. They are talking about Epstein today. This has been around since the Obama administration. This administration released over 3 million pages of documents, over 3
So we're
million.
forced to.
And Donald Trump signed that law to release
Yeah, and
all
he
of
hasn't
those
released all the
documents.
files.
He is the most transparent president in the nation's history. And
Required to be.
none of them ask Merrick Garland over the last 4 years one word about Jeffrey Epstein. How ironic
this
is
part
that?
of
You
this
know
guy's
why?
time,
Because
or is she just
Donald
getting the
Trump,
monologue
No, she's
for
got the
how
whole.
long?
She's got the whole
the
time.
Dow right now is over. The Dow is over $50,000.
irrelevant.
I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000.
What are
right
we even
now.
doing here?
Can we just muzzle this dog for a second?
Well, I just want to watch this performance.
Records. Americans' 401ks.
This
and
is the
retirement
response?
Savings
What
are
a stupid
booming.
fuck.
That's what we should be talking about.
It's a
We should be
judiciary
There you
committee,
go.
making Americans
sweetheart. I mean,
safe.
not just be.
We
There
should
you
be
go.
talking about what does a Dow have to
There
do
you
with
go,
anything?
toots.
That's what they just
Huh?
asked. Are you kidding?
Mr.
What is-
Jordan, am I
Now you've got
Committee will be in
victims
order.
behind her literally giving it to
Mr.
her.
Jordan, am I going to get an extra 45 seconds added to my time?
The committee will be in order. The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas, Ms. Bondi.
This is what
Yeah,
desperation
Attorney
looks
General.
like. This is
Oh, yeah.
the Attorney
Dow
General
has
with no
shattered
answer.
50,000.
Zero.
This is
She is
just
swimming in her
They
own
said it
shit,
couldn't
talking
be
about
done
the
in 4
Dow,
years,
which
yet
is an
President Trump
imaginary
has done
number.
it in 1 year.
She's talking about immigration, which is a
Judiciary
lie.
Committee oversight hearing, not a Finance and Commerce Committee hearing.
That's why they want to focus on Epstein and our most transparent
They're out of answers. They're out of fucking answers.
Why? Because there are
the murder rate is
No, Nick, listen, they're out of fucking
thousands of
answers. They're out of
survivors and
answers. They don't have anything left, Nick. Nick, they got nothing left.
No, I know.
Thanks to Donald
They got
Trump.
nothing, and that's like
For an unprecedented.
It's over.
Unprecedented.
It is over.
9
they're not
She
even
is
making-
fucked.
They're not even just
There were
gonna stop
0
this.
illegal border crossings at the southern border.
This is about a sex trafficking operation, you stupid fuck.
All the great work that this president has done. And will
You know, their victim
continue
sitting right behind her right
keep
there.
America
Yeah.
safe and to
Literally
make
looking at her,
America
listening to her talk about your 401ks.
That is
She
appalling.
is such a twat.
That is really appalling. I mean,
I agree with you totally.
That is, for her to bring up the Dow as her response to the fact that the question was around how many people she had indicted in the Epstein files. That's what Nadler had asked her. How many people have you indicted? And the response was the Dow is 50, is the highest ever.
And your 401ks are better.
Yeah.
And America's doing great. All of those things, and by the way, just so you know, all of those things are a fucking lie.
Yeah.
Everything she just said about the Dow is a lie. Everything she just said about the stock market's a lie. Everything she said about the economy's a lie. And that is their fucking get out of jail card because they got nothing left. What I just said, you just literally watched her talk about the finances of America in a hearing where someone asked her about how many people have been indicted, knowing what was in the Epstein files, and there are co-conspirators and there are people that are involved in this sex trafficking ring. And she cited the Dow. Pam Bondi is going to a federal big girl
The
jail.
gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from California.
Oh, this will be good. This will be good. Let's take a listen to
I
this.
would note
We're
that
curious about this.
Mr. Nadler's question has not yet been answered, but I want to start by asking that out of respect for the American public and the Epstein survivors, some of whom, of course, are here today, that we can have a transparent conversation and get the public the answers they deserve. I want to briefly direct your attention to 2 documents I'm hoping we will put up on the screen. In the first, an individual emails Jeffrey Epstein asking whether a woman identified as M was pro or civilian, and Epstein responds that she was a civilian, Russian, and fun. In the second email, Epstein writes to Steve Tisch about a Ukrainian girl, noting that she was, quote, a little freaked out by the age difference and stating that he would try to convince her not to return to Ukraine. He then instructs Mr. Tisch to call him, adding, I don't like records of these conversations. So I'd like to ask a straightforward question that really is either a yes or no answer. Do these emails constitute credible evidence, not proof, but credible evidence warning further investigation into whether Steve Tisch was involved in Epstein's criminal conduct? Do you think yes or no?
I'm not going to play a yes-no game with you, but I will answer the question to the best of my ability. As I said, we will look and investigate any case involving any victim. I'm not familiar, there were 3 million pages, of course, with that email, but of course, we will look into anything. The documents have been released, 3 million. The redacted versions, we left them open for all of you to come view. Have you? I believe you view them. If not, will you have some copies?
I'd like to.
But could I finish, please?
Flailing.
I'm not being rude. Please.
I only have 5 minutes.
No, yeah, and I only have 30 seconds based on your filibustering.
Well, you didn't give a yes or no answer,
California.
so let me just go further. Director Patel testified in this committee room that there was no credible information indicating that Epstein trafficked victims to anyone else. And glancing at the documents, that proves that's not the case. In July, your department issued a memo stating that it had conducted an exhaustive review of the Epstein files and concluded that no additional individuals would be charged. So I did go over to the Department of Justice yesterday. I would note that 400 and all our 35 members are in the House, and there's 4 computers. So it would take many months to actually have the time. I only had a few hours. I think the transparency argument is really kind of a sham because it's not really
whoa,
possible.
Whoa, whoa, Did you have to wait to get a computer?
It is not possible to really go in. I did, however, see a U.S. attorney information for the Southern District of New York indicating that there were additional survivors and probable co-conspirators. Other members of Congress have uncovered likely co-conspirators whose names were blocked out. Now, the Epstein File Transparency Act, which all but one member of this House voted for and the president signed, requires the department to release everything except that it needs to be redacted to protect the victims or an ongoing prosecution, which apparently there is none from the testimony we have received. I am concerned that this act has not been fully complied with. When Director Patel came to the committee, he admitted that up to 1,000 FBI agents had gone through the files and redacted President Trump's name from them. And it's pretty clear that what has been transmitted from the FBI continues to redact President Trump's name, even though he is mentioned thousands of times in these files. So I think the credibility of the department in terms of complying with the act has been damaged. And I think the department's credibility has been damaged in other ways. I think we all saw the horrible video of American citizens being killed by ICE agents in Minneapolis. And I think how the department has handled these cases raises a lot of doubt about the department. State and local police in Minnesota got a court order to get access to the crime scene to be sure evidence would be properly preserved by federal agents. But they took the agents defied the court order, and in a departure from general policy, the DOJ is not collaborating with state and local law enforcement on these homicides. So I really think that is a disgraceful approach to the homicides of American citizens and really does nothing to bring credit to your department. And Mr. Chairman, I would yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
May I answer?
Attorney General can respond.
I find it interesting that she keeps going after President Trump, the greatest president in American history. And if they could maintain their composure, this isn't a circus, this is a hearing. I find it interesting she keeps going
that was
after
the
Donald
brownest
Trump.
nose
She doesn't
I've
say
ever
how much
heard.
money she took from Reid Hoffman.
The biggest amount of shit just came off that nose. If there was a if she was
posted
Pinocchio,
nothing
she
on
would
her
be
X
just
account on her
bleeding
Twitter
Jim
account during the Biden year.
Oh my gosh, this is insane. I mean, this is a response to a question about a murder of a citizen.
This is what circus
Attorney
is
General, she doesn't
like you
just
elect
get
a
to
clown and you
Committee
put
will be
the
in
full
order.
circus.
I have a point of order,
This is the
Mr.
fucking
Chairman.
circus that
Committee
we
will be
got.
in order.
Point of order, Mr.
They
Chairman.
have
Hang on a second.
turned-
Just listen.
When a witness attacks,
Not a valid point of order. You got to state.
She hasn't completed her point of order yet. Please let her speak, Mr. Chairman. Let's have some regular order here.
Regular order
I
is
like
you got
how
to
he
state
talks
the rule.
over
I am
the
trying to make a point of order that the witness,
And what
without
rule are you referring to?
without responding to a question, has attacked me personally. I think it's pathetic that she can't answer the questions and
First
instead
time
is
that's
attacking
not even close
members
to a
of the
point of
committee.
order. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Okay, so he'll go on about something else now. Let's listen. What
In
he's-
August of last year, I sent a letter to the Department of Justice asking for assistance in seeking compensation for the town of Lac du Flambeau. Town of Lac du Flambeau is in my district.
Serious? This is what we're going to talk about,
Office
dude?
replied that it was an ongoing matter and unable to
All
comment.
right.
Shut it off. Shut it off.
Mr.
Shut it
Tiffany.
off.
Mr.
That's
Tiffany,
astonishing.
what
That
are you
exchange
out
was
of?
unbelievable. Lofgren, of course, is highly respected for her. She was asking a significant question of Pam Bondi there about the Minneapolis death of citizens by ICE and the DOJ's failure to respond in any way by investigating those deaths. And Pam Bondi is talking about the greatest president of all time. Nick?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Like I said, there's a lot of brown nose in that. There's a lot of just shit coming out of that, and it's all meant to make Congress look like a circus. It is all meant to delegitimize congressional functions and congressional hearings because that's what they want to do. They want to make it so that the executive is the only branch that has any legitimacy, and they're doing the best they can. Yeah, it's like an SNL skit. It's bad comedy. is
The
what
greatest
they're doing
president
right now.
is in the Epstein files 1,000,000 times.
Yeah, a million
times.
at
I mean,
least.
that's what you were reporting yesterday on the Dean Blundell Substack was all about, is like 1,000,000 times. So if the greatest president is in there 1,000,000 times, I assure you he's not in there because he's in there because he's great. He's in there because of criminal activity.
I think they expect.
Go ahead, Dean.
Sorry, go ahead.
Have to like.
No, go ahead.
Sorry, Dean. I wanted you to answer this too. Didn't the British Prime Minister isn't he under a bunch of pressure right now to resign?
Yeah.
Like for being in there once or twice.
Dean, I'd like to hear your thoughts about the 1,000,000 mentions there.
I'd like to hear your thoughts about this as a non-American who is seeing this coverage and seeing what is happening globally compared to the States. How do you see others' response for like Keir Starmer, for others involved, for the royal families? How do you see their response differing than the U.S.?
Well, I think that's sort of it's an interesting question and kind of a gimme question, because those are two different responses for two different reasons, right? You're getting the entire right wing Tommy Robinson, incel wanna hump pedophile protector crowd jumping behind the Epstein files when they themselves have a whole bunch of pedophiles in their ranks, and that's what Tommy Robinson does. Hangs out with pedos and does a bunch of fucking coke and crazy motel rooms, and then people like Kaylin Robinson yank them out, and then they leave for Ukraine to do real work. I mean, that in itself is a microcosm, but they'll use anything to get rid of Keir Starmer. And to your point, Keir Starmer's chief of staff had to quit because he was the guy that advocated for Lord Mendelsohn, Peter Mendelsohn, who was deeply involved. And you're seeing a ton of pressure, not just in the UK for resignations. You're seeing it in Norway. The royal family is being ripped apart because former Norwegian prime minister and parts of the royal family had communications that were in there as well. So that reaction has come swift. But in the United States, it's all hands on deck to protect the pedophiles. There is no split. There is no conversation. There is no attempt to achieve justice. And that's not what any of this is for any of the members like Mr. Tiffany from Wisconsin, who is a pedophile protector and pedophile adjacent himself, as is Darrell Issa, as is every member, including Jim Jordan, who helped cover up and promote and protect pedophilia at Ohio State University while his coach and mentor was buggering young men in the shower, for fuck's sakes. So when we talk about what the intention is on behalf of this hearing, you have to write off half of it completely, because we're literally watching that happen in real time, where guys like Mr. Tiffany will talk about funding for some kind of ICE negotiated thing in a small town in Wisconsin because they got a couple of Mexicans there they don't like. It's literally two different fucking hearings in one fucking hearing. And Pam Bondi, let's just get to her. She is fucking flailing. She is screaming. She is out of fucking answers. She keeps relying on the same rhetoric. She's probably got the same 4 or 5 talking points written down as she did the last time she lied and perjured herself in front of Congress, when she said none of the things that she apologized for today to the victims sitting behind her actually happened or existed, and there were no more fucking charges or files coming forward, right? If we all remember that, and the evolution of tens of thousands of victims' names and lists as long as my arm on my desk, and it's horrible. And then we moved and morphed to there's nothing to see here, no big deal. And then we morphed to I don't know what you're talking about. You guys should respect the president. And now what we're at is, oh my God, I'm so sorry to these people. Bring me all your information. And when she's asked about following up on 20 years of that information, she says, no, we've never fucking talked to any of the victims. This is kabuki theater. This is all bullshit. Pam Bondi is a pedophile. Darrell Issa is a pedophile. Every single member there that's talking about anything other than justice for the victims today and defrauding the American citizens is a fucking pedophile. Let's get back to the show.
The Memphis Safe Task Force has been operating in Memphis for several months. And we do have a Democratic mayor, Paul Young. And he's not against the task force, but he is against ICE being in Memphis, and he's not in favor of the National Guard being in Memphis. And I concur with him on those positions. I think the DEA being there, the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, the FBI, who have been in Memphis in other ways, having more people there is good for Memphis. Crime has gone down in Memphis, but it went down 25% before the task force got there under the direction of Mayor Young and Director Davis, Chief Davis. It's gone down about 15% more since then. And that's good. but I would like to comment that Mexico City's homicide rate has gone down 40% during the same time when Memphis has only gone down 25%. And that's not necessarily because of the task force, although the mayor says he thinks it's helped. So I thank you for that. You would agree, I presume, that violent crime in communities across our country is critically important, and that's why the task force is there. Is that not true?
Yes, and if I can just add to that, I think the surge, the FBI, our FBI under the leadership of Director Patel, came in and did a surge in Memphis.
Earlier.
Prior to the task force.
Yeah,
and thank you for saying that about Mayor Young. He's been great to work with, and thank you.
He's a good guy.
He's a very good guy.
One problem I've got with where we are in priorities here. A recent Department of Justice, National Institute of Justice report based on arrest records in Texas and in California found that undocumented immigrants were less than half as likely as U.S.-born Americans to be arrested for homicide. And this pattern holds for assault, sexual assault, robbery, burglary, theft, and arson. Half as likely to be arrested for drug offenses. So I ask you, and I've written to you about this, there are TV ads that run that say to local law enforcement, specifically, says, are you tired of having your hands handcuffed because you can't do the things you wanted to do when you joined? And if you want to do something different, join ICE, and you'll get a $50,000 bonus, and we'll pay off your debts, student debts, and we'll help you with pensions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So they're encouraging local law enforcement to leave local law enforcement and go to work for ICE. We need people working in the front lines and local law enforcement to protect our citizens from the worst of the worst. The worst of the worst are not the immigrants. The worst of the worst, records show, are native-born Americans, and they are committing crimes that hurt our citizens and our cities, and you're working against it, and thank you for that. But by trying to get our local law enforcement, where we have an undercount of officers in Memphis, to leave Memphis and go to work for ICE to deport people is a wrong priority. Why are we trying to get people, policemen who are working on the front lines, to leave the front lines, take the $50,000 and go to work for ICE and instead of working to fight the worst of the worst?
Congressman, I have not yet seen that commercial, that ad. I would argue that we need strong people in both local law enforcement, state law enforcement, and all of our federal agencies working together. I've seen some of the worst violent criminals who were in this country illegally. We both know that. And in Memphis, working hand in hand, I want to stick with Memphis and your mayor and what you discussed, because there have been nearly 6,000 arrests as of February 8th, and I think you agree with this, in your district, and almost 600 gang members. What we found in Memphis, a lot of the gangs are local gangs. But 600 gang members were taken off the streets.
My time, because I've only 40 seconds. I'm going to agree with you. Yeah, thank you for that.
And 148 missing children were recovered by all of us working together, and nearly 1,000 illegal guns were seized as a result of us working together.
And I don't disagree with some of the things you said, but there are questions about those children, but it's a different thing. The fact is, ICE is running rampant, and you are not investigating them. When they killed Mr. Prete, and Miss Good, that was an execution, and you did not investigate it. And you tried to investigate Miss Good's widow, and you tried to investigate Mr. Prete. They were executed like Kristi Noem executed her dog. And that was wrong. And you should investigate those people, and you should investigate anybody that uses a weapon, in federal official or not, for civil rights violations. I yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back his time. Madam Attorney General, anytime you need a break, just let us know. If not, we'll just keep going. The chair is now recognized for 5 minutes. Madam Attorney General, you're not allowed to exercise your constitutional rights in a way that tramples on someone else's, are you?
No.
No, you can't do that. I mean, you have a right to petition the government under the First Amendment. That doesn't mean you can come into this room and start screaming at Mr. Raskin or me or anybody else and disrupt a congressional hearing. You have a right to protest on the street, but that doesn't give you a right to go into the Capitol and disrupt Congress. Something these guys talk about every day. You can't do that. So when Don Lemon said that he was exercising his First Amendment free press rights, freedom of the press rights, that's not really accurate, because he was trampling on other individuals' rights. Is that true?
Chairman, we will always protect our churches and the freedom of religion. And yes, that's accurate.
First right mentioned under the First Amendment, freedom of religion, freedom to practice your faith the way you think the good Lord wants you to, right?
That's right, under the federal government.
And isn't it true that Mr. Lemon met at a shopping center with the rioters who entered City's church in St. Paul, met with them prior to marching to the church?
He did meet, and this is a pending case right now, so I will only stick to what is in the four corners of the unsealed indictment, if I could, Chairman.
Yeah, I'm
There's a lot more that will come out. But under the four corners of the indictment, yes, he did. They had an operation called Operation Pull-Up. They said they were gearing for a resistance. They met in a parking lot and they caravanned to a church on a Sunday morning when people were worshiping together.
And Mr. Lemon said that he live streamed before entering the church with the rioters. Didn't he say we're going to head to the operation? Didn't he say this he said this on camera, is that right?
Yes, Chairman,
yeah.
And more.
That he was in Minnesota and that, as you said, they were gearing up for an operation. So you can't do that. This is why this is, I think, so important that this guy be held accountable, and I think why you guys have charged him and indicted him. Moving to the second subject here, will John Brennan be indicted? Mr. Brennan lied to the committee, which you're not supposed to do, last Congress, and we deposed him. He definitely, 18 U.S.C. 1001, we're all familiar with it. He lied to the committee, and the Congress, and I think the country would like to know if, in fact, he's going to be indicted for lying to, and here's why it's so important. I'll give you a chance to respond. Here's why it's so important. It wasn't just that he lied to us, it's what he lied to us about. He lied to us about when all this weaponization against the President of the United States started. He lied to us about the dossier, and specifically what role the dossier played in the intelligence community assessment. Because we know back when President Trump was first elected, first term, this is when it all started, which led to the Mueller and to the impeachment and to the Jack Smith and all the stuff that's happened in the last decade. But it began here, and he lied to Congress about the role he played. And I just want to read a couple of things he said during that deposition before I give you a chance to respond. Mr. Brennan, when asked a question, said the CIA was not involved at all with the dossier. He said it was their purview, FBI's purview, and not ours. He also said the CIA was very much opposed to having any reference or inclusion of the Steele dossier in the intelligence community assessment. Well, that's interesting because declassified information that was declassified this past summer by the CIA.
What you're seeing here is the chairman, Jim Jordan, giving Fox News its noon clips. Basically, they need stories, and they've got an only Epstein so far. So now they need to put up a Don Lemon narrative, and they're going to put up a John Brennan narrative. But let me assure you that what we're seeing here is theater in order to give Fox News something to talk about this evening, because otherwise they're going to show Pam Bondi squealing.
Yeah, and let's not confuse the absolute fucking hilarious nuclear hypocrisy there, where ICE agents have been literally invading churches in the middle of service, going into Sunday schools, yanking children, women, pregnant women, immigrants, migrants out of their fucking churches, out of their worship services, while she's saying we protect those places as a free place to go and worship. We'll protect those churches. Meanwhile, Don Lemon goes in, tries to record an interview with someone in the church to find out what's going on in the church, and he gets charged and says that he's not allowing people to worship. It's truly some of the most fucked up shit I have ever seen. And then we get to a Brennan investigation and possible indictment. Jim Jordan talking about perjuring people, and we're literally watching Pam Bondi perjure herself as Jim Jordan, with immunity, continues to fucking pathologically lie and mislead and misdirect and gaslight. Truly some of the most spectacular bullshit I have ever seen in my fucking life, because these guys are fucking bankrupt when it comes to protecting Donald Trump and Jim Jordan and the cabal of pedophiles that they're currently protecting. They are out of fucking gas.
All they have is Don Lemon. This is what they're bringing up against 30 years of corruption, raping, murder, and other allegations in the Epstein files.
Assigned to the task of identifying and scrubbing Donald Trump's name from the Epstein files. Were those reports accurate?
I believe his name has appeared countless times in the documents
how
that
many
have
people were
been released.
assigned?
If I could finish, I'm going to read you the stats.
No, I just simply asked whether or not it was true that it was 1,000 folks who were assigned that task. Were those reports accurate?
There are more than 500 attorneys and reviewers. I cannot give you an exact number.
And I wanted to ask you about that also, because this is a different question that you're getting to now. There were 500 DOJ lawyers and others assigned the task of redacting the appropriate information, including identities of the Epstein victim survivors from the Epstein files prior to their release. 500, is that correct?
If I could have finished my answer, there were more than 500 attorneys and reviewers who assisted with the. They asked the question and they don't want an answer.
That answers my question, ma'am, and I'm going to move on. I'm going to move on.
From multiple districts.
Would you agree?
This is ridiculous.
The time belongs to the gentleman from Georgia.
General Bundy, would you agree that your 8 years of service as the state of Florida's Attorney General, the third largest state in the nation, served as an excellent preparation for your current role as Attorney General for the United States of America?
Not only that, I was a career prosecutor for 18 years.
And for
18 years.
And for 18 years. For 18
She's an
years.
ambulance
Ask a question
chaser.
and doesn't want an answer. This is theatrics.
Well, no.
I like how you
You
prosecuted
serious
Yeah, I'm not
felony
playing your
cases,
yes and no game. It's not a game of yes or no.
This is good.
Drug cases, correct?
Oh, I prosecuted homicides. I prosecuted capital cases. I prosecuted domestic violence cases. I prosecuted multiple cases, and that's why I feel for all of these victims. And did you ask Merrick Garland this when you were sitting before him, sir?
You also prosecuted sexual assault cases and child sex trafficking cases, correct?
I answered that question
quiet.
earlier. I prosecuted multiple cases.
Bottom line, you're an experienced and seasoned.
For 18 years.
Mr. Chairman, will you remind her of the rules? The time belongs to the member of the committee.
You are a seasoned and experienced prosecutor, correct?
I think we've established that.
Yes or no?
Does he want an answer or not?
He wants to say
I want a yes or no answer.
I think he wants to say
I want a yes or no answer, but I'll live with what you have already said. Let me ask you this question.
Clearly,
in the prosecution of sexual assault cases,
She's
you
such a
are
bitch,
acutely
too.
aware of how important it is to protect the identity of victims of sexual assault, correct?
I have addressed this multiple times. I think others were cutting me off when I was trying to.
I just simply asked, are you aware of the fact that it's vitally important to protect the identity of sexual assault victims as you prosecute the people they accuse of assaulting them? Isn't that correct?
Excuse me. As we have said multiple times,
protection of the identity
of all victims
of the victims
are
is
protected.
so very
Who are
important.
protected under? Do you want me to answer or do you want to interrupt?
Well, because you're not answering the question. You do a Jekyll and Hyde kind of routine around here, and I just want you to answer my questions.
What does Jekyll and Hyde mean? Can you explain that?
Well, it means you're nice to the
Explain
Republicans and you turn like Hyde on Democrats. But let me ask you this, ma'am. We have the Epstein victim survivors here today. Representative Jayapal asked a simple question: if you would be so kind and honorable as to turn around and face them and apologize to them for outing them. I mean, how many lives have been derailed because your department was either sloppy and incompetent or willfully trying to intimidate and punish these ladies for coming forward?
The time of the gentleman has expired. The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin for 5 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. We don't need to listen to this guy from Wisconsin, by the way.
On the other side of the aisle have spent the past several months attacking.
Yeah, we don't need to listen to this fucking moron.
She was in the corner too. Like this is the part.
Your
is the part where, like, they
time
need more
has
time.
expired. She says
that is
you know
great.
the crazy part is it shows not only is she completely out of gas, she is behind the fucking 8 ball emotionally and mentally. She is unfucking raveling. And this is what you get when you are at your end of your rope. You cannot repeat a talking point any more than you've repeated it. You refuse to answer the question. Very simple line of questioning there. Why didn't you protect the men and women and the children in your redactions? And not only did she refuse to answer, she went quiet and then started to insult the guy asking the fucking questions, which is so Trumpian. It is so fucking perfect. This is exactly why we're here. And you're getting the answers in the non-answers, and you're getting the guilt in the way she responds. And listen, there's one thing I know to be true, okay? When you see someone become emotionally, overtly, negatively emotional over answering a very simple question, it's to keep you as far away from any kind of possible answer that might fucking mean that you're guilty as possible. And that's exactly what she's doing there. It's such a fucking psychological
She's trying not to
tell.
perjure herself. I mean, she's trying to be a prosecutor there and trying to say that, those names should have been redacted. Of course, the names should have been redacted. That's what he was going to try to get her to say. She was refusing to acknowledge she's even done these kinds of cases. And then because she'd have to turn around and explain that she was wrong in not redacting all the names of the victims to the victims who are standing right behind her. And so she didn't want to get caught in a crime. So she was dancing away from that crime by not answering the question and then declaring, your time is up, which is not really her job, but it's kind of funny that she did it. Nick.
Yeah, and I just want to say too, that was Representative Hank Johnson, Georgia 4, Democrat, obviously. It was really good line of questioning. Like, it was a really, really good line of questioning around her involvement. And she refused to answer in a straight way.
Inclusion of these names. I mean, these names of these survivors are everywhere. Some of their families didn't even know they were victims of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell or of this network. But the Justice Department has now broadcasted in public through these DOJ files while they've hidden the names of the actual rapists, the actual abusers, and all their network of friends. So the fact that she couldn't even face the victims, she's now been asked twice to turn around and face the victims and just say something to them, apologize for something. She won't do it.
It's what a human being would do. Even if you weren't in charge of the DOJ, you'd turn around and you'd say, ladies, it is a pleasure to meet you. Here is my business card. You call me anytime. I'm here to help you. That's what America is all about. Not only does she refuse to do that, she doesn't even entertain the fucking notion.
Yeah, it's a good point. Why isn't she doing that? Why isn't she turning around saying, if we haven't spoken to you, we're here, we're open for business. Well, because they're not open.
We don't even do it optically.
How about this? Right after this interview is over, right after this discussion with Congress is over, we'll take you to the office and we can sit down right now.
But they don't want that. The truth of it is, they don't want that. They don't want anyone showing up because they don't want to investigate this. The criminals that are in the Jeffrey Epstein, Donald Trump network of organized criminality are running the government of the United States, and she knows that they have no interest in investigating them at all. Pam Bondi knows that she's part of a criminal organization running America right now. And that is why she doesn't want these guys at the Department of Justice or anything else. She's not interested.
I think too, it would be meaningful. One, if these really old members of the Democratic Party, like James Nadler, retired, so that we could have young members who actually could ask real questions and stay on topic and not fall asleep during the opening statements.
Yeah, I think there's a young Kennedy in the vying for that seat, isn't there? Isn't the grandson of I can't remember his last name. That's a different name, but the Kennedy spawn is running for Nadler's seat, and I'm sure he'll bring fireworks to the seat. Maybe someone will tell us on the chat.
To be honest, I think the Democrats at this point should be just asking that question, though, is will you turn around and acknowledge to the survivors that are sitting here right now that it was wrong of what happened, and that you will ensure that it does not happen going forward? And if it continues to happen, that you'll resign. I think that should be the line of questioning, is you either turn around and acknowledge these survivors for the lies that you have been pushing, for outing them, for outing others, for publicly naming survivors but not perpetrators. If you're unwilling to do that, then the only questions remaining, that's the only question, is
well, she's
can you
covering
do that?
up. I mean, this is a massive cover-up. The biggest cover-up in the history of America is happening right now.
Yeah.
And that woman has been doing it. You know, a few weeks ago, she said there were no crimes. Case closed. Epstein is done. There's nothing to report. We couldn't find anything else in the Epstein files. But now she is... Oh, yeah, let's listen to this. This will be great.
I just want to play a video, though, for you that I think speaks to the frustration that many of these victims have. Of times Trump's name appears in the files, so it could at least be 1,000 times. Is that right?
The number is a total misleading factor. We have not released anyone's name in the Epstein files that has not been credible.
Director, could it at least be 1,000 times?
We have released every piece of legally permissible information.
Okay,
you can characterize the numbers however you want it.
I'm claiming my time, Director. It sounds like if you don't know the number, it could at least be 1,000 times. Which
It's not.
leads me-
It's not.
Is it at least 500 times?
No.
Is it at least 100 times?
No.
Then what's the number?
I don't know the number.
I understand why the victims are frustrated, and the Attorney General acknowledged what Mr. Patel would not acknowledge, that it was way more than 1,000 times. But I want to move, Madam Attorney General, to weaponization of government. And yesterday it was reported that 6 members of Congress had indictments sought against him, and they were not returned by a grand jury. My colleagues have spoken about their frustration of being in subpoenas and having cell phone records combed through. Well, in 2017 and 2018, Adam Schiff and I had our cell phone records and email records combed through, not by you, but a different Department of Justice under the president. It was in retaliation for our role in the Russia interference campaign. An Inspector General report would find this improper and that the predicate for it was absurd. In 2020, after sitting on 2 committees that were a part of the president's first impeachment, an FBI agent leaked my cooperation in a national security case where my campaign was targeted. The president's FBI senior leadership authorized 2 statements to the press that said I was never suspected of wrongdoing and only helped the investigation. But that didn't stop the death threats or my GOP colleagues from referring me to an ethics investigation where Kevin McCarthy's chairman on the ethics committee would find the same thing as the FBI. Our current FBI director would then write a book called Government Gangsters and identify a long list of enemies. About a quarter of them have been either investigated or indicted. He listed me at the very top, along with Adam Schiff, and during that same testimony, refused to recuse himself when asked if he would recuse if any case came across his desk involving me or people on that list. Since that testimony, his department has put me under investigation with Senator and Schiff for the nonsense mortgage fraud cases that we've seen. I get it. This is what the president does. I've priced it in. We have a bingo card at home that my kids have made of what will come next. I expected that the president would come after his enemies, but what I want to talk to you next is serious, and I did not expect this would happen, and I'd like your help on it. The president has inspired death threats against me and many sitting up here with me. In June 2025, an individual left 11 voicemails at my district office. On the voicemails, they said, "Get the message to him. I'm gonna hunt him down, that motherfucker, and toss his ass over the Golden Gate Bridge by my fucking self." Donald Trump's Department of Justice in the Northern District of California declined to prosecute. On May 14, 2025, on Twitter, responding to something I posted, an individual said, "No, it wasn't Eric, and now I'm going to kill you." The Department of Justice from the Southern District of Texas declined to prosecute. May through December of 2025, we received messages at my office that said, "I hope somebody shoots you and your children and your wife in the head. Pew, pew, motherfucker, pew, pew." I would stay indoors as much as possible, and my children, unfortunately, have to do that. The Department of Justice has not charged this individual and cited that he's a prolific caller and has health conditions, although what we have found in our own investigation and his voicemails is that he has said he will employ others to do this. The president can come after me. It's fine. I'm in the arena. So are these folks. But we never expected that the Department of Justice would not seek to prosecute and investigate those who are making threats against us. And that would include those on that side of the aisle. And I'm just asking for your help to protect life, because life is at risk with the environment we're in right now.
Congressman, I completely agree with you. I know about several of those personally involving you. I believe one has been charged publicly, and there's something I would be happy to talk to you about off camera, but I can assure you that they are very serious. They are being looked into, and I can give you more details on those. None of you should be threatened, ever. None of your children should be threatened. None of your families should be threatened. And I will work with, you can come into my office any day. I will work with all of you on both sides of the aisle if you are ever threatened. And I'll gladly talk to you after this hearing about your cases. But I can tell you some of them are very active.
Appreciate that. Now yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and we're
Not
sorry for
them,
the gentleman
but
and his family have had to
what
go,
a
had to go
waste of
through.
his time.
Well, it's really
Appreciate
interesting.
what
He can
Attorney
come
said,
and talk to her.
And I think some of the things that the gentleman from California related, we can all relate to, and it's unfortunate.
Wait,
as
all
long as
these
the Attorney
people
General said,
in
and
Congress
we
can come and talk to her
appreciate
and get all the treatment she wants, but the survivors and the victims of these crimes cannot come and talk to her.
Good point.
Exactly.
No one else is allowed to come and talk to her. These people behind her who suffered under President Trump and Epstein's horrific attack and attack on them, rapes and potential murders, they can't come and talk to the Department of Justice. They won't get a call. But any member of Congress, oh yeah, you're having problems, come on over. I'll talk to you off camera, give you everything you need to know, update you on your crimes. This is horrific. This is the elite protecting itself.
And Swalwell is such a good questioner normally. He's such a strong advocate for all of these issues. What the fuck, man?
Like, he was going somewhere with a million. He was
5 fucking minutes of questions that you could have just asked her all about the victims and the survivors and helping them. And dude, what a fucking use of privilege that you threw out there to talk about yourselves when those Epstein survivors, when these survivors, these victims are out here getting threats fucking daily. And you're out here complaining about a couple threats to you,
No,
bro?
look, they have been, truthfully, Eric Swalwell has received countless death threats, and it's horrific.
And I'm not downplaying the death threats against Eric Swalwell. Like, dude, I would never want any of those. But this isn't about him. This hearing is not about him, and he just made it about himself and the other congressional members. And this was an opportunity for him to just sit there and ask her to turn around and center the discussion on the survivors sitting right fucking behind.
I mean, that to me is the miss. The miss is at the end there. He said, well, what about the people behind you? Why couldn't they come and see you? I mean, you know, it's all very well that you're inviting us, but why aren't the survivors? The weaponization of this political system has been terrible. The fact that Republicans are constantly protected while the Democrats get attacked, the fact that the president keeps putting out hate messages day after day against Democrats, the fact that Democrats and observers are getting killed in the streets of Minneapolis, those are terrible things because those people are Democrats. And the Department of Justice needs to be there. But equally, the victims of this Epstein tragedy need to be investigated and supported. And the Department of Justice has completely ignored that.
Yeah. That's the the wasted opportunity that we see there with Democrats like Eric Swalwell. Very surprising that he didn't try to relate this back to the very purpose and reason that they're holding this hearing. Right. Same thing with Nadler. It's shocking that nobody is going back to the same well, which is justice for the victims, justice for the victims, justice for the victims. Turn around and look at them. That's when she gets cranky. And you're right. I thought that, when he was talking to Kash Patel about the 1,000 times, and let's be honest about something. I mean, bringing back that callback, maybe there's another line of questioning coming this afternoon. As you know, these guys all get more than one question, more than 5 minutes or 3 minutes. They'll do this again this afternoon or later on this morning.
I think they're only getting one actually today.
Are they only get one time around this thing? All right.
I think that's what the rule was at the beginning. I'm disappointed at that too. I think this was the kind of thing you'd want to go
because that was a perfect setup, right?
Yeah.
Cash Patel's sitting there going more than 1,000 less, more than 500 less, more than 100 less. I don't know, but his name isn't in there as much as everybody thinks. Yesterday we found out his name's in there 1 million times in the unredacted files, which means they've scrubbed it 950,000 times, and they had 502 FBI agents since March making sure that that was the case, trying to remove his name and the names of others. And now we know what the screening and the scrubbing was all about. Now we know that Mark Epstein, for all of his foibles, was telling the truth, that FBI agents were, and nobody's fucking talked about that today. Like, that is one of the biggest stories out of this whole thing, is the cover-up and the active redaction of Trump and other people's names in these files. And Swalwell set it up perfectly, and then he's like, oh, plus I got a whole bunch of voicemails, people trying to threaten to kill me and my family. Could you look into that? And she's like, no problem. And to Zev's point, well, then where's that equality for the victims that are behind her, which is the entire purpose of this fucking hearing.
And I think the other point that
like, had he stopped there and just gone, what about the million instances of Donald Trump in the files? What about the survivors that have been outed, but Donald Trump's name has been redacted 1 million times?
What Raskin said yesterday was really interesting. You know, Raskin said that the DOJ had already received the redacted files from the FBI and had basically gotten all these names removed already. So the FBI had 1,000 agents scrubbing Donald Trump's name. Then they gave those redacted files to the DOJ, who went through it with another 500 lawyers in order to redact everybody else that was involved. And then we got to see it. So, of course, the 1 million times the Donald Trump is mentioned inside the files, of course, those are not there. They've been redacted by 2 different operations, 1,000 in the FBI and then 500 people in the DOJ. And no one was asking about that. I'm surprised Swalwell didn't pick up on that. That's really interesting. You know, it's really unusual. It's almost, he often has the feel of the room, but maybe he doesn't have it in this case.
Yeah, back to Bondi, and I gotta split for a bit, and I'll come back. You guys carry on, but you're watching the Pam Bondi oversight hearing. She has lost her fucking mind, everybody.
And damn it, that's what really matters. I yield back.
Mr. Chair, I have a UC.
Ms. Crockett from Texas is recognized for UC.
Thank you so much. Donald Trump's approval rating implodes on his strongest issue. This is from Newsweek today. It says 40% of people approve of Trump's handling of immigration and border security, while 60% disapprove.
Without objection,
that is a
admitted.
Net drop
now I recognize the gentleman
20.
from California, Mr. Liu.
They really like to talk over Jasmine Crockett.
Yeah.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for being here today. I'm going to show you 2 photos.
Thank you.
I'm going to show you 2 photos of former Prince Andrew. Prince Andrew attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. Under the law Congress passed, you were allowed to redact photos to protect the victims of Epstein's sex trafficking operation. You redacted the photos of this victim's face because you were following the congressional law. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, that we redacted the victim's
Because you were
face?
following the congressional law, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You have now established that please put the photos back up, that we are looking at a sex trafficking victim. Under the Federal Victims Trafficking Protection Act, not only is Jeffrey Epstein guilty, but anyone who patronizes Epstein's sex operation is also guilty of a crime. That's why I find it absolutely despicable that you sought to protect Epstein's clients, like former Prince Andrew. Last July, you closed the case on Epstein's abusers. The July 2025 memo from your Department of Justice stated, quote, "We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties." These 2 photos, please put the photos back up. These 2 photos staring you in the face are evidence of a crime and more than enough evidence to predicate an investigation against former Prince Andrew. So I ask you, Attorney General Pam Bondi,
Why did you shut down this investigation last July, and why have you not prosecuted former Prince Andrew?
I don't believe you asked Merrick Garland these questions when he was Attorney General and set before.
I agree with you.
You twice.
I'm reclaiming my time.
Never
I agree with
mentioned
you. I agree with you. During
Were you not here
during
then?
the Biden administration, I called for people looking at Epstein files. Merrick Garland dropped the ball, as did Attorney General Bill Barr, as did Alex Acosta, a whole string of failures. But you are in charge. You have the power to change things, to hold these men accountable, and you're doing the opposite. You're protecting them. So I want to move on to another man.
Can I answer
Donald
that,
Trump.
though?
I want to move on to another
Can I
question.
answer your question about protecting
You
Prince
answered the
Andrew?
question.
You're saying no. I love this.
I want to discuss another man, Donald Trump, who is all over the Epstein files, like former Prince. Here's the video. Like former Prince Andrew, Donald Trump attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. I want to know, were there any underage girls at that party or at any party that Trump attended with Jeffrey Epstein?
This is so ridiculous, and that they are trying to deflect from all the great things Donald Trump has done. There is no evidence that Donald Trump has committed a crime. Everyone knows that. This has been the most transparent presidency. He's the one that asked that those files
I'm reclaiming my time.
be
I got your
released.
answer. You said there's no
President
evidence.
Trump asked
Mr. Chairman,
that
please
the
stop the
White
clock.
House
My time. Stop the
sign
clock.
the legislation.
Time.
This is
Time.
this
I'd like
is
to reclaim my
ridiculous.
time.
Time belongs to the gentleman from California.
Okay. I'm going to put up another document from a witness who called the FBI's National Threat Operations Center, because I believe you just lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you just lied under oath, and this is all on videotape. You said there's no evidence of crime. I'm showing you. Here is a witness statement who called into the FBI's Threat Operations Center. He drove Donald Trump around in a limo. He overheard what Donald Trump said to Jeffrey on his cell phone. He was so angry, he was going to stop the limo and hurt Donald Trump. And he met a girl who said she was raped by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. She later had her head blown off, and officers at the scene said that could not have been suicide. No one at the Department of Justice interviewed this witness. You need to interview this witness immediately. Epstein should rot in hell, so should the men who patronized his operation. And as we say here today, there are over 1,000 sex trafficking victims, and you have not held a single man accountable. Shame on you. If you had any decency, you would resign right after this hearing concludes.
The gentleman has expired.
That was a powerful.
That's how you do it.
Questioning right there.
Yeah, I don't know how you respond to
Thank
it.
you.
Well, I
did not ask a question.
He doesn't
You're
want
allowed
to talk
to.
about
I did
the
not ask a
horrific
question.
crime in California. He does not want to talk about
I did not ask a
crime
question.
in his
She
state.
can't just
Madam
ad
Attorney
lib
General.
stuff. I did not ask a question.
Meeting will be in order. The gentleman has yielded back his time. I think our next witness will be more than happy to let the Attorney General
Madam
respond.
Attorney General, would you like to?
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 5 minutes.
You have a few minutes to respond.
Thank you, Congressman. This is what Congressman Liu didn't want to talk about. He didn't want to talk about
Deflection.
all the crime that is happening in
She's going to ignore the
his
question.
state.
She's going to ignore this question.
California refuses to honor detainees
She is.
because of its dangerous sanctuary city policies. The refusal
We just
means
heard, ladies and gentlemen,
California has
evidence of a
released
crime involving the President of the United States, involving a murder potentially of a woman that was raped by him and Jeffrey Epstein. Ted Lieu pointed the question directly to Pam Bondi. She's given extra time with no interference now, and she's talking about the crime in California. This is the most unbelievable cover-up. The President of the United States was credibly accused in that call, and we all saw that document before. This is a document from a limo driver overhearing Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump on the phone together discussing the rape of a woman. The woman involved was later asked why she wouldn't go to the police. She said, "They will kill me." And then she was found dead with her head blown off. That is the crime that is currently being discussed here in the Congress. And Pam Bondi is not responding to that. She's declaring the president as the greatest guy ever in the entire world and is refusing to acknowledge that there is credible evidence of a crime involving rape and murder of an underage girl, and Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump discussing this very crime, and she refuses to even say that that is real or acknowledge that it exists. All she's talking about is how great he is. Is he really that great? When he's raping and killing girls, if that's the allegation there, that he's raping and killing girls, is he really that great a president of the United States?
There is no greatness in any of that shit. Like, there's no greatness. All that is vile and disgusting. And if at the end of this hearing, there are not immediate calls for impeachment and investigation into both Pam Bondi and Donald Trump to remove them from their offices.
Absolutely.
If there are not articles of impeachment written today based on this hearing, there need to be. And Lev, I know you're there in Congress. I know you're there today. I hope you ask for that to happen.
Everybody should be calling their Congress people right now, to your point, Nick. Absolutely. Everyone should be calling their Congress people, demand that this woman be removed from her office. This is not the only instance, by the way, of alleged rapes happening in the proximity of
Congress.
Yeah. This is,
a federal crime.
Yeah. Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell threw underage parties or sex parties at the golf course in California, where one person was killed allegedly killed in a sexual event that went too far with Robin Leach, according to two separate FBI tips in different times from different people who witnessed this thing. How is it possible that those are made up? You know, it's possible, I guess, but it's not likely. So we have two instances now where the president is, and Jeffrey Epstein, maybe three if you count Katie Johnson. We just don't know the truth about all these things, but there are multiple instances where they apparently raped girls, and now several instances where these reports of bodies being buried in the golf course at Donald Trump's golf course. In this case, we just heard Ted Lieu refer to another instance where a girl was shot in the face unrecognizably after she went to police. And then on top of that, there are other instances of bodies being buried at the Zorro Ranch, the Epstein Zorro Ranch in New Mexico. At least 2 bodies are said to be buried there. This is not just serial rape. This is serial murder. That is, a trail of evidence suggesting the president and Epstein were involved in this kind of serial killing and raping of kids. And they're ignoring that at this Congress, and she is walking away by calling him the greatest president of all time. This is an appalling state of affairs, and the fact that Democrats are not aggressively pursuing what you're suggesting there, this kind of line of questioning that has to happen, which is, why are you still in your job? Why aren't you currently under investigation?
Yeah, and why, with all of the evidence that has come out, because we don't need to ask, where is the evidence? Where is the evidence? The evidence is sitting right in front of us. They are releasing the evidence to us. California, if there was murder like this in your state, rape and murder like this in your state, investigate it.
Yeah.
Attorney General of California, investigate this.
New Mexico.
Go investigate everything that happened at Zorro Ranch. And if there is an active investigation going on, now is the time to announce it. I know that's not standard procedure to announce that investigations are happening or are ongoing until they're in trial often, but it might be worth saying something.
Jeffries.
Yeah, we should go back in here.
Epstein file says Biden was replaced in 2019, ?
Without objection.
Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized. Mr. Correa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Ms. A.G. Bondi. I agree with you. Our top priority should be protecting Americans. In my past life in the California State Legislature, I did a lot of work on solving sex crimes, passing legislation to update our codes. And I found that the biggest challenge to solving sex crimes is reporting them. Victims have to have the guts to stand up to report those sex crimes. But it's not easy. It's the most unreported sex crime there is. Crime there is sex crimes. It's painful, humiliating. A lot of time the victims don't think anything's gonna come out of their reporting these crimes. Then we have adults who as children were molested, boys and girls who will live in silence for the rest of their life. I believe the Epstein files are just one of many sex rings, sex crimes taking place in our society today. I hear 1,200 Epstein victims, some additional victims as young as 9 to 10 years old. The challenge I have today, what bothers me today about this hearing, Madam AG, is what's the message we're sending out there on Main Street? Shouldn't ask a question I don't know an answer to, but I'm gonna ask the victims behind you right now. First, can you please stand up? And then, can you please raise your hand if you think after everything you've heard today, you feel that our AG, the feds, have your back? Do we have your back? Raise your hand if you're confident that we got your back. And that's the issue, Madam AG. We've got to make sure that victims stand up and report the crimes. Otherwise, we're going to be taking a step backwards. Today, AI, cyber, social media, the new realm for people to be hurt, attacked sexually. These are the areas I'd welcome the opportunity to work with you on. It's not your problem, it's not my problem, it's our problem. But to have redacted files that are not showing us the names of these predators is wrong. These are very powerful people. This was a very expensive business, and we don't know who they are. I would imagine they're very prominent Republicans, very Republican Democrats, and we are covering up for them. We got to know what's going on out there, Madam AG. It looks like you want to say something. I'm going to give the opportunity to address my statement.
I look forward to working with you on any crimes involving child sex predators, children, and also cyber crimes. That is a tremendous problem now throughout our country. AI, you are correct. AI is causing great problems online we're working on that though. AI is an incredible tool, but it also can be fraught with peril with victims of crime. I've experienced that with someone I know who we've been trying to help. I look forward though to working with you on that and all
Madam,
cyber crimes. Can I?
Please, go ahead.
And as I said before, to any victims, we ask them to come forward to our office, and we want to work with them. I have never not worked with a victim, and I believe I've actually spoken to several of them.
Madam,
except for the one standing right behind her.
Behind me.
I can reclaim my time. I just think we start out by making sure those redactions are unredacted, those Epstein files, to make sure that the public, according to the law, following the law, that those names in those files are made public. We have to make sure we tell those predators there is no place for them to hide, and if they commit the crime, they're gonna fry for it. It starts with showing us the names of the perpetrators in the Epstein files.
May I respond to that?
Sure.
Okay. So if any man's name was redacted that should not have been, we will, of course, unredact it. If a victim's name was unredacted, please bring it to us and we will
But she doesn't want to talk
redact
to
it.
them.
We were given 30 days to review and redact and unredact millions
The victims are
of
right
pages
behind her.
of documents.
There are victims right
Our
behind her. that
error
she
rate is
refuses to
very
talk to.
low,
The
but there
victims
are
are
always
right behind you. We've got to
errors
convince
on
them
both sides,
that we're doing a
and
good
we're
job
doing everything
of
we can to help
protecting
the
them.
victims. We will
Thank
do
you,
everything
Mr.
we can.
Chair, I'm out of time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Madam Attorney General. I wanted to return to a point that the chairman raised at the beginning of this hearing, which is these jurisdictions that refuse to honor detainer requests from immigration.
All right, let's leave. As much as this is an important issue, he's going to give a Republican speaking points here. Ellie Leonard is back with us. Ellie, you've been watching. Unbelievable. What's your reaction? Oh, your microphone's not on, and it could be my doing. So give me 1 second while I figure that out. There you are. You should be back now. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Okay. Obviously Pam Bondi is doing a miserable job, and the idea that she said we've done such a wonderful job and very, very low, error rate, and I mean, I don't know how you prove that. Like, we're all looking through these files, and literally all of the perpetrators, which we have figured out who they are based on clues in the statements and people learning how to unredact things, we are figuring out who they are. And yet they, with all their technology to do all these things and their search tools, couldn't figure out who these people are. They have 1,000 people working there. They have 1,200 women who have come forward that they know all the names of. They could search for their names and go through and redact those files.
That's a very good point. They know. Look, they did it on purpose. They exposed the survivors' names and they redacted all the perpetrators. That's clear because they've redacted Donald Trump a million times, almost a million times.
If you have the time to redact one person's name 960,000 times, like, you can go through and redact the women's names.
What did you think of what you just saw there? That remarkable moment where she's been asked to face these victims over and over again, and she won't do it. She won't address them. She keeps saying, hey, I'll work with you on sex crimes, but those people behind me who are sex victims, I'm ignoring them all at the same time.
How are they supposed to believe that when it's been 30 years? And I didn't even love that last statement from the representative that was there, because I felt like it put the onus on the victims to come forward, and they've come forward. Like, they've been coming forward, and all we've done is prove their point of coming forward has hurt them worse than it's helped them. I don't think the onus is on them. I don't think the idea of them providing their own list of perpetrators, that shouldn't be on them. Like, they've done the work. We're literally flailing and providing nothing to them. They've come forward. How many times have they come forward? How many times have they spoken? They've gone on documentaries. They've done interviews. They've done FBI files. They've done police reports. They've done everything that they were supposed to do. And what have they gotten out of that? Nothing.
Most of those people who stood up earlier on in response to the earlier question have not even been seen, not even been spoken to a single investigator over 30 years. And no one returns their calls. We've just had Ted Lieu point out about a potential murder involving the president of the United States and Jeffrey Epstein. No one returns people's calls when you call in about Epstein. They don't answer the phone.
Well, and you'll notice she didn't look at him and go, Trump didn't do that. Like, she didn't even say that. She can't even say that he didn't do that. She just talks about other things. Like, it's
He's the greatest.
So
He's the greatest, Ellie.
It's
the greatest president of all time.
He's the greatest.
And this is all theater, don't you remember?
960,000 redactions later. He's the most transparent president in history. I hope that this is, all I can think of in these situations is I hope in whatever media people are getting this information, and I hope that they are all watching this today, that they see it for what it is. Like, how can you constantly hear about these files and see emails and see the memes and see the things that people are posting, even if you're not digging through themselves, and then watch the people that you voted for say that there's nothing to see here? You can't have it both ways. And I don't think people have figured that out.
You're making such a good point.
You just can't continue to support this person that you've supported for 10 years, but also support the survivors of the Epstein files. It is now an either or. It is not an and. You can't do it.
It's so interesting because all these people voted in favor of the release of these files. They all voted for the transparency, the release of the transparency Epstein law, and here they are ignoring it. Why are they suddenly ignoring it?
Right. It's just, it doesn't make sense.
It's a law that was.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry, it's a law that was passed almost unanimously, except for by one person. So the fact that they can't even comply with their own law is the worst part about it. Like, if like people have said that people say is the cover-up is often worse than the crime. In this, it's not the case. The cover-up isn't worse than the crime. It's just making the crimes worse.
Yeah.
It's not actually like lessening any of the impacts. It's just making the crimes worse because they're actively still doing it.
Did someone mention in the chat here that Michael Cohen is doing a thing with Joy Reid right now about the truth about...
Oh, right now?
I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if any of you guys can check.
I see them live, yeah.
That is going to be an interesting conversation because I hope she asks him about, and if anyone's watching there, I hope they keep asking about the Maison l'Amitié, the house of friendship that he was involved in. Because, they can keep arguing around Katie Johnson a million ways. The truth of it is, we don't know the truth about Katie Johnson. What we do know is we know a lot about the Maison l'Amitié. And we know that looks like a Russian money laundering effort that he was involved in. And that Jeffrey Epstein thinks was money laundering involving Russian money laundering. And they are going to try and make this about Katie Johnson, which we have all spoken about Katie Johnson a lot. But we don't know where Katie Johnson is. We don't know if Katie Johnson's case it was real or not or whatever. Nobody knows that because we have no way of knowing that because she was intimidated, apparently, according to the lawsuit, to retract her case. And in fact, Michael Cohen admitted that he sent private investigators to do exactly that, to intimidate the victim in this case, who would have been Katie Johnson or Jane Doe. But the question that we all need to be focusing when it comes to Michael Cohen, and I hope people can ask him this in his chat there with Joy, is what about the House of Friendship? What about the Maison l'Amitié, the house that made Donald Trump $50 million clear from Rubelov, the Russian oligarch? How did Donald Trump make $50 million clear from a Russian mobster and oligarch? And how was he involved in that particular real estate transaction? Because that is the biggest question around Michael Cohen. He says that was just legitimate real estate. Well, let me tell you, when the market was crashing at that time, and we should get back to the hearings here, the market was crashing. How did he sell this house for $50 million in profit for free? That's the question. So, Joy-Ann Reid, have me on. I'll argue that with you. Let's get back to the hearing.
And to update that report every 30 days thereafter. So can we assume that you or persons under your direction at the Department of Justice have prepared that list of groups or entities who are designated as domestic terrorist organizations? And I just remind you that's a yes or no question. Did you prepare the list?
I'm not going to answer it yes or no, but what I will say is I know Antifa is part of that. I will talk to you about that.
I'm reclaiming my time. I asked you whether you
an Antifa member was
list.
Arrested in Minneapolis federal court for
my
cyber
time.
stalking.
Did you
they
have
ask a question and don't want an answer.
The answer is yes or no.
Time belongs to the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Gentlelady can proceed.
Okay. So will you commit to providing this committee with any list of organizations that you have recommended be designated as domestic terrorist organizations?
We will comply with the law in all matters.
Will you commit to provide this committee with your list of entities that you recommend be designated as domestic terrorist organizations?
I'm not going to commit to anything to you because you won't let me answer questions.
Okay, well then we do understand that your current position is that you have a secret list of people or groups that you are accusing of domestic terrorism, but you won't share it with Congress. And I'd remind you that when the US government designates an entity as a foreign terrorist organization, it must report that to Congress and to the entity, because the government can make a mistake and the entity has the opportunity to contest it. So your position seems to be that if you falsely designate an American or an American organization as a terrorist group, there's nothing they can do about it. I think we get it. You don't want to answer the question.
No, you don't get anything regarding public safety.
Thank you.
Nothing.
Thank you for the insult. It's clear you didn't come to Congress prepared to answer questions that the American people have every right to have answered. But if you were prepared to answer truthfully, here's what we expect the facts to show. The administration is keeping lists of Americans who the White House says are engaged in domestic terrorism. Those lists could include Americans who have not committed any acts of terrorism, but simply disagree with this administration, people like Renee Good and Alex Preddy. And your list may include clergy, elected officials, and members of indivisible groups across the country. And those lists likely don't include Proud Boys or Oath Keepers who were actually convicted. Americans have never tolerated political demagogues who use the government to punish people on an enemies list. It brought down McCarthy, it brought down Nixon, and it will bring down this administration as well.
And you're right.
Back.
That's why we're so glad they rescinded the memorandum targeting parents. For goodness sake, as the gentleman from California just pointed out in his 5 minutes, the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 5
May I
minutes.
respond very briefly to her statement?
Well, I think we can do that probably on one of our members' time.
Okay, thank you. I don't want that to get away. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Behind me, I have 3 documents from the DOJ production that are emblematic of the massive failure of the DOJ to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. To my right is an email that was sent by the victim's lawyers to the DOJ. It was a list of names not to redact, a list of names not to release. What did the DOJ do with this email? They released this email in the document production. Literally the worst thing you could do to the survivors, you did. And they're getting phone calls. A lot of these people didn't want to be known. And we know you touched the document because you redacted one name and you redacted the lawyer's name, but you left the survivor's name there. The next document I want to show you, that was in the title, the victims' survivors' names, all right? The title of this one is Child Sex Trafficking, Co-Conspirators, fully redacted. And by the way, I'm gonna unredact them here. Les Wexner is in this. Now your your deputy attorney general said, oh, well, he appears hundreds of times in the files. But he doesn't appear in this file until I forced you to release it, where he's listed as a co-conspirator, not to tax evasion, but to child sex trafficking, not to prostitution, not to money laundering, child sex trafficking. And then finally, what we have here is the third exhibit that I have is emblematic of the FD 302 release. These are the documents that we need that you're holding on to and over-redacting because they have the names of the men who are implicated. How do we know? Because the survivors gave testimony to the FBI, and it's in there. And what happens when you go to the portal at the DOJ to look at what's behind this redaction? Another redaction. So we can't even see them. And then there's some of these files you've pulled down from the website that we will never see because we can't search the redactions. So I have several questions for you. Who's responsible? Are you able to track who in your organization made this massive failure and released the victims' names? Are you able to track who it was that obscured Les Wexner's name as a co-conspirator in an FBI document? Do you have that kind of accountability?
I believe Wexner's name was listed more than 4,000 times.
Yeah, I already told you that. This is where he's listed as a co-conspirator.
Can I finish my answer? Come on, let me finish my answer. We corrected that within 40 minutes. He was already, you're acting like everybody's trying to cover up Wexner's name.
Reclaiming my time.
I'm gonna answer this question.
Reclaiming my time.
Mr.
Chairman.
This is how this works.
Can I have my time back? Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady can give her answer. The time belongs to the gentleman from Kentucky.
All right, I'm reclaiming my time.
Can I give my answer?
So I'm gonna put the language of the bill up on the screen.
Chairman, may I give my answer on that? It's a political joke, and I need to give my answer on that.
We'll let the Attorney General respond, and then the gentleman can move to his next question.
It's my time.
Within 40 minutes, you asked me a question. Within 40 minutes, Wexner's name was added back.
Within 40 minutes of me catching you red-handed.
There was one redaction out
Where
of
he's
over
listed as a
4,700,
co-conspirator.
and we invited you in. This
Show
guy has Trump derangement syndrome. He needs to get. You're a failed
Gentlemen,
politician.
I want you to watch the video.
Mr. Chairman, please restore his time and remind the witness of the
Himself,
rules here.
there is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals.
Is that your position as well?
My position is any victim who comes forward, of course, we would love to hear from them. 1-800-CALL-FBI. Did you ask Merrick Garland that the last 4 years? Did you talk about Epstein?
I am reclaiming my time. I'm glad you're asking about Merrick Garland.
You don't get to reclaim
because
time
this
when
is
you don't-
bigger than
when you can't-
Watergate.
when I don't answer a question the
This
way you
goes
want.
over 4 administrations. You don't have to go back to Biden. Let's go back to Obama. Let's go back to George Bush. This cover-up spans decades, and you are responsible for this portion of it.
And that's
now,
where the
I want to
most
know at what
transparent-
point did the FBI and the DOJ decide that Lex Wessner was not a co-conspirator? Because our Epstein Files Transparency Act requires you, please put it back on the screen, please, to release the internal decision about whether to prosecute him or not, and it's not in the files, and it's not in the files for any of these other men.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
May she answer?
And he's a hypocrite because he voted against the ban that we were talking about on deep fake AI porn. Only 2 people voted against it, and you were one of them, hypocrite.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Ashley was good there.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, I would, Mr. Chairman, could she answer the question?
Chairman, I was wondering. The gentlelady's allowed, the Attorney General's allowed to respond the way she wants to respond to any member's questions, Republican, Democrat.
All right, I have unanimous consent request.
Gentleman's recognized for a UC.
All right, this is an example. I'm submitting these 302 forms that are entirely redacted, even when you go to look at them.
Without objection.
I'm submitting a witness statement that implicates Les Wexner.
Without objection.
I'm submitting an article from the New York Times that the DOJ released nude photos and identifiable pictures of the victims. I'm submitting a letter from A.G. Bondi to Kash Patel, imploring him to quit keeping the files when you found out that they were keeping files from you, because they're still redacting files that you...
Chairman, are we going to recess for votes?
Yes, we are.
I'm submitting for unanimous consent a document of 17 individuals who've resigned because of the Epstein files.
Without objection. Just want to check on how much time we have left in votes, but one thing I've learned here.
They really made her squirm during that one. Thomas Massey's not a nice questioner.
Yeah, but I thought he was asking the right questions.
Okay.
Oh, absolutely. I don't say not a nice questioner in a bad way. He's a very,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
He was a very
I want to start by saying I appreciate what you said, Attorney General Bondi, and you said it to me personally, that you take the personal security of every member of Congress seriously, and that people can contact you about that. And in these times, that's a very serious matter. So I thank you for that. Article 2, Section 1, Clause 7 of the Constitution is the Domestic Emoluments Clause. And it says that the president is limited to his salary in office and cannot receive any other money from the federal government while he's in office. It cannot be increased by $1. This president is the first president in U.S. history who has repeatedly sued the federal government for $230 million for the judicial search warrant at Mar-a-Lago, which was perfectly lawful and was never struck down. But now he's suing the IRS for $10 billion. He's suing the IRS for $10 billion, which I think is around 80% of its annual budget, because his tax returns were leaked. And they were illegally leaked by a private contractor who actually is in prison now, Charles Littlejohn, but he wants $10 billion. Now, I want to ask you the question of whether you think it would violate the Domestic Emoluments Clause for you to settle that $10 billion case or any of the other claims that the president's made against the government. He himself has remarked, it's interesting because I'm the one that makes the deal, right? And he says, I kind of have to work it out with myself. Do you think it would violate the Domestic Emoluments Clause for the president to work out a deal from people who are his subordinates under his unitary executive theory to get money in one of these cases?
I'm not going to discuss pending litigation.
Okay, so theoretically you're saying because his privacy rights were violated in that tax case, and they were. I'm with the president on that. I mean, his Mar-a-Lago thing is ridiculous, but there's no doubt that his tax returns, despite the fact that he promised to release them, despite the fact that every other president released the tax returns, he suffered embarrassment when it showed that he hadn't paid taxes for several years, and he had a right for that not to happen. Now, I want to turn back to the Epstein survivors, because President Trump may have been a little bit embarrassed by the release of those tax returns. How much do you think the claims of these survivors are worth? As the good congressman from Kentucky just pointed out, there were lots of survivors who had decided, for reasons of their own, never to release their names. That determination was represented to people in Congress, and we built it into our federal law that their names could not be released, and yet you published their names, their phone numbers, their addresses, personally identifying information. If Donald Trump can get $10 billion theoretically from the Department of Justice, how much should these people get for a far worse violation of their privacy rights and a far greater danger established to them in their lives?
Do you even know who Chase Mulligan is? You're so obsessed with, you don't, do you?
I'm going to teach you the rules again. You're the Attorney General of the United States. We have rules here.
You're obsessed with him.
You're the Attorney General of the United States.
With
and the rules,
obsessed with Donald Trump. You have Trump derangement syndrome.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like my time restored. I'd like my time restored.
In your district. In your district, and you don't even know about it, about keeping children safe from online predators.
Time belongs to the gentleman from Maryland. The gentleman can proceed.
Yeah, and I want the whole country to look at this, because this is the Attorney General of the United States, whose job is law enforcement. We've never had a witness who has misunderstood our rules and been unable to conform his or her conduct to our rules before. We have only 5 minutes, and so we use our time to ask you specific questions.
How long are you giving me to answer?
Excuse me, I'm not yielding to you right now. I'd like that second restored too. So, Ms. Bondi, the way it works is we ask you a question and you answer it. And if you go off on a wild goose chase, another tangent, you start reading statistics or you start talking about stuff going on in our district. And by the way, I invite you to my district. Come to my district, but that's not what we're here to do today. Okay? So, and you do that, then we're allowed to say we reclaim our time. At that point, you have to be quiet. You have no choice. You have to be quiet. So I hope you understand the rule at this point. Now, here's what I want to ask you. You're in law enforcement. We've seen all kinds of evidence of crimes. And when we go over to the Department of Justice for the 4 computers for every member of Congress, we see more evidence of crimes. Will you create a joint task force of the Department of Justice and governors and state attorney generals and district attorneys across the country to investigate the crimes that have taken place against these victims and more than 1,000 like them? The DOJ is not doing its job. Will you create a task force with state and local law enforcement to make that happen?
Gentlelady can respond if she wants to.
Thank you, Chairman. He called Chase Mulligan a wild goose chase and didn't even know who he was. He is a defendant in your own district who preyed on girls.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, you know what? If he were part of the Epstein investigation, you wouldn't do anything about it.
Online chat rooms and committed sex extortion. Yet he didn't even know in your tiny little district who he was.
Mr. Chairman,
she's embarrassing you.
He's about to be
This is your committee, and she is embarrassing you.
Shame on you.
The time of the gentleman has expired. I would remind the committee that last Congress, Secretary Mayorkas was here numerous times, and he wouldn't answer our questions, even when we sent them to him ahead of time in writing. So that's what we've had to deal with. I think the Attorney General is doing just fine. We have votes shortly. I will go to the gentleman from Virginia, and then we will take a break to head to the floor.
Well, they're asking both of the juice there. I mean, He's right. Why isn't there a joint task force? Why isn't there a joint task force? She should have answered yes, of course. They should have a joint task force investigating all these things. And I don't even know the crime she's referring to in Raskin's district, but it doesn't really matter. It's just all deflection. Ellie, Nick, what are your thoughts?
I just thought there was something that he just brought up, and I already forgotten what it was, but like they're bringing up some very specific things that are a little bit of gotchas, but like that idea where they said we didn't have time, we didn't realize, we made the mistake, we forgot to redact, and they have that whole list of the survivors' names, and yet they went in there and had the time to redact one name, but they forgot to redact the rest. Like that was a gotcha moment. I thought that was very clever, because I don't think I would have thought of that. Like, yeah, of course they looked at it that if they redacted a name, they chose not to redact the other names.
Absolutely. And the Massey stuff, I thought was very powerful with Wexner. I mean, Wexner was removed from a list of co-conspirators. And when he was pointing out the law says you have to say why you decided not to investigate the co-conspirators. You can't just ignore that rule. They've ignored it. They've ignored the law. They're in violation of the law. She knows she's in violation of the law. And it's happening in real time that they're covering up this investigation. Wexner is a co-conspirator in this investigation, and they have not explained why he's been not investigated.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I'm glad.
On the 18th.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And I'm glad that you're right, Ellie. He's going to be on the stand here soon, or supposed to be, and it's good that. Hold on, I'm getting asked by a baby questions. I'll be right back.
There's important questions.
I was just going to say, Leslie Wexner is supposed to be on the stand on the 18th of this month.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to show up. I think he'll be one of those, I can't make it, I'm too sick, I'm too old, I can't do it.
I think they're going to do a Harvey Weinstein. They're going to like roll him in, and he's going to be slumped over, and he's going to be drooling, and they'll do one of those, he's too old and sick, and why are you doing this to this old person? It'll be one of those moments. Yeah. That's what I'm pretty sure is going to happen.
It's Ellie, you and I have looked at these files for way too many hours for us to possibly believe that there's nothing there. There are so many crimes.
Yeah.
And what Raskin was saying at the end there is so important. I mean, they have a duty to the public, of the American public, to investigate these crimes. That's what the Department of Justice is there for. And they should be having that joint task force. And I thought that was a very good question. And I think it's incumbent on the attorney generals of every state to say that they are willing to be part of this joint task force, or that they should form their own joint task force. I mean, really, there's nothing stopping them from all the individual states from saying, hey, if the DOJ isn't performing, we're joining a task force together to investigate all these crimes that are happening across state lines, because the government's not doing it. So, it's a good point he's making. The DOJ is not doing its job. Why isn't state attorneys? Why aren't they picking it up?
Yeah, and if the DOJ is complicit in covering it up, it's incumbent upon state attorney generals to uphold the law, because law and order do not uphold themselves. You don't uphold the law without someone prosecuting. And so state attorney generals, if the federal government is refusing to uphold the law, hold them accountable. If they are actively covering up a criminal conspiracy, hold them accountable. When it goes across state lines like this, it becomes RICO. It becomes a racketeering organization. When there are multiple parties like this, it has become a racketeering organization. There are heavy racketeering laws in the U.S. in every single state, and they should be used to their fullest. And that's it. Like, that's what they should be doing. And
I'm really interested, because there's a lot of people are watching right now, Joy Ann and Michael Cohen. What do you make of the timing of that? Here they are in the middle of this Pam Bondi hearing that everyone should be paying attention to. And Joy Ann Reid has chosen to host Michael Cohen as a distraction event. To me, it's telling about Joy and about where her interests are. Why is she currently doing this up against Pam Bondi when people should be watching Pam Bondi and the hearing? You've now got Joy Ann Reid talking to Michael Cohen.
I think what I understood was they were supposed to go later, and I kind of wonder if he asked her to go earlier.
To stop people from watching Pam.
Yeah, well, I had heard that they were supposed to speak later this afternoon, so I was kind of surprised that they came on a little bit earlier. So I'm wondering if there was intent from Michael from that. I don't know.
It seems like that.
I want to assume
Levy's on there apparently, so that's
Joy isn't doing
anything.
Yeah, wrong. I want to assume that it was Michael in this one because that seems
yeah.
to fit on ways to do things, and I don't know Joy in any way, so I don't want to say that she did anything like that. If she was planned for later, I would assume it was.
Yeah, I heard it was later this afternoon, but I also know that he has canceled on her many, many, many times. So I think she's been trying to get this interview, but I don't know.
It seems like they must have done it simply because they're taking a break inside now. So let's bring us full screen here. It looks like they're going to be taking votes, and it'll probably be an hour. But I guess this is Michael Cohen's way of distracting for the president of the United States, distracting from the Epstein files by doing his own show. If anyone wants some real questions in there, I'll volunteer. I know a lot about Michael Cohen.
You can't ask questions. You have to be a paid subscriber in order to ask questions for Michael Cohen because he's got his paywall up.
Okay.
Well, it's his paywall.
Well,
you can usually
Joyce doesn't. Joyce doesn't have a paywall up, so you could probably.
I think she does.
You could probably ask
I think she does. Anyhow, they can invite me on. They know where I am. I mean, this guy told me that I should choke on my Christmas. What did he say? He said I should choke. Apparently, he said I was garbage. Said I was a disaster. I take that as a soft death threat, if I'm not mistaken. But
you were. Yeah, you were awful, full of shit, and want you to choke because you asked him questions. Like I have your article up from the 19th of December when that happened, like the day after it happened. Like I just want Joy to. I want the questions to be asked, not just about Katie Johnson, but about, like you said, about the mansion, the Palm Beach mansion, because that's really important.
It is, and it's a real crime. That was a massive crime.
I was gonna just say two things because I was remembering this from before. So in the process of this Michael Cohen thing and in talking to Joy Reid, I happened upon being in another podcast with a guy named Ed Upperman, and Ed Upperman was talking about a completely different case, and we were discussing something, and he just happened to say, by the way, did you know I was Katie Johnson's private investigator? And I said, no, I did not know that. And he goes, oh yeah, she hired me and her legal team, and like we all work together, so I know the entire case. And that was actually a really great in for me to be able to say, oh, then can I ask you some questions about some of these things that Michael Cohen is saying? And one of them was just that, like last week he had handed out a separate Jane Doe case and said, see, this was the case I was working on. This is not Katie Johnson. It was this other case, which didn't match up with what he was saying before, which was a completely different case. And so all I had to do was just bring it to this guy, Ed, and say, is this Katie Johnson or is this not Katie Johnson? Because it was now Jane Doe. It was listed as Jane Doe. And he goes, that's the same person. He's like, this is the same case. I worked with her. This is her case. And so then I went back to Joyanne Reid and I said, well, this is what he says. He was the investigator. She had 3 different legal teams working with her, which gave the case a lot of credibility. And they all verified that this is the same case. So I'm not really sure what the argument was there with that. But then flipping over to the Maison de l'Amitié story, and just having read through, especially Epstein's emails with Bannon, he knew, especially in the last year and a half of his life, he knew he was being surveilled. So he started to get more covert about what he would say in an email. But that was one thing that he would always talk about. And he would always talk about very openly was that deal, because that was the impetus for the breakup of their friendship. It was not over people being taken from Mar-a-Lago. It had nothing to do with any of that. It was this house that they both wanted. Epstein went in, he made an offer, and then Trump went in behind them after they had talked about it with each other. Trump went in and behind his back made him an offer that was much, much, much higher and was an amount of money he didn't actually have. And Epstein knew that Trump didn't have this money. And so when he got the house, their friendship split up, but he went, where did that money come from? And then immediately Trump turned around and sold it for double to a Russian oligarch. And he said, oh, that's where the money came from. Trump never actually had it in the first place. So that was a conversation he was willing to have vocally, out loud, on paper, whatever, because he was still very, very angry about that. And he knew that it wasn't on the up and up.
Yeah, look, that's very tied into what I've been doing in The Greatest Heist. The 2008 crash happened, and these two guys, and I haven't got to this because it's coming to the next chapter, but Jeffrey Epstein walks away with a $50 million, increase in his net value. Nobody understands how in the middle of the worst financial crash, you can make so much money. And then a few months after the crash, Donald Trump walks away with $50 million from Rubelov in this transaction for the Maison Les Amitiés. This is not possible in that market. I mean, there's no ways you could have made money as the market was crashing unless you had figured out that you were going to make money. And the money came from Russia. I mean, the money that was paid for that house that Michael Cohen facilitated the sale of to Donald Trump, that money was Russian money. It came from Russia. It came from Rubelov. And it got right into the pockets of Donald Trump right after the 2008 crash, which we have been saying on The Greatest Heist. It was a coordinated crash by Jeffrey Epstein and his buddies. And one of his buddies was Donald Trump. I find it very hard to believe that those payments from Russia to Donald Trump and to Jeffrey Epstein were just coincidentally happening during the worst financial downturn in the world since the Great Depression, if not worse than that. So, Donald Trump has a lot of explaining to do, and Michael Cohen has a lot of explaining to do about how a bankrupt businessman could afford to buy this house with Deutsche Bank just giving him $40 million to do that. Deutsche Bank itself involved in Russian money laundering. Michael Cohen is very much, I'm not going to say he committed a crime, but he should be investigated for committing a crime involving Russian money laundering, for facilitating an illegal transfer of funds from Russia to Donald Trump in the sale of that house, because he was the lawyer acting there. I don't think he's part of the bar anymore, but he was certainly committed, was not acting in terms of the law by facilitating an illegal transfer like that. And I'm sure it's not the only one involving Michael Cohen. We've seen how he transacted around, what's the name of the woman in the Trump trial, the Stormy Daniels. That was another illegal transaction. He was quite willing to break the law for Donald Trump when it came to passing on money, to getting paid in the transaction to pay off Stormy Daniels. Guess what? He would have done it as well with the Maison Les Amitiés. And it's ridiculous that Joy Ann Reid is entertaining this guy in the middle of this hearing, because what we're seeing is someone with a big audience distracting from the Epstein victims, who should be front and center right now. In fact, by tolerating someone saying that Katie Johnson is not whatever she's saying about Katie Johnson, I'm not watching the show, but to allow that charade to come on when they should be talking about how Pam Bondi is ignoring the Epstein survivors in Congress today. That is the story Joy should be covering today. She knows it, and she knows she's currently playing to the hands of Donald Trump by distracting everybody with her broadcast. It's really upsetting that he's doing this. So everybody needs to hear about the... Go ahead. Sorry, Eddie. Go ahead.
I would just say, just playing devil's advocate, I don't think this was the plan for her to be doing this interview at this time of day. I think this is something that she's been working on behind the scenes about Michael Cohen and about this stuff that we've picked up and about this stuff that we've talked about. And, I know a lot of people have dropped him, obviously, from their regular broadcasts. But I think in talking with her, I think ultimately she's seen a lot of the documents that we've pushed forward that show each time he comes back and says, this proves my point. And then, like we were talking about with Dean yesterday, like literally you just have to Google this stuff. This stuff is on Pacer. Like you can find the court documents, you do a little background check, and you can disprove the thing that he's saying. So then it becomes the greater story of like, well, if he's trying to make the point and he feels that he's being truthful, why are we disproving all of these things? Like it became something on top of something on top of something.
Why
and I
today?
do know.
But why today?
I don't know, but I feel that I don't know this for a fact, but I feel that he's had a hand in the timing a little bit, because I think he knew He knew Lev would be out of commission. He knew we would be out of commission. I feel that that's probably the only time that he was willing to do this, would be my guess. That would
Yeah, I mean, look, if she's smart enough to say no right now, she just, look, I don't know Joy. She certainly knows who I am, and she's had plenty of opportunities to invite me onto her show. I've invited her onto mine. She's never responded. And she has not ever tried to understand, I think, the full details of the greatest heist. I don't think she's tried to understand what he was involved in La Maison L'Amitié. And I don't think she understands that Michael Cohen was really investigating a victim of a crime in the last days of that, as they were heading into that election in 2016, where Jeffrey Epstein, and whether the case is true or not, the fact that they were going after the victim of a child.
Even if he thinks it's a magical other victim that is somehow doesn't exist in anything that we can find on the internet, like, why was he and his investigator going and knocking on the doors of victims of Jeffrey Epstein? Like, why would you do that? Like, that's that whole idea of Epstein's investigators intimidating and calling and chasing and, tailing. Like, that's that same idea. And even if it hypothetically in a magical world was another case completely, like, that says a lot about what they were doing and the character of Michael Cohen.
Yeah.
And the questioning at Congress by I think it was Rep. Lou around the illegality. If you know something is illegal and you are then participating in it, you are also participating in the crime itself. Is if he knew these actions were happening, he is culpable in this. It doesn't, like, the thing that pisses me off is anybody is giving Michael Cohen just any airtime. Not Joy-Ann Reid in any way. I think now actually this hour might be the perfect hour for her to be doing it, because the event is in recess. The congressional testimony is in recess. However, I think it would be, to me, the best thing that she could, and this is what I would do, and this is a suggestion from me who's just coming into this, is I'd cut him off when when congressional hearing starts and just switch over to that broadcast. Like, hey,
I will say
thanks
that
for
the
entertaining
comments,
us for this hour.
are not letting us.
It's very hard for us not to
I'm
watch.
reading the comments on.
The comments are
Joy's
pretty rough.
side.
I don't think people are being real low key for him.
Well, there's also there's discussing Rule 35 now, which is so interesting because, Ellie, that's really the story you uncovered with one of your followers uncovered in that Epstein file, where we discovered through your follower that that he was trying to get a deal in order to get in order to release information. He was going to try to get out of jail early in exchange for releasing information about what he knew about Epstein and Trump, which he has never done. He's never revealed that information.
Yeah. And I mean, all it takes is a few people to come forward who are involved and just say, here's what happened,
Now, I will say that we can keep doing this, but I actually do need to take a break as well. And I also want to get back to the hearing in a few minutes. So if Lev, I was hoping Lev would join us in this half hour, but I guess he's stuck in that call. So we're going to let you guys watch Michael Cohen and Joy-Ann Reid. And if anyone's if you're in the chats
he's holding something.
Make sure that mention that I'd love to come on.
That's her.
Huh?
I wonder if that's the lawsuit against us.
What is it? What did you get?
He's holding up documents.
Oh.
Executive orders.
I don't know what he's doing. If he's suing us.
I'm gonna just post in Joy's comments right now on it. Would be Zev Shalev would be glad to.
Yeah, I'd be glad to join in and help them figure this out. I don't know if we can keep his feed live while we take a break, but we're going to try. If they cut us off, we'll reestablish all the live links. But in the meantime, I'll put on some Pam Bondi art for you, and then we'll play some music or something just to make sure that they don't take away the feed. But we'll be back as soon as the hearing starts with more live coverage of today's interesting and provocative and also frustrating Pam Bondi hearing with the Oversight Committee in the Judiciary Committee of the House. We'll see you a little later on. Thanks for being here today. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Ev.
I can't hear you. Is that? I can't hear you.
There you go. Now you can hear me.
Now I can hear you.
Well, hello, Lev Parnas. Apparently, you've been the subject of some conversation on the other Substack over here. I don't know what Michael Cohen's problem is. He protests too much. Is he suing us? Did he say he was suing us for something?
He said he's suing us. I look forward to it. I would say we go straight to discovery.
I'm really I can't wait to hear him talk about the Maison La Amitié, because it is such an important transaction that took place between the president of the United States and Rubelov, the oligarch who's so close to Vladimir Putin. I can't wait to find out why he got paid that $50 million bonus from Putin that Michael Cohen must be aware of, because he was the lawyer in that case.
Oh, Michael Cohen's aware of a lot of things. I mean, just think about even what he was saying about the Katie Johnson case. It was just so hilarious if it wasn't so sad.
What did he say?
He is trying. So he said, this is incredible. He said that he was looking, remember, he said that there was another Jane Doe case that he was involved with. So he had this lawyer's name that he was involved with in the Jane Doe case. So him and Joy were trying to find this lawyer that Michael Cohen was involved with in the Jane Doe case that Michael Cohen said he was involved with. Well, when he found the lawyer responded, it happened to be Katie Johnson's lawyer. So now Michael Cohen is trying to somehow say, you see, Katie Johnson's lawyer never heard of me. And because he never heard of me, that means I was just like Katie Johnson had several lawyers, Donald Trump has several lawyers. Just because Cohen didn't deal directly with that lawyer or with Lisa Bloom does not mean he doesn't know what's going on.
Oh, so he's arguing. That's his argument, is that Katie Johnson's lawyer doesn't know who Michael Cohen is.
Yeah, that's the whole argument. That's the whole argument.
It is ridiculous. It's just ridiculous.
Insane.
Now, what do you think is going on here? Why do you think they've decided to do this broadcast right in the middle of the Pam Bondi thing? Because it seems unusually timed, right? Like it seems like it's designed to distract.
Well, I don't think it was done to distract so much. From Joy's part, I think Joy wanted to bring out the truth. I think Joy wanted to basically give Michael Cohen a chance to hang himself, which he did. She basically gave him the opportunity to go on record and continue his lies. The good part about all of that was recorded. So all of these things that he says consciously is recording. So, it's good to see, exactly what he was saying and how he was deflecting and how he was playing Ring Around the Rosie when it came down to. The sad part is the one thing that never comes out of Michael Cohen's mouth that nobody realizes is he never said, let me sit down with the investigators. Hey, Zev, let me sit down with you. Let's figure out what happened there. Hey, Ellie, let me sit down with you, tell you what I know and see, let me take a look at the files with you together. You know what I'm saying to you? He instead, what he does is he always tries to deflect and always insult other people, accuse other people of lying, accuse other people of doing something. But the one thing he doesn't do, he never, and then the interesting part is if you see every time Joy tried to ask him his opinion if Donald Trump did anything wrong, he wouldn't answer it. He
That's
kept
incredible.
saying Donald Trump, it was even till this moment. She said, even now, after seeing everything, you don't think he goes, until I see all the files, until I see all of that, the same spiel, the same what's it called.
He's not seen enough files. He's not seen enough evidence that the president was involved in some shady
Jim
shit.
Jordan, here. Jim Jordan is here talking right now. Hold on, guys.
Okay,
we just missed him. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Jim Jordan.
We just missed him.
What did you think of the hearing?
Did he say anything? Nothing. No, nothing, right?
That hearing was remarkable, wasn't it? I mean,
yeah, they're getting back in there right now. So now, because I left my spot, I have to get back in line. That's crazy.
Well, get back in line. Can you keep talking to us while you do that?
I'm here, still here with you guys.
Okay. And we're going to keep watching to see when they start the hearing.
That was Jim Jordan. Yeah. So right now they're still there, but they're coming back right now. Everybody's starting to pile
It's amazing to me how the Republicans who voted for this bill are not actually questioning very much of Pam Bondi about Epstein.
Yeah.
They seem to have forgotten that it was such a big deal.
It was sad. I'll tell you the most saddest part that I the feeling is watching the survivors. During the break, when the survivors started walking out, they're all wearing shirts here, white shirts with survivors on their name on, and you could see their faces were, very gloomy and very upsetting because, they're basically sitting there watching the Attorney General of the United States of America basically re-assaulting them all over again. And
Really,
it's
it must have been
just a disgusting
traumatizing
thing to see.
because they, she had so many opportunities to stand up and talk to them and acknowledge them and say, she said on camera once that she views him as a monster, but every time she was asked to stand up and take a look and talk to the survivors, she didn't. She was happy to talk about anybody else's crimes, open the FBI for anybody else who was sitting on the Congress, even Swalwell, but no mention that the survivors could come and talk to her. She said the survivors should call the FBI tip line instead of coming to talk to her. I mean, this is an abject failure of this Department of Justice and this Attorney General, and a real cover-up.
Well, also I'm a little, I'm not a little, but I'm very disappointed in Eric Swalwell and some of the questioning that's going on here, not only by the Democrats. I don't know where he came from, and all of a sudden, what was that all about? He had an opportunity for 5 minutes to discuss the Epstein files, and all of a sudden he went into a personal issue that he wants to sit down with Pam Bondi, giving her, sure, I'll sit down with you, Eric Swalwell. What was that all about? I mean,
it was real soft lob.
That was really, really so. I really didn't appreciate that. And then some others over there. I mean, today should be nothing but the Epstein survivors. Today should be nothing but the Epstein case. We should be getting accountability and justice. And instead, and that's why I talk about, we have to clean house in Congress. It's not just the Republicans, folks. It's the Democrats. It's a lot. Some of these people that are sitting there for 20, 30, 40 years have made deals, deals that they give back. That's why you're seeing what's being played out. Is because somewhere down the line, maybe 10 years, 20 years ago, they had somebody vote on something they didn't want. Now they're voting on something that it's disgusting. It's disgusting that, there's no accountability. And that's why we need an overchange of our system of all of these. We need people in there that have, some kind of backbone and are willing to fight. I see it starting right now.
No, I don't know if that's the hearing or there was something else. Maybe it's the hearing. Maybe there's, let's go back and see if that's the full hearing. Yeah, it looks like it started again. So let's take it full screen, and we'll be back with more in just as the hearing continues here on Narativ.
All right.
Here's the audio. Sorry, guys.
This is an individual whom a federal grand jury indicted for 2 felonies and 4 misdemeanors related to his participation in the attack on January 6th. One of those charges was forcibly assaulting, resisting, opposing, impeding, intimidating, and interfering with police with the intent to commit another felony. This is who you choose as the chief law enforcement officer of the United States of America to hire at the Department of Justice. Someone on video yelling, "Kill him," at police officers, right?
I believe he was pardoned by President Trump.
Oh, he was pardoned. You're right. You're right. Pardoned by President Trump for his offense. Pardoned for yelling, "Kill him," at police officers. And yet you expect hardworking police officers across the country to believe that you take law enforcement seriously. You could imagine the reaction of so many folks across the country hearing the chief law enforcement officer of the United States refuse to even condemn what that individual whom you've now hired did. But in any event, let's talk a little bit about some of the other divisions within the Department of Justice and what's happened over the last year. You're familiar with the public integrity section of the DOJ's criminal division. I think it's referred to as PIN. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know which presidential administration under which the PIN was first created?
I can tell you what administration that the weaponization was ended under.
I'll reclaim my time. This wasn't a trick question.
You don't get to
Attorney
reclaim
General.
your time.
Madam Attorney General.
Because I don't like it.
Mr. Chairman, will you explain to the witness that he does reclaim his time?
Because I don't answer a question to your satisfaction?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Attorney General, the time belongs to the gentleman from Colorado.
The president under which PIN was created was Gerald Ford. It was created after Watergate. I'm not asking a question, Madam Attorney General. The administration under which it was created was Gerald Ford. When you first started as the Attorney General of the United States, there were 35 people working in that office. There are now 2 people working in that office because you have gutted it. How many people work for the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team in the criminal division today?
Can I answer the question about Penn?
I've asked you a question. How many
You've
people
asked
work?
me a question, but you don't
How
want
many
the
people
answer.
work
I'm not
for the
gonna answer your
National
questions the way you
Cryptocurrency
want.
Enforcement Team? You won't answer how many
I'll
people?
answer Penn.
You.
Penn will not be
you know what?
weaponized.
You know what?
What's
Madam
funny
Attorney
about
General,
this?
I'll say to the chairman.
What's funny about this?
Chairman, you know what the answer is? And I think I understand
funny
why the
about
Attorney General
this?
does not want to answer the question. Because you eliminated the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team last year. So I understand why you don't want to tell the American people who works there.
Yeah, I
no one
understand
works
why
there
you don't want to
anymore,
talk about
Madam
Mohammed
Attorney
Solomon
General.
in
So,
your district.
In any event,
who
I would
murdered people.
Mr. Chairman, will you stop the clock so his time is not wasted by the witness?
I've been very generous with allowing extra time when we have these little disputes.
I understand.
You got the time, Mr. Magoo.
I might as well ask the chairman these questions.
I'd be happy
because
to answer some of your questions.
What's profound, the questions I've asked,
the crime in your
I've
district.
asked, Mr. Chairman, are not trick questions. They're not gotcha questions. They're actually basic questions about how the Department of Justice functions and the unwillingness of this Attorney General to answer them in good faith. When a member of Congress asks, how many people work at the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team, and the Attorney General refuses to answer it, it is not a coincidence. It's because she eliminated the team. Why? Because her boss, the President of the United States, is making money hand over fist, $1.4 billion over the course of the last year through cryptocurrency holdings. I think what is happening at the Department of Justice is a disgrace, Mr. Chairman, and I would urge you to gain control of this hearing. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Yeah. I would ask the gentleman, does he agree with the standing up of the Deputy Attorney General for dealing with fraud? That's something that's happened in this administration. First time. You talked about Penn. That happened with this Justice Department.
We're talking about this committee.
Mr. Chairman, had you answered the question, had the Attorney General answered the question in that way, perhaps this hearing would have some modicum of resembling something that has typically been fairly conventional, an oversight hearing of the Department of Justice.
The gentleman's
That is
time
not
has
this.
expired. The gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized for 5 minutes.
Attorney General Bondi, I want to express my gratitude to the President, you and your team for your continued efforts against extreme anti-energy policies taken by states and cities that serve only to increase costs on the American people. This is an issue of great concern for Congress as well as the consumers. At the behest of networks of non-governmental organizations and anti-growth activists, Democratic-controlled states and cities are enacting laws and pursuing coordinated lawsuits that would impose retroactive liability on energy producers for past global emissions based on speculative future climate change harms. The proponents of these plans call them climate superfund laws, but in reality, that is simply window dressing for taxes and fees imposed on consumers and businesses that don't even have a presence in these states or communities. But if you look at the billions of dollars they hope to gain from these efforts, the real goal here is to increase their already mismanaged state budgets by imposing fees on consumers and businesses in energy.
Boy, this is going on a bit, they're obviously going to ignore the actual Epstein files as they continue to go through this. I thought the interaction there was really interesting because with Mr. Magoo, because I can't remember his full name there. But it is interesting that she sounds like she's actually in contempt of Congress when she is not following the rules of Congress. Mr. Goose, sorry about that. It's a terrible mistake there. If she has to refuse to answer all these questions, it's an absolute contempt of what that proceeding is about. And they need to start calling her out because she is consistently out of line with the rules of engagement there. And she's costing the American people accountability on this major issue. And I hope they start pointing that out. I'll take you back inside there now. Love to hear your comments, and we'll also add some of the other panelists back in. If you guys are watching, Nick or Ellie or Dean, feel free to jump in whenever you want. And we'll keep following Pam Bondi's stonewalling here.
The President's April 2025 executive order directed the DOJ to identify and act against state laws that burden U.S. energy production. What concrete actions has the DOJ and the administration more broadly taken to carry out this directive?
Well, we filed 4 lawsuits. We're filing multiple lawsuits. Many things are pending within this office to carry that out.
Okay. States continue to invent new causes of action to pursue state climate lawfare, as is evidenced by Michigan's recent novel claim related to antitrust violations. The city of Boulder, Colorado has also filed such a lawsuit, despite refusing my challenge that they actually forego the use of fossil fuels if they disagree with them so much. Does the Department of Justice agree that these novel approaches require a federal response, and will the department pursue such an approach?
Yes, Congresswoman, and would be happy to talk to you more about that.
Wonderful,
yes.
Thank you. Multiple climate lawsuits are now advancing toward trial, even in states that rely on those energy forms to provide heat and electricity for their citizens. In fact, in any community, they all rely upon fossil fuels in some fashion. Is the department actively considering intervention to protect federal supremacy over interstate emissions and energy policy?
Yes, would be happy to discuss that with you.
Thank you. And clearly this is an area in which Congress has a role to play. To that end, I'm working with my colleagues in both the House and Senate to craft legislation tackling both these state laws and the lawsuits that could destroy energy affordability for consumers. To that end, are there any authorities or tools that DOJ and the administration don't currently have at their disposal that would be helpful in that effort that Congress could adopt?
Well, we work with multiple agencies throughout the administration, but I'd be happy to talk to you about that more.
Wonderful,
yes.
Thank you. I appreciate your effort in this regard.
And may I have 20 seconds of your time before
to
address something?
Yes.
Thank you. Your colleague, Senator Neguse, didn't want to talk about crypto because he said I was a disgrace talking about crypto because he didn't want to talk about the tremendous crime in his jurisdiction. He voted no on preventing violence against women by illegal aliens. Yet, on June 1st, 2025, Mohammed Solomon attacked members of the group Run for Their Lives in Boulder, Colorado, where an 82-year-old woman sustained burns on over half of her body and eventually died from her injuries.
I believe that she was a Holocaust survivor.
She was.
The time the gentlelady has expired, the gentlelady yields back, and the gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Bondi, as the Florida Attorney General, attorneys from your office handled the appeal of my son, Jordan Davis's murder, which was denied. As a result of the efforts of those attorneys under your watch, the court actually upheld the life sentence for a man who used prejudice as his defense for murdering my son and scarring his friends for life. Attorneys from your office, under your management, worked hard to remove a dangerous man from the community who terrorized innocent people like my son and his friends. The compassion and respect that my family received throughout that ordeal were critical in helping us keep faith in the rule of law and justice. Based on my experiences, I have seen how strong victim services, sustained investigations, and well-supported prosecutors can make a meaningful difference in the lives of families who are grieving and suffering. Ms. Bondi, just yes or no, would you agree that government officials should be respectful and supportive of victims' families as they mourn?
First, Congresswoman, thank you for talking about that, and I'm so very sorry for what happened to your family.
Thank you.
And yes, I agree with that with all victims, including the ones sitting behind us today. I absolutely do. And also, thank you for voting yes on the Lake and Riley Act.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, so your answer is why the recent treatment of families in Minnesota raises really serious concerns for me. Because shortly after Mr. Alex Preddy was murdered, administration officials referred to him as an assassin and called Mr. Preddy the definition of domestic terrorism. They also lied about Mr. Preddy holding a gun and threatening officers. After Ms. Renee Good was murdered by ICE officials in Minneapolis, administration officials also accused her of being a domestic terrorist and investigated her wife in a clear act of retaliation. The statement Mr. Petty's mother made after the murder resonated with me more than you'll ever imagine. She said that, and I'm quoting, "The sickening lies told about our son by the administration are reprehensible and disgusting," end quote. And I assure you, I know how it feels to hear lies that are told to justify the taking of someone's son. They were used by my son's murderer as a defense, and those lies still affect me today. He was called a thug, and he was called a gangbanger, and the attorneys from your office actually defended my son's name, his memory, and defended his honor. I'm certain that Mr. Petty's mother watched videos of her son, Alex, an ICU nurse at the VA hospital, using his phone to record federal agents. She also watched him getting pepper sprayed, kicked, hit in the head, and surrounded by at least 7 agents before having his gun removed from his waistband, which he legally carried. And she watched seconds later as 2 of those agents shot her son Alex at least 10 times. The administration was quick to spew an incorrect narrative and call him so many things that they wanted us to ignore the truth that we actually saw with our own eyes. Ms. Bondi, will you denounce the statements that were made to tarnish the names of Alex Petty and Renee Good, and will you protect their names like those attorneys back in Florida under your watch protected my son's name?
What I will say is we are looking at everything to shed light on what happened that day, and it is an ongoing and active investigation. Both of those cases, and I assure you they will be investigated.
Investigating, we understand that, but will you do everything in your power, as you have done for my case, as you are asked to do, as you've sworn an oath to do? It is your responsibility to make sure that you are following the rule of law. Those families in Minnesota, they deserve the same respect. They deserve a full investigation, which you have not even begun to do yet. So what are you saying, is that they don't deserve any respect for a full investigation into their murders?
Well,
that is
not
incompetence on your behalf.
Well, that is
the American
not accurate.
people do deserve better. Non-commitment to defending the rule of law is what we see from you.
I
will
told you
always
we were
stand up for
investigating.
survivors, and I heard you say earlier when you told us that you will fight for them as well. And based on the information before us, these families have not received the same commitment to investigate what happened to their loved ones, nor have they received the respect that I would expect from the nation's top law enforcement officer. Investigations have been slow-walked, they've been canceled, and the special agent assigned to Renee Good's investigation resigned following pressure from your officials to reclassify Ms. Good's case.
Time of the
For
gentlelady.
families seeking answers and accountability, the withdrawal of investigative resources is simply unacceptable.
Has expired. The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Attorney General, I get the sense that we've lost a little perspective here. The most fundamental responsibility of government is to protect the lives and property of its citizens. Now, you cited some crime figures in your opening statement, and I wonder if you could repeat them, because I think it's one of the most extraordinary achievements of the Department of Justice in our history.
If my microphone's on. While Pam Bondi repeats her stuff about crime figures and whatever else she's talking about there, I'm having some time to digest what Michael Cohen and company are doing on by apparently suing me and others for our coverage of Michael Cohen. You know, I'm told by people who are watching Joy Reid that he kept talking about a wolf pack. I think that's because my name in Hebrew means wolf, and the pack, I guess, is the people who are asking questions about Michael Cohen's integrity, about Michael Cohen taking money from his supporters while claiming to be anti-Trump, but actually being still in Trump's camp. And I think what we're seeing now is proof of that, because over the last few weeks, the coverage on Narativ, as well as the coverage on Ellie Leonard's site and Dean Bandel's site and a whole lot of other people associated with what we do here at Narativ has been extraordinarily good in uncovering the dark deeds of the President of the United States, his connection to Jeffrey Epstein, his connection to a network of criminals from around the world who were raping girls, perhaps murdering girls. It's clear that that reporting now has triggered somebody inside that network to tell Michael Cohen to sue us or take legal action against us. Because it's interesting, he's calling it a wolf pack, which means it's obviously targeted directly at me and not at the person who initially raised these questions was Tara Palmieri. But it's targeted at me. It's not targeted at Tara or anybody else, so it's targeted at the wolf pack. Well, let me tell you something. We are not going to stop asking the questions that need to be asked of this presidency and asking the questions that need to be asked about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, because that relationship runs deep. And Michael Cohen knows that relationship pretty well. So as Lev was saying earlier on, we will gladly go right into discovery on this because we want to know exactly what Michael Cohen knows about Jeffrey Epstein. What was he willing to proffer to attorneys at the SDNY when he was arguing for that Rule 35, where he was going to be allowed out of jail early in order, in exchange at least, for offering this dirty information that he had about Epstein and Trump? Because there is a lot of relationship between Epstein and Trump in the files. You heard earlier on the record in the House, an allegation of murder, rape and murder by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein of a young girl, a limo driver, saying in no uncertain terms in a call that they did to the FBI, saying that they overheard Epstein and Trump talking about raping a girl, and that if she told anything about them, she said she was going to die. She was going to be murdered. And in fact, that's what happened. She was shot in the face. Now, we expected to believe that Michael Cohen is the attorney for Donald Trump for all those years. We expected to believe he knows nothing about all these instances of crime, of all these rapes, all these dead bodies, of all these murders that allegedly happened at the president's golf course at Zorro Ranch. So we expected to believe that he had no idea that he was getting a $50 million payoff from Rubelov, the oligarch who's so tied to Putin, when he sold the house, Maison Les Amitiés in Palm Beach. By the way, a house owned by Wexner in the past, a known Epstein associate. And by the way, also bought by Donald Trump in what looked like a rigged or staged purchase, which Michael Cohen must have been aware of when he facilitated the deal. So for Michael Cohen to now threaten to sue us for our coverage, which has been on point, to say the least, in the last few days about Melania Trump, for example, and the relationship between Melania and Donald Trump and how Epstein was the person who introduced them. Well, isn't it interesting that the day after I put that story out, the very next day, here comes Michael Cohen threatening to sue us for doing something against him. I'm not even sure what we did, except ask some really good questions. This is appalling that anybody is still supporting Michael Cohen needs to understand that they're supporting the President of the United States. Michael Cohen does not say anything negative about Donald Trump ever. He is still his lackey and remains his lackey, his bag man, call it what you will, the fixer, as he was first introduced to the world. Michael Cohen does the cleanup for Donald Trump. He used to do that, and I guess he's still doing that today. That is what is going on, is that Michael Cohen is now threatening to sue us because we are exposing the President of the United States and his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and the crimes they allegedly committed together and the relationship with Vladimir Putin and the relationship that brought Melania Trump, the First Lady, to the President of the United States. Let's get back to the hearing.
Co-conspirator received perk after perk in prison. In July, She had a 2-day interview with your deputy and President Trump's former defense attorney, Todd Blanche. Just days after that, Maxwell was transferred from a federal correctional institution in Florida to a minimum security camp in Texas, which she, as a sex offender, would normally be ineligible for. At this new facility, as the ranking member talked about, and by the way, it's nicknamed Club Fed, we've heard reports that she's been afforded special privileges: puppy time, private workouts, personal mail, secretarial services. Attorney General Bondi, does a convicted sex offender like Ghislaine Maxwell deserve special treatment and privileges in prison? Yes or no?
Let me be crystal clear on this. No. And
Thank you.
let me keep going. No, let me keep going.
Perfect. Well, I
did not know she was being transferred.
I asked you yes or no.
She was not transferred to a lower
Mr. Chairman,
level.
please stop the clock and remind the witness of the rules. One rule she needs to understand
and I'm glad
here.
that we're agreeing. So when we're agreeing, we can move on to some other things.
When
but
we're
I
not
want you
agreeing,
to know that every time she does get these perks, and it's been publicly reported, that the folks she's abused, the survivors who are sitting here, they see themselves as being denied justice. They feel re-traumatized. And I'm glad that we agree on that. But she should not be in that prison. And she needs to be moved back to a maximum security prison as soon as possible. But what she has told another committee here is that she won't cooperate with them unless she gets clemency from Donald Trump. It's just crazy to consider that she can be wielding this kind of influence within the administration. But that begs the question, who ordered her to be transferred to the minimum security prison that she was ineligible for? Who signed off on the special privileges? Was it Mr. Blanche? Was it one of your other subordinates? So please, can you tell us who sent her there, since you don't agree she should be there?
I said I do not agree she should receive special treatment. She was transferred, I learned after the fact, to the same level facility, and that is a question for the Bureau of Prisons. I was not involved in that at all. The same level facility, I don't know why, but you know, instead of talking about Ghislaine Maxwell, who hopefully will die in prison, you should be talking about Irina Zarutska.
I have a couple
who
of
died
other
on a
questions.
subway.
Right, and I absolutely—
You don't talk about that.
I have been talking about it and actually helping with these issues. But we're going to move back to you.
I bet we are.
Yes, of course, because you're here to testify. That's what the whole point of this endeavor is. So of course we're moving back to you. It is all about you. So as we've heard, she took the fifth in response to every single question in that committee hearing. And her lawyer dangled the offer of clemency. Should Donald Trump pardon or commute her sentence? Should she be released from prison, yes or no? You said you hope she dies there, so I'm hoping the answer is no.
I already answered that question.
Good. I'm very glad. I really like this bipartisan agreement about
when
what
it
should
agrees
happen
with you. But you don't want to talk about Irina Zarutska. You don't want to talk about
I talk about
murdered
her all
by
the
a
time,
violent crime
but
offender
I am not
in
here
your
to
jurisdiction.
testify before Congress. You are. That is your job today.
You're
That's what you're getting paid
obsessed
for.
with attack.
I want you to know that your own DOJ employee, he's recently been demoted and had some other problems, advises on pardons. Do you think he will be advising Mr. Trump on any kind of clemency or pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell?
I'm not going to speculate, and you couldn't even identify properly. That's why you don't want to talk about Irina Zarutska. You couldn't properly identify her relative.
I absolutely
it's embarrassing.
Have been, and her family, by the way, appreciates all of the condolences, all of the help, everything that our law enforcement in North Carolina has been doing to help her family. Her family feels well treated. Thank you, and I yield back.
The lady yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I'd ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article by former Attorney General William P. Barr entitled, "Why Pam Bondi Didn't Publish All the Epstein Files in 30 Days." The answer is simple. It was not possible, from the Wall Street Journal.
Well said. Without objection, the gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Madam, I'm sorry. Yes. May I respond 20 seconds to something that Congresswoman Ross said?
Go right ahead.
Thank you. She also opposed a sex offender registry as head of North Carolina ACLU. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Attorney General. And I'd like to pick up where you left off a moment ago, because we convene here today as a committee for the stated purpose of conducting oversight of the Department of Justice. And so it's critical for us to focus first on the mission of the department and assess your success in
I'm going to just take that off for a second. We will return, of course, to the live coverage of the event as it's taking place. But, you know, where they start talking about nonsense like this, where they start talking about other issues, we're not going to keep covering that. Although I am interested in this line of questioning, I guess this is just going to be more Republican talking points. Just to continue what I was saying there, this idea that they can come after people like myself through Michael Cohen or through other people involved in questioning Michael Cohen is exactly what's wrong with this presidency. When you've got a president who has these lackeys who have been pretending to be anti-Donald Trump, but have continued to do his dirty work for him, like Michael Cohen, who's been taking money from people on Substack, pretending to be an opponent of Donald Trump, but he's not. He's still a supporter of Donald Trump. That is the reason they are threatening to sue myself and others who have been asking questions about himself, about his own credibility, but also about Jeffrey Epstein. It is insanity. It is insanity. I'm going to keep talking about Michael Cohen because it's not Michael Cohen. It's not Michael Cohen. It's Donald Trump who's trying to shut down the investigations that we have been doing here on Substack that many of you are involved in. This is an attempt to silence us through law. This is an attempt to stop us investigating Epstein by making it impossible for us to operate because of these lawsuits. It is a clear attempt by Donald Trump to shut down the investigations that have revealed so much about Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump in the last few weeks. And it is a shame that people on Substack are even considering attempting to support this man, who keep sending him money on a regular basis because they think he's an opponent of Donald Trump. He is the fixer of Donald Trump. He's always been the fixer of Donald Trump, and he remains the fixer of Donald Trump. And it's threatening to sue me and my colleagues who each have independent operations here. We're just independent journalists on Substack. We're just saying our investigation is independent journalists. We're not wealthy. We're not backed by billions of dollars like Donald Trump is. We are just here doing our jobs as independent journalists, exposing what Jeffrey Epstein, Donald Trump, and his network have been doing. And what Michael Cohen is trying to do, and anyone who's giving him publicity, including Joanne Reed or whoever else is giving him publicity right now, it's an attempt to shut down our investigations into Epstein and Trump. And it is a absolute abomination that people consistently support this man who has proven time and time again that he cannot keep his story straight, that he obviously tried to intimidate Katie Johnson during that time period when Epstein and Trump were being accused of raping this young girl, and now he's doing this to us. So, this is a man who has no ethics, no morality, nothing at all. These threats are empty, and we will go to court if we need to. We will absolutely force him to reveal everything that he and Donald Trump did, because it's high time that these things came to light. Jeffrey Epstein is no better Michael Cohen is no better than Donald Trump or Jeffrey Epstein. Joined now by Wajahat Ali and Dean Blundell. Gentlemen, it's been an exciting afternoon. Let me get your microphones on because I think I might have them off. There you go. There's Dean and where's Waj? Let me get Waj on.
Here's Waj. Can you hear me, Waj? I hear you.
I can hear him.
No, I don't hear Waj yet.
Now I can hear Waj. Hi, Waj. You there?
I can hear you, but I can't see you both. But I can hear you just fine.
Oh, okay.
All right.
You should be able to see us both. I don't know why that is. Dean, you're welcome to the Wolf Pack, I guess. Waj, you're joining us as we're hearing that Michael Cohen is...
Jeff, who's part of the Wolf Pack? Because someone in my stream was saying that Michael Cohen is angry and threatening to sue the Wolf Pack.
I don't know who the Wolf Pack is.
Yeah, that's just so you know, that's all of us.
Yeah.
That's anybody that is asking him for more details, that has an issue with his continually evolving story, and anybody that is like, hey, isn't Tiffany Doe, Jane Doe, isn't that Katie Johnson, isn't it the same story, including the lawyer that he's fighting with online? I just watched him with Joy-Ann Reid. Did anybody else watch? Waj, did you watch?
I didn't watch.
I watched like 15. I ended up feeling sorry for him. It's one of those things where a guy is still swimming in his own hubris, and he's when you've got kids, right? When they're caught in a lie and they're like, well, and then this happened, and then this, and then you're like, wait a second, hang on, let's go back to the original question. And I watched Joy-Ann sit there and go, okay. But Michael Cohen continually talked himself in circles, and then he said he was going to sue the Wolf Pack, and I'm only assuming that's everybody that's gone, hey, we none of this makes any sense. None of this makes any congruent sense in any capacity whatsoever, according to the receipts that we have. So truly fascinating stuff today for Michael Cohen. Wash.
Yeah.
Just wild.
Why sue us when we are simply asking questions? I have nothing against him personally. All the evidence is there, which is not going to help him. And by the way, if he does sue us, it's going to be a waste of his money and time, a waste of our money and time. And we're probably going to get some money on the back end for him wasting our money and time with the frivolous lawsuit. But all we're simply asking him to do is answer some questions. That's what we're asking of everyone who is in some way, shape, or form involved with Donald Trump and or these actors who have been revealed in the Epstein files. He was Donald Trump's fixer. If he knows nothing, okay, but at the same time, literally there's a file, a Rule 35 consideration that your attorney sent while you were in jail. Literally all we're asking him, what is that about? I think that's what's triggered him, because he's never been able to answer that very legitimate question.
We should jump back in here, though. Just let's listen to the hearing.
I've seen some of the unredacted Epstein files, and obviously, as you know, President Trump's name is all over them, but so are the names of other senior Trump officials: Howard Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce; John Phelan, the Secretary of the Navy; and Stephen Feinberg, the Deputy Secretary of Defense. These men were appointed by President Trump to senior positions in his administration. All of them have clear and confirmed ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Attorney General Bondi, yes or no, has the Justice Department asked Secretary Lutnick about his ties to Epstein?
Excuse me. Secretary Lutnick has addressed those ties himself.
I'm asking you, has the Justice Department specifically asked Secretary Lutnick about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein?
He has addressed those ties himself.
Has the DOJ asked Secretary Phelan about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein?
I don't know whether he has addressed those or not.
Has the Deputy Secretary Feinberg talked to the Department of Justice about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein? Yes or no? Has the Department of Justice talked to Deputy Secretary Feinberg about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein, which are clearly spelled out in the files? It's a very simple question. It's not a trick question. I'm just asking you.
Yeah, I'm stunned that you want to continue talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Epstein
Okay, I'm reclaiming my time. I'm asking you not a trick question, a simple question. Okay, so what is clear is we have evidence.
Do you know who Chris Malin is?
We have evidence that 3 senior officials within the Trump administration have ties to Jeffrey Epstein. And what I can
ties mean?
I can conclude from what you are saying that you have not talked to them.
What does ties mean?
I think Americans would be shocked to learn that you are not interested in talking with these officials who have ties to Jeffrey Epstein.
What does ties mean? Can you define that?
Across the world, prominent men who've been exposed in the files have resigned their jobs in disgrace. And that's a good first start.
And that same
Disgrace is
standard,
not saying the word
this
Chris
same
Malin.
standard should apply here. And Americans want accountability.
Who is Chris Malin?
Was the president aware? Please stop talking. It is not your time to ask questions. It is not your time. I'm reclaiming my time, Mr. Chair.
One second.
None of this has been good for Pam Bondi.
Was the
or
president
No, it's
aware
terrible. I
of
don't
Secretary
know.
Lutnick's ties to Epstein when he chose him to lead the Department of Commerce? Was he aware?
Chris Malin was a Border Patrol agent.
Okay, so I'm going to conclude that the president, in fact, did know about his ties because he was the next door neighbor.
Shame on you.
Oh, for goodness sakes. This is pathetic. This is pathetic, Mr.
Committee will be in
Chair.
order.
I am not asking trick questions here.
You
The
got your
American
5
people
minutes.
have a right to know the answers to this. These are senior officials in the Trump administration. This is not a game, Secretary.
I'm Attorney General.
My apologies, I couldn't tell.
Oh.
By 2008, we knew that Epstein was a convicted sexual abuser. And we now know that Lutnick went to Epstein's Island in 2012. How was that not a deal breaker for the president? And why aren't you asking questions of the Commerce Secretary about what he saw when he was at the island, which he lied about not ever going to? Why are you not asking these questions? And I see that my time is almost expired, so I will say this. Do the right thing, Attorney General. Meet with the survivors. They have been asking for a year. Meet with the survivors. Do the right thing. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
May I have 20 seconds of his time?
So that'll be up to the gentleman, but.
Absolutely, Madam.
Thank you. Thank you. I was curious if you, Congresswoman, asked Bill Clinton that. Didn't see one tweet, not one. I didn't see one tweet when Joe Biden was in office about Bill Clinton. Didn't ask Merrick Garland anything about Epstein, not once, when he was
weak sauce.
And also, I want the record to reflect that, you know, with this anti-Semitic culture right now, she voted against a resolution condemning.
Oh,
It's Jewish. I just want to be clear.
Oh, do you want to go
She
there,
hates the
Attorney
Jews.
Or do you want to go there? Are
Time
you
belongs to the
serious?
gentleman
Talking
from
about
South
anti-Semitism
Carolina.
to a woman who lost her grandfather in the Holocaust?
my time. I reclaim my time.
Really?
The committee will be in order.
Talk to Jared Wise about anti-Semitism.
The ranking member knows that.
Can I get like 30 seconds?
Representative
Yeah.
She is.
The whole committee knows I've been very generous in
thank you.
making sure everyone gets their 5 minutes in the
Attorney
same.
General, I'm going to talk about sanctuary cities for a second. Which
Sanctuary
Oh, yeah.
Let's not
Fat white guy wants to talk about
sanctuary
sanctuary
cities. Let's talk about
so
Epstein here. Those were legitimate questions. Balint asked very legitimate questions about the president's cabinet having 3 people involved with Jeffrey Epstein, ties to Jeffrey Epstein, call it what you will. People have been lying about Jeffrey Epstein. Waj, this isn't working for her, this deflection game that she's playing here.
Nothing. I mean, I've been watching the clips on and off. This has been a disaster class for Pam Bondi. She should have literally done everything within her power not to show up. It's clear to anyone who's watching that she is covering up for pedophiles. It's clear that her job as the Attorney General is not to be the Attorney General of the United States of America, but to be the defense attorney of Donald Trump and the prosecutor against all and any and all of his enemies. I want to remind people that in the UK, and the representative Balint just mentioned it, you know, in the UK, there's criminal investigations. In the UK, Pete Mandelson is gone. He's disgraced and being investigated. He was a UK ambassador to the US, right? Keir Starmer's friggin' government is on the back heels, and Keir Starmer never even met Jeffrey Epstein. The person who's mentioned more in the Epstein files than any other person is Donald Trump, the closest person to Epstein for 10 years. And right now, and I really appreciate her kind of laser focus in the fact that there's 3 people right now in the Trump administration, starting with literally the Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, a billionaire psychopath, who lied to the American people about his close associations with Epstein. And all these close associations, Evan Dean, he went to Epstein Island. And the question that I have then as an American is, why are heads rolling in the UK, but Howard Lutnick still has his job as Secretary of Commerce, Zev?
I mean, it's a good question. That man should have resigned. He should have been fired a long time ago. It's astonishing to me that these allegations have come up, these revelations about him lying to Congress and lying in that podcast. And yet here he is going before Congress yesterday in front of the Senate, admitting that he went for lunch at the Epstein Island. And Dean, it's astonishing that he's claiming that it's okay.
I only went for lunch. I have no idea why I was even there for lunch. And I took 2 families and made sure they know how many kids. But I swear to God, I left with all the nannies and the kids. I didn't leave anyone behind. I swear to God, I didn't leave anybody a human gift.
Dean, it's even worse because in the email, he mentions the ages of the kids that are coming.
Yeah. Lev, you're in the house there.
You saw that? You saw that? Oh, here he is. He's in the fucking hizzy. Lev Parnas, ladies and gentlemen. Hi, buddy. How are you?
What's going on inside? What's the vibe? I think I've got your microphone on, or you don't have yours. Let's give me a second. Let me just find you here. There you are. You should be on now. Hi.
Do you hear me?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Do you hear me? You hear me, guys?
Yeah.
Oh my God. I mean, I wish I had popcorn. That was a fiasco right now. That was just a shit show. I just walked out. I can't even tell you. First of all, it's embarrassing. I'm just so sad for the survivors, watching their faces sit there through when they walked out. I mean, it was just incredible to see her being so. I mean, the crazy part. I want to just say this: watching Michael Cohen and Joy Reid, and watching her right now, it's the same exact person. It's the same team. I mean, deflect, lie, attack, threaten. It's the same MO. It's Donald Trump's world, threaten with lawsuit, threaten you, attack you. It's your fault. It's everybody deflect, not answer the question. It's like identical. If you put them side by side, you take Donald Trump, Pam Bondi, Michael Cohen, Howard Lutnick, all of them. It's the same thing. 1 second, as soon as they get caught with their pants down, they go on attack. They're like rats in the corner, attacking you. It's your fault. You can't ask a question. It's disgusting. And you know what? I hope he sues us. I really do. And if he doesn't sue us, maybe we'll sue him finally, because I really want discovery. I want to go get to the bottom of, which lawyer he spoke to and what lawyer called him and what.
I want to know about the $50 million paycheck that Trump got from Rubelov. I want to know why he got that paycheck, and Michael Cohen was in the middle of that case. I want to know.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, dude, there's so many questions we all want answers to, right? Like, we want answers to the questions that Pam Bondi was asked. But Lev, you're center square there. You're sitting right behind it. Every question that she asked, she avoided like the fucking plague, and the excuses got worse and worse and worse. Like, we're sitting here watching it, and I'm looking at Waj's face, and he's like, she's fucking out of gas. Like, it's over. She's got nothing. What was the reaction from the victims that you were sitting with today?
I mean, it was just terrible. I mean, especially at the break when you saw them leaving, watching them walk out. I was walking out, following them, and they looked all deflated. They all looked down, deflated. Some of them didn't even come back, I think, after the break. So, I mean, listen, it's the fact that they're allowing. I don't even know what the point of the hearings is if they're not holding her to answer the questions. I mean, it's really disgusting. But I'm waiting to see Congresswoman Crockett. See her questioning. I'm curious if she's going to hit her with the stuff that we gave her. Zev, Ali, you guys put together. So hopefully it goes into the Zorro Ranch and other stuff.
Yeah, there are lots of questions. What did you make of the anti-Semitic thing that she said at the end there? I mean, if I heard the Congresswoman correctly, she's a daughter of a Holocaust survivor?
Granddaughter. Yeah.
Granddaughter.
Yeah, she said, the Congresswoman said he lost her grandfather in the Holocaust. And this is, I mean, it's the same MO. So again, like I said, we could, if you just take away the name and take away the face and take away the voice, but their actions, everybody in Trump world speaks the same language. It's threatening, it's deflecting, it's lying, it's accusing, it's, blaming everybody but me. It's the same exact MO. It's disgusting to watch.
It's just again,
after Representative Balint said that, she stormed off. She was that pissed.
Yeah, she looked really mad.
Rep Balint did? Yeah, she took off as soon as you said,
she stormed out of here.
But there's so much more to your corrupt tenure as Attorney General. You directed prosecutors to investigate elected officials in welcoming jurisdictions, and you got thrown out of court when you sued Chicago, Cook County, and Illinois. You directed prosecutors to prioritize low-level immigration cases while gutting enforcement against corporate criminals and public corruption. You revived draconian law of 1798, which should be repealed to illegally send people to a torture prison in El Salvador. You fired over 100 immigration judges, including the assistant chief immigration judge in Chicago, without cause, and installed unqualified military judges whom you instructed to deny asylum in violation of the law. You prosecute the president's enemies like Jim Comey and Tish James while giving impunity to federal agents who are murdering and brutalizing and terrorizing constituents, including in Chicagoland, in my neighborhood. I saw it last year firsthand. You and Kash Patel covered up the murder of Silverio Villegas Gonzalez in my district by ICE agents. You tried to investigate Renee Good instead of the ICE agent who murdered her, and you tried to cover up the murder of Alex Peretti by CBP agents. You bring fake charges against protesters like the Broadview Six and Marimar Martinez, whom your administration labeled a domestic terrorist. This is the Montessori teacher who lives in my district, while protecting thugs who terrorize us and DHS authority. That's what you do. Protect and enable the criminals who are plundering our society and destroying what's left of democracy and the rule of law. Epstein accomplices, mass DHS thugs, corporate criminals, Tom Homan, Eric Adams, insurrectionists, the list goes on. And you talk about fighting crime, but you protect any criminal who helps you and Trump turn our country into an authoritarian gangster state. And after all this, nobody supports you. I'm not talking about Democrats. I'm talking about conservative judges who are condemning the rampant lawlessness at DOJ under your leadership. Your prosecutors are quitting in droves over being forced to prosecute low-level immigration cases, including in Chicagoland. Your MAGA base despises you because you're covering up the Epstein file. How ironic. And even your own boss has repeatedly complained to your staff about you, calling you weak and ineffective. Weak and ineffective. That's what Donald Trump thinks of you.
He's starting to fight, isn't he? I love it.
You will not win, however. Chicagoland rejects you. The
Smart.
American people reject you. Our communities have demonstrated our strength and resilience in the face of cruelty and cowardice. Democrats must impeach and remove lawless officials like you and Kristi Noem and impose accountability for every criminal action.
That's
but
right.
you can spare yourself more humiliation. Resign now and submit yourself to accountability by the American people. Mr. Chairman, before I yield back, I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record this Wall Street Journal article dated January 12, 2026, entitled, "Trump has complained about Pam Bondi repeatedly to aides." Thank you, and I yield back.
That is the kind of stuff we need to be hearing about. Resignation and cover up. That is exactly what's going on here. This is a conspiracy.
20 seconds, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
No.
you.
Let's hear the
she wants 20
opposition
seconds.
research.
Thank you. That's absolutely right. That they're not running.
This will be the
for,
dumbest fucking
he's not
20
running
seconds
for
of your
office
life, by the
again
way.
Yeah.
Because, well, I don't know why you're not running for office again, but after the filing deadline, you publicly announced you would not run when your chief of staff, Patty Garcia, announced and took your seat.
That's
I
a
believe
state matter.
Democrats
that isn't
got
a
angry.
federal matter.
Americans
You should
aren't buying
investigate
this.
crime.
I believe
Time
Democrats
belongs-
got angry
You should
about that.
investigate
Time belongs to the
violations
gentleman
of
from
the law.
Texas. The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas.
And a little flexibility on the time. I appreciate the chairman. Madam Attorney General, am I correct that under your leadership, the Department of Justice has prosecuted cases of non-citizen voting? So it's false, as some of my Democratic colleagues have claimed.
Okay.
But it doesn't happen.
This guy doesn't even need a hood to be a member of the KKK.
Yeah, I mean, it's just too much.
Right, he just walks right in. He just
Yeah, he walks in and everybody's like, "Hey, dude, you got your hood," and he's like, "No, I got no hood. This is just my face."
Hey, guy, I got to bounce. I'll try to join you all later.
Okay.
I gotta bounce.
All right, buddy.
All right.
Good to
Cheers,
see you, Waj.
Great to see Waj from Wajahad Ali
care,
from
Waj.
the left hook. Lev, this is not working for Pam Bondi. She's looking idiotic up there. She's
getting
these
crushed.
rebuttals are stupid. Sorry, I just moved you off there, but let me put you back on here. She's looking stupid. It's not.
Yeah, but but the problem is, it's like this is a great example of what we need to realize, because she's there fighting because they're not going to allow to try us to vote again. They're going to try to steal. They're going to try to fix. They're going to try to do everything powerful to be able to take away our power to vote, because that is what you're seeing play in front of you.
Yeah.
That is why she's acting the way she's acting. That's why she's not answering questions, because the American people are seeing it, and she knows it. They know it. But she's playing to only to an audience of one person right now. She doesn't care about that American audience. She's playing to the dictator, Donald Trump, because that's who she cares. That's who she knows is watching right now. When she gets off, she's gonna go, "How did I do?"
Do you think she's in her? Does she believe in this? Does she really believe in this project that they're going to take away our democracy? That she's going to be one of the worst attorney generals of all time, an enforcer who is taking away the voting rights of Americans, who is allowing these sex abusers, these pedophiles, these mobsters to take over the American government? Is she a believer?
Well, yeah, because she's part of that, because she understands the second they lose control, she's going to go to prison.
Yeah.
She's going to get, and she has a lot of problems. They've crossed every line possible, and that's why, absolutely, that's why I said there's different groups inside of Trump orbit. Like, compare, like, I'll give you an example. You compare her to Susie Wiles. Susie Wiles is looking to get out of there. She doesn't want to go down with the ship. Pam Bondi is all in. She's going down with the ship. She's trying to, and that's why you see her here. You see it in plain sight, how she's attacking the survivors, attacking everybody, just to, God forbid you could say something bad about Donald Trump, the greatest president in the world, like she said.
She's gotten a lot of money from the Qataris over time, hasn't she? She's very linked to the Qatari government, I think, if I'm not mistaken. She's got close ties to Trump for a long time.
When she worked for Brian Ballard.
Yeah.
Well, she also worked for Brian Ballard and Associates, a group that I worked for. And that's where, she was lobbying for the Qataris. And that's where Susie Wiles comes from. It all comes from the same group. And she used to be the attorney general here in Florida. She also received money from Trump during one of Trump's cases. So they go way back. But the relationship really built, and I remember, is when she joined, she started, when she stopped being attorney general, and she joined RAGA, the Republican Attorney General Association, helping raise money and all that. That's where me and her kind of met and started. I was helping them at the time. And you could see the shift. And by 2018, by the time DeSantis was running already for governor, she was all in.
And when you saw her this morning, she would have recognized you from your days of working together, right? I mean, presumably.
Oh, she was.
Yeah. No comment from her when you walked in this morning.
As soon as she tried not to make eye contact.
She knew.
I stood there right in front, and she of course she knew. Of course, it's interesting because there's a lot of video. Maybe there's some video of it, like maybe some news. We'll see tonight. And there's because there's a lot of television here, so you never know. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, no, I'm really interested to see.
I'm going to try.
Go back in there.
Let me try to get back in there. I want to see if
Crockett,
I think she's supposed to go on. I think in the next one or two. She's the last one. So.
Hey, listen, great work. Great work. Keep standing with those victims, brother. Keep standing with those victims. Great work.
Absolutely.
I'm super proud of you for being there.
You guys.
Yeah. Love you too, pal.
Love you guys. I'll be back shortly.
All right.
You got it.
Lev Parnas. This is almost 5-stack time. We're sort of crashing into the show today.
Well, let's be serious. We're not doing a 5-stack today. No. This is the whole stack. We got the big stack. We've been on since like 10 o'clock this morning. What you're watching, of course, is the Pam Bondi Congressional Oversight Committee. She is not just not doing herself any favor. She is crashing out time after time after time, caught in lie after lie after lie, where her response is, let me just do my Pam Bondi impression, okay? This is a response to every question. Doesn't matter if it was Ted Lieu saying, hey, so we know that Jeffrey Epstein had sex parties. We know the Prince Andrew party with Donald Trump. Was he ever in the employ of Jeffrey Epstein and Prince Andrew around underage women? This is her response. Now, you can cut and paste this response across all efforts to question her. This is what she says. You've got to be kidding me. Donald Trump is the best. Have you not seen the fucking Dow and the NASDAQ? You're a failed lawyer. You owe me an apology. You owe everybody an apology. Someone owes everybody some apologies. Don't you question me. I'm the attorney. Every single response. Not only is she lying, I'm of the firm opinion she does not understand the gravity of this moment and what she is caught in covering up. And I'm under the impression she is also not understanding how fucking nuclearly stupid she sounds and looks.
I mean, if anyone is watching this, regardless of which side you're on, you're thinking this woman is not competent to be. She's not obviously accepting any oversight. She shouldn't be there. She should resign. She should be impeached. Whatever it is, she needs to get out of there. This whataboutism that she does with everybody, where she turns around and says what's happening in your district, and brings up a criminal or some crime in someone's district, that's not working.
You let a criminal migrant rape someone 10 years ago. My favorite was when she called a Jewish congresswoman who just simply was asking questions, simple fucking questions, a Jew hater whose grandfather died in the fucking Holocaust.
No, it's unbelievable.
Article from February 2nd, 26.
They're just adding some articles now into the record here.
Terrorists. Does that mean he can kill them?
Without objection, the gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Attorney General Bondi.
Good afternoon.
Oh, you're right. Good afternoon. It's been a long day. I wrote this morning. We've known each other a long time, and I'll always be appreciative for your assistance when you were Attorney General in Florida after the shooting at my high school at Marjory Stoneman Douglas in my hometown of Parkland when we passed a bipartisan bill, the Marjory Stoneman Douglas School Safety Act, which was the largest policy response to a school shooting in American history. Your department also prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law a constituent of mine and former felon that had plans to kill me when he was picked up by law enforcement after he was target practicing in his backyard with 2 rifles, a scope, a silencer, 3,000 rounds of ammunition, an anti-Semitic manifesto. My name was the only name on their target list, and my kids found out about this from their friends at school. So thank you. However, the most transparent administration in American history. Before Trump, we didn't know the word transparency, apparently. It's been 12 months since you gave Republican influencers part 1 of the Epstein files. You said the list was on your desk. Then a memo came out and said that there was no list. Phase 2 of the binders never happened. The President of the United States says the Epstein thing is a hoax. He blasts his own base for wanting the release of the files. He blamed Barack Obama. Republicans voted against the release of the files in the Rules Committee. Then they refused to even return to the Rules Committee until they could be protected from future votes on the release. Speaker Johnson sends Congress home a day early before break. They sent the Deputy Attorney General to meet with Maxwell. She says something favorable about the president. Miraculously, she gets transferred to a minimum security facility. No one can explain why. Miraculously, the leaks to the Wall Street Journal stop. We come back from break. We have the Massey discharge petition. Republicans drop a rule, a non-binding resolution trying to kill the Massey discharge petition. The White House says passing the Massey discharge petition is a hostile act. Trying to stop the necessary 218 signatures, according to Republican members that signed it, the White House brought them into the Situation Room, the place where the president goes for time of war, promising things like appropriations or maybe even to primary them. People in the room say you were there. It didn't work. We get the 218 signatures. We eventually passed the Massey petition. You guys didn't release the files. You were forced by Congress, every member of the House except one, and the entire Senate. The reason the president signed it is because it was a veto-proof majority. We can't agree on anything, and yet the entire House but one member and the whole Senate forced the administration to release the files. Kash Patel under oath said to Senator Kennedy, the FBI is not in possession of any credible evidence that Epstein trafficked girls to anyone but himself. We know now that's not true. According to documents, Epstein had a worldwide sex trafficking ring. Girls from Poland, Czechoslovakia, Russia, Paris, modeling agencies sending him girls. He even had a relationship with a summer camp where he groomed girls at a picnic table. Ghislaine Maxwell says 29 Epstein associates cut secret DOJ deals. Turns out there is a list. 6 names readily available if you unredact them. Co-conspirators named, but we got them when you unredact them. Maxwell recently tells a House Oversight Committee that she wants clemency to release more names. Kash Patel under oath said Trump's name appears less than 100 times in the files. We now know that's not true. Trump's name appears more times in the Epstein files than God's name appears in the book about God. Okay, by the way, this is the Trump Bible. Trump's name also appears more times in the Epstein file than Harry Potter's name appears in the 7 books about Harry Potter. Lutnick says that in 2008, he went to Epstein's home, says he had a massage table in the living room, that Epstein said he got one every day, that it was the right type of massage. He and his wife decide to leave and say they'll never be in a room with him again. Howard then says, I'm sure the Epstein stuff is all on video. He was the greatest blackmailer of all time. Well, how would Howard know that? But now the files are public, and in 2012, we find out that he and his family are on Epstein Island after Epstein pled guilty to state charges. I'm from Florida. I take my family to Disney World, not to Epstein Island. There are documents in the files that dispute the president's claim that he kicked Epstein out of his club. Allegedly, the president said that he asked Epstein to leave. Supported now, that's disputed, though, statements from the manager of the club. Now, Madam Attorney General, I have like 25 seconds left. So because I'm curious, and I'd like to see you flip to the Jared Moskowitz section of the binder. I'm interested to see what staff provided on the oppo on me, and because we're in the Olympics, I'm gonna give it a grade. I just wanna see how good it is. So give me your best one.
So first of all, nothing is funny about mocking the Bible and holding up a Trump Bible. That's what you did. You made a joke, and I find offense. That's all I have to say.
I want it from the burn book.
Shame.
I want it from the burn book, which is the best
Right.
one. What you got?
Hey, the pedophilia is funny, but mocking Trump's Bible isn't.
That is.
Thank you.
Yeah.
First of all, I'd like to clear something up that was said earlier and is frequently said and is manifestly not true. And that is the supposed small number of crimes committed by immigrants or illegal immigrants in the country.
Okay.
That has been.
Oh, now we're down to the old fat white patriarchy dude talking about them coloreds.
Yeah, the coloreds
this
did all
is
that,
great,
all that
man,
criming.
but let's talk about them fucking coloreds and the criming and all the shit. While I sit here in my diaper because last night I had too much bourbon and some beef jerky. That's what we're gonna hear out of this fat fuck.
How much bourbon is this man drinking? You know, it's fascinating. It's Moskowitz did a good job there.
I want someone to check this guy's browser too. I can guarantee you someone this old and white with this kind of toupee has some questionable shit on his browser.
Absolutely, absolutely. Late at night with the bourbon.
Yes.
You know, there she is. She's attacking. You know, she's attacking the Jewish woman for being an anti-Semite, the one with the Holocaust grandfather, and then she's attacking the other one for mocking the Bible, for saying that Donald Trump's name is in the Bible is in the Epstein files more times than God is in the Bible. I mean, that is astonishing.
Well, dude, there was a tweet that went out the other day. That's where Moskowitz got it from. You know, it's funny because I think the terminally online like us, not terminally, but enough to be able to kind of understand what's going on. The tweet that went by, it's like Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files 1 million times, and then it goes on to list how many times Jesus and God's name were listed in the Bible. It's like 1,000, and then Harry Potter is like 830 in the entire fucking series, 7 books. And on and on and on, and it's true, right? Like, and that's, I mean, you just can't hide from that kind of volume, and she can't. I mean, she's been literally outed in every chance she gets when it's the GOP's turn, when it's the party of pedophile protectors' turn to ask Pam Bondi for some information to help these women. They pivot to town projects in La Crosse, Wisconsin, or them damned migrants again. Like it just continually goes to show the obfuscation is the name of the game, number one. And number two, they're not really interested in anything to do with any of the victims that have suffered at the hands of these fucking losers and pedophiles and rapists and perverts for the past 40 fucking years, right? Like it's wild.
All these Republicans voted in favor of the Epstein Transparency Act. Every single one of these people who are there, including this old guy here, voted to say, release the Epstein files. That's exactly what they said they wanted. And so now that they're released, they're ignoring them. And you got to ask the question, why the GOP, how complicit are all these people in the GOP in order to be doing this?
Mm-hmm. Easy, right? It is so simple. And I go back to these 3 words, insult to intelligence, right? This is Pam Bondi is the insult to the intelligence of every single lawyer in the United States of America that doesn't do law just to make money for retainers to fuck people over. Listen, the legal profession's about as dirty as it gets. Pam Bondi is performing for a fucking audience of one. You listen to her when she's questioned about Donald Trump's improprieties with women, and Ted Lieu had really one of the most, unbelievable moments where he talked about that limo driver that overheard a conversation where Donald Trump was saying he was going to, quote, kill that bitch and bury her on the golf course. And then the limo driver, there's a FBI attestation of this, almost pulled the car over and beat the shit out of him. That young girl was then found dead with her head blown off. And it was ruled homicide, not suicide, by NYPD a number of weeks later. Ted Lieu brings this up, and Pam Bondi just insults him, obfuscates, talks about how great the president is, and then rolls into this fucking thing about the economy of the United States. Yeah. If you watch Donald Trump deflect, it's the same thing. Why are we still talking about this? We've moved on. We're now talking about the Arc de Triomphe. We're now talking about immigration levels that nobody's ever seen before. We're talking about 21 trillion because it's all a lie. All of that is a lie too. And she's poorly repeating those lies and getting really angry why she does it. And I'm fascinated in the psychology behind how she is acting and reacting today, because that is not a woman who is on terra firma. That is not a woman who understands what's going on or the severity of the moment. That is the woman who is taking everything and saying, fuck it, I'm going to throw all my shit in the middle and I'm going to go down with the ship. But that ship, she doesn't understand what that means. I really don't believe she gets it.
You know why I think Michael Cohen is coming after us? I think Michael Cohen's because of the Melania story. I am, and that's why it's surrounding the wolf pack. So it's naming me as a sort of, because they want to make sure that I know that the Melania story that I put out, linking the fact that Jeffrey Epstein introduced Melania to Donald Trump as an escort. That is the story that they fear the most. That is the biggest story that they... Oh, we lost you, Dean. I'm not sure if you're coming back, but we lost you. But let me tell you, that is the story that would have gotten under their skin the most, because the potential story is that the president and his first lady might be a spy, and not only that, she was introduced to him as a prostitute by Jeffrey Epstein. That is the story that would have weaponized Michael Cohen against us. I can guarantee you that's where, I can guarantee you, but let's listen in. This will be good. Here we go. There's Goldman.
Which is required by the bill. Now, obviously, there are 3 million documents, so I didn't get through much. But one thing I didn't see was the client list that you said you had on your desk a year ago. I did, however, find a couple of important documents. An 86-page prosecution memo from the Southern District of New York, and a draft indictment from Florida against Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirators. For reasons that I cannot understand nor are permitted by the bill, they were still redacted, even for members of Congress. So, Ms. Bondi, will you commit right here to immediately providing those 2 documents in unredacted form to members of Congress? Not a complicated question.
Well, I guess it is for you, because you have a law degree and those are privileged.
Okay, they're not privileged, but we will discuss that later. I also found an email that I have right here from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell that was unredacted, and it included notes of statements that Donald Trump made about his prior relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, there is no reason for this to be hidden from the American people. There is no privilege, there is no attorney-client privilege, and I see you're checking with your staff, and I can assure you, staff, this is not under attorney-client privilege because it was sent from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell. Will you commit to publicly providing the unredacted version of this so that the American people can understand the extent of Donald Trump's lies about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein?
You're about as good of a lawyer today as you were when you tried to impeach President Trump in 2016. Have you apologized for that in 2019?
So will you unredact this? Will you unredact this?
You were lead counsel on that. Privileged.
I'm asking you, will you unredact this?
Privileged.
Privileged, of course. I look forward to discussing this more. Now, these are obviously improper redactions.
And let me stop for a minute.
I'm talking.
If they're not privileged,
quiet.
Don't yell at me. If they're not
Mr. Chairman, would you stop the clock? This is on your time. It's not on Mr.
If
Gomes.
they're not
Even though
privileged,
you used your improper redactions,
you'll like my answer.
to
If we
continue
review
to
them and they're not
protect
privileged,
Donald Time belongs to the
we will
member.
be happy to release them.
We'll
after
stop the
review.
clock. We'll stop the clock. Time belongs to the member. Go ahead.
even though you used improper redactions to protect Donald Trump and other predators associated with Jeffrey Epstein, you did the exact opposite thing with the survivors and victims of this scheme. So their identification information was really the only thing required to be redacted, and it was not. And it's clear this was not a mistake. This was not by accident. This was not because you only had 30 days when you really used 75, and that doesn't even include all the hours last March that you were redacting it. But I'll tell you why it's clear it wasn't a mistake. There is an email entitled Epstein Victim List. There are 32 names. 1 is redacted, 31 are not. So someone looked at it and decided to redact something. And I will tell you that that is clearly intentional to intimidate these survivors and victims. Now, in an interview last week—
How will you tell me that's intentional?
In an interview last week, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche—
You can't go off script.
—said that any victim that wants to speak with the department has done so, hopefully. Well, thanks to the incredibly brave people sitting here behind you, we can actually ask them if that's true. Now, would the survivors and victims who are here please stand up one more time? Just by show of hands, how many of you or your loved ones actually have met with the Department of Justice and provided testimony and estimate and evidence? None. And of those of you who have not met, which is everyone, how many of you have reached out either individually or through a lawyer or representative to offer to provide testimony and evidence? All of them. And of those of you, all of you who have reached out, how many of you were denied or ignored by the Department of Justice? All of them. And despite the shameful and despicable efforts by Ms. Bondi and her department to intimidate you, how many of you are still willing to speak to the Department of Justice? All of them. Well, Ms. Bondi, it looks like you have some more witnesses
Gentleman's
to
time
talk
has expired.
to, and I yield back.
We will go to the good gentleman from North Carolina, Congressman Knott.
May I have a moment, Congressman?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Let's see what she has to say here.
Here we go. Here's the photograph. This is why he wanted to repeat everything that had been said previously on Epstein. This is his state, New York. You probably don't even know who this is. Wahid Mohammed from Afghanistan.
Yes, because I'm no longer a prosecutor.
Convicted of assault. Wow, he represents New York. Wow, yet he doesn't care about the illegal
This is such
aliens convicted of crimes. Assault and homicide. No longer a prosecutor, so he doesn't care about his constituents. Here we go. Arson, El Salvador, Miguel Palacios.
Oh, sorry, Dean, 1 second. You're not on.
Herman Flores
Your microphone's
Ramales,
off.
Mexico. Rape.
Let's talk about the 70% of immigrants who are detained without a criminal conviction or arrest.
Stop the clock. Stop the clock. Time belongs to Congressman
I think your
Knott.
microphone's off.
Thank you, Mr.
Dean.
Chair. Madam Attorney General, I want to be sure that the American people understand exactly what we're referring to when we talk about sanctuary policies. They are often framed in sort of innocuous terms like, we refuse to take part in immigration law. And when you
All right,
add
let's
up—
quieten that down, Dean. I could hear you trying to talk, but I couldn't hear you. Your microphone might be off. I'm not sure if it is. No, your microphone's still. No, you're there. No, I don't know why I can't hear you. Go figure. Okay, I'll just put this back up while we figure that out. Hang on a second.
exercise, is that not correct?
Yes.
It's unbelievably active. And in terms of breaking down these terms, I want to break it down as clearly a term as I can. What is a federal detainer for the American people? Please describe it.
A federal detainer is when someone is held in federal custody.
Yes. And when a federal detainer is issued to local law enforcement, they are obviously in local or state custody, correct?
Yes.
And federal officers take note of that apprehension and they say, we want to come and apprehend him or her to deport them. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And in these sanctuary jurisdictions, whether it's California, Illinois, New York, or other places, even in North Carolina, there are sanctuary jurisdictions. That federal detainer often prompts not any cooperation, not any assistance, but a release onto the streets. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, and Congressman, a federal detainer is federal law.
Yes.
That people must abide by, yet these jurisdictions, many of these jurisdictions are not abiding by that.
And we hear a lot of talk from the other
This a little
side
bit here
about
because
victims,
it is,
about
you know,
victims of-
fascinating to me that we continue to see Pam Bondi deflect in the way that she is. And I'm not sure why I am frozen now, but I am frozen, and I don't know why I'm frozen. I should be live. There you go. It's astonishing, isn't it, that she continues to deflect in the way that she does. I mean, most of these people can think of two things at one time. They're Congress people. They can walk and chew gum at the same time. They can absolutely understand that these events that are local crime events are happening in their region, and at the same time understand that there's a cover-up around the Epstein files. Pam Bondi is not capable of doing those two things. She is only capable of attacking people for these local criminal incidents that she's trying to deflect to, instead of being able to do two things. She should be able to talk about local crimes, and she should be talking about the fact that the Epstein files contain huge amounts of criminality, allegations against the President of the United States, against Jeffrey Epstein, against Ghislaine Maxwell, and that there are now 3 sitting secretaries with relationships to Jeffrey Epstein in the files. So, you know, it's Howard Lutnick, who yesterday admitted that he lied to Congress. That is a crime to lie to Congress about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Plus 2 others are involved in relationships, ties to Jeffrey Epstein, who knows. And I guarantee you, the more we look at it, the more we will discover that there are even more. Because it's just clearer and clearer and clearer that they intend to cover up everything they can about Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, because that is the core of the story. These 2 people are criminals who were in association with each other for many, many years, often committing crimes together that included raping young women allegedly, young girls allegedly, and potentially also, we are hearing today on the record in Congress, potentially alleged murder. Now, if those things turn out to be true, that will explain why Pam Bondi is out there covering up today. But Pam Bondi will also be found guilty of a crime for this cover-up, because this is a massive cover-up, the biggest ever in American history. The fact that for hours and hours today, she has been obfuscating, deflecting, criticizing everybody else, but not for 1 second does she acknowledge that the President of the United States is in the Epstein files 1 million times. That should tell you everything you need to know about the fact that the Department of Justice is currently involved in a massive, massive cover-up.
Which there is broad bipartisan agreement. The importance of ensuring
What happened there?
Trust between the American public and those government officials who wield powerful law enforcement responsibilities. So, Attorney General, would you agree that it is important for law enforcement leaders to be honest?
Of course, as well as members of Congress.
Thank you. And would you include yourself as a law enforcement leader?
Of course.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. You know, President Trump has also, he has referred to himself as the chief law enforcement officer of this country. So do you believe that President Trump is honest?
He is the commander-in-chief of the United States of America, and not only is he keeping this country safe, he is keeping this world safe.
It's a simple question, which you didn't answer.
He is the commander-in-chief.
Last June, Minnesota lawmaker Melissa Hortman, her husband Mark, and their dog were brutally murdered in their home. And your USA's office in Minnesota investigated this crime and obtained a 6-count indictment of the murder suspect. stating that he had intent to kill, injury, harass, and intimidate Minnesota legislators. And I have the copy right here. I read through it. Yet a few weeks ago, President Trump suggested publicly that Minnesota Governor Tim Walz was behind these murders, posting on his Truth Social account a video raising this conspiracy theory. And it wasn't true. And you know it wasn't true, or else you would not have brought an indictment against the subject. Do you know what else Trump has said? He has said he has cut gas prices by 1,400%. False. That he won the 2020 election.
Actually, gas is down to $1.99 a gallon, thanks to
President Trump. That he didn't
Trump.
know Epstein.
Maybe $5 in California.
It's my time, Mr. Chair. That he sent water to LA during the wildfires. False. That Governor Westmore of Maryland called him the greatest president of his lifetime. False. So many tales, too many to keep up. But I want to go back to what he said about Tim Walz. Do you agree that President Trump undermined public trust in law enforcement by suggesting that Governor Walz was involved in the Hortman murders?
I am not familiar with that statement.
Well, that is a disappointing response, and it is also why your office and Donald Trump have zero credibility, because I know, and you know, it was a right-wing extremist who murdered the Hortmans. And you and the president are being dishonest with the American people. Last fall, after the horrific shooting of Charlie Kirk, President Trump was asked if there were extremists on both the left and the right. And his exact words were, "I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. The radicals on the left are the problem, and they're vicious, and they're horrible, and they're politically savvy." Do you agree with this statement? You're taking too long, Madam Attorney General. But you know the answer, because your own department has addressed the question. In 24, the DOJ's research arm issued a report on domestic terrorism, stating that the far number of far-right attacks continues to outpace all other types of terrorism and domestic violence extremists. The DOJ published the report, and after the president made those comments, the DOJ took the report down. And I sent you a letter asking you a simple question. Why did the Justice Department remove the data that shows right-wing extremists have killed more innocent people than left-wing extremists?
Did you refer to immigration enforcement as domestic terrorism?
You should answer my question.
Yes.
You're on my time, but you won't. And what I am asking you to do is put the report back, restore the data. Stop scrubbing important data from your website. Stop taking down reports that you know the American people need to know about. There are violent, dangerous people out here with real threats, and the dishonesty from your agency comes from the covering up of these threats that could hurt American people and put our lives at rest. Do better. And with that, I yield back, Mr.
Young lady yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
May I have one moment? Her district includes Culver City, and she's not talking about any
these Republicans.
in her district.
I can't believe they're giving this woman time in their questioning when they were the ones who voted for the Epstein Transparency Act. Where the hell is that vote? What was the point behind voting for the Epstein Transparency Act if all they're doing is lining up and giving Pam Bondi cover-up time? If you live in a district where you think your Republican congressman is doing anything helpful to you in terms of the Epstein Transparency Act by voting for that Epstein Transparency Act, that was just a charade. These people don't want the Epstein Transparency Act. They don't care about the Epstein files. They don't care about the victims. They don't care about the sex crimes. They are just covering up for the President of the United States. Nick Sparrow is back with us. Nick, you've been watching all day. It's quite a shit show, as you pointed out.
Yeah, it's a shit show, and it's propaganda from the administration. We knew that Pam Bondi was going to, like you've talked about, is be for an actor of one, is to talk her entire time about, or to deflect and make lessen any impact Trump may or may not have had in the files, which we know he had at least 1 million appearances have been redacted of his name within the files, which I think should be like the top fucking story from all of this. I do have to call out and shout out the state of Vermont for Representative Becky Ballant again.
Always so good. She's
Coming
always
out
so good.
and just speaking truth. She came out so hard and so forcefully, and she met the moment. She's meeting the moment. We need more from the men that have not met this moment, who are asking weak ass fucking questions during this hearing. There have been plenty of you men who have not met the moment, but every single woman who has gone up there and asked questions has
Ted Lieu's done a good job.
Has asked hard. Yeah, there are some men, definitely like Ted Lieu. But like Jerry Nadler, you came out real soft in the beginning. Eric Swalwell, you didn't even ask about Epstein, and I'm like, you teed it up perfectly.
And then he just completely dropped it.
To have her admit about perjuring herself, or Kash Patel being caught in perjury, because he said no, definitively no. That's perjury, because he knew there was over how many instances there are, 1 million instances. You could have kept going. But Becky Ballant did. She went in hard these last questions, and you can tell who she's really pissed about, who Pam Bondi is most pissed about, who has asked questions. It is the women, or it is Jamie Raskin, or folks
Garcia
like that.
did really well.
Who are coming in, and asking really hard questions, and then the only thing she can do at the end of it is go, well, but your state has this. Well, but your state has that. Yes.
We have 10,000 people watching this Substack stream, which is probably the largest Substack stream we've had here at Narativ, but we're also associating with Banner and Backbone, Dean Blundell, Lev Parnas, Wajahat Ali from the Left Hook, Ellie Leonard from the Panicked Writer. We want to thank you all for watching today, because it's with your support that we're able to provide this coverage. Thank you for your subscriptions, your paid subscriptions. Thank you for your support. And also, thank you for hitting those hearts and sharing this as wide as you can, because the coverage you're getting here is obviously very different than the coverage you're getting elsewhere. We're not allowing the Republicans to stonewall the coverage. We're not allowing the Republicans to filibuster with their nonsense. We're bringing you the Epstein story as much as we can. And where there are points where they're stonewalling, we're adding context that is very important for everyone to know, that this is a cover-up. This is a cover-up of the highest proportions, that Pam Bondi is currently making a joke of Congress by sitting in front of them in this oversight hearing and continuously lying about the Epstein files, covering up. There were survivors there today. There are survivors out there today who've stood up several times and testified that they have tried to reach the Department of Justice to tell them about what they know, and that they have been ignored, rebuffed time and time again. You have to ask the Attorney General, you have to ask the President, you have to ask Kash Patel, you have to ask the entire cabinet why they are stonewalling, the entire GOP, why they are covering up for the worst human trafficking crime ring in history. One that may have also been responsible for the biggest financial crime in history, in the collapse of 2008. The largest organized criminal organization to ever, impact the United States, and the president is aligned with them. The president of the United States is part of that group, and that is the only reason there is a cover-up. Because if he wasn't aligned with them, they would have arrested the criminals. But he's one of them, so they can't arrest the criminals. And thank you for your support,
exactly.
I think this is Crockett coming up.
Thank you for your
Unanimous
support.
consent to introduce into the record the research that Representative Kamlager-Dove and I referenced concerning the threat of right-wing domestic terrorism, which the Department of Justice scrubbed from its website in September.
Without objection, the gentlelady from
Thank
Texas
you.
is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And to be clear, I'm not going to ask any questions of this witness, because this witness has revealed that she has no intentions of answering questions. But instead, I'm going to ask some very basic questions really quickly of my colleague, Becca Ballant, if she will answer: right or wrong, raping children?
Wrong.
Right or wrong, killing random citizens?
Definitely wrong.
Right or wrong, enriching yourself as the sitting president of the United States?
Definitely wrong.
Okay, thank you, because I probably never would have got that with our witness. Our witness who somehow is a lawyer but does not understand how it works with witnesses. I'm not really sure what law school she went to and what all kind of cases she tried, but typically when you come into a space and somebody's a witness, then they sit there and they answer questions instead of asking questions. And then we also have this objection that we use as lawyers called non-responsive when a witness fails to actually answer the question. But nevertheless, let me address the survivors, because that's exactly who they are. They are not victims, they are survivors. Let me say thank you for having more courage and moral clarity in your pinky fingers than the entire Department of Justice. We are currently the laughing stock of the world, partially because of the failed leadership within the DOJ, as we see kings and queens falling everywhere around the world. But we don't know the basics of right and wrong in this country, because it's not about partisanship. And that's why I applaud Thomas Massie, because he's the only person on the Republican side that has a backbone and knows how to stand up to corruption. But nevertheless, let me keep going. My Democratic colleagues have been attacked this entire committee hearing. They have been lied on, and frankly, the American people weren't looking for that. They were looking for answers about the corruption that they see coming from this administration. In the written testimony of this witness, of this particular witness, she stated that when she took office, she had two main goals. The first was to end the weaponization of justice, and second, to return the department to its core mission. Not only have you lied about both, you've intentionally done the exact opposite. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting journalists than you are prosecuting pedophiles and creeps. In fact, your boss, the President of the United States, stated that this administration, quote, took the freedom of speech away. And at your direction, DOJ has arrested Don Lemon and Georgia Fort. And I might add that y'all actually had a judge that rejected y'all for trying to arrest Don Lemon before, just like the grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Kelly, just like a grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Slotkin, just like the case against Tish James was dismissed and the case against Mr. Comey was dismissed. I completely don't get how it is that you're sitting at the top of DOJ, because you don't seem to be good at your job. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting these journalists. In fact, we know after Georgia Fort and Don Lemon were arrested, we know that there were homes of journalists that were raided. We know that threatened prosecution against students protesting your actions and forced tech companies to remove apps used to track ISIS activities. But let's circle back to you protecting pedophiles and creeps, because I want to talk about the president and his possible involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, I don't know what the president might have done with Jeffrey Epstein, but unlike this administration, I believe that facts matter, so let's talk about the facts. Fact number one, Donald Trump is one of the most named people in the Epstein files. At least 5,000 files contained more than 38,000 references to Trump, his wife, or Mar-a-Lago. Fact number two, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell made young girls available to Trump on multiple occasions. For example, according to this file, Ghislaine Maxwell presented a young girl to President Trump who spent more than 20 minutes apparently flirting with her. Here's another example. This shows notes from FBI investigators that describe Jeffrey Epstein transporting a victim to Mar-a-Lago to meet with President Trump, where he bragged to Trump that, quote, this is a good one. Now, I'm not saying that the president is a pedophile, but there is a lot of evidence in these files that suggests that he's very close friends with a lot of men who are pedophiles. What's crazy about all of this is just that this is a big cover-up, and this administration is engaged in it. In fact, this administration is complicit. But there are numerous others, like how the DOJ is attempting to obstruct justice in the investigation of the rogue agents who have murdered American citizens, or how the DOJ seized voter data from Fulton County in an attempt to steal the 2026 midterm elections, or how federal agents have Tom Homan on tape accepting a bribe and your agency killed the investigation, or how your agency is ready to give the president a $230 million payday, which is unconstitutional. The Constitution is clear. The president shall not receive any payment except his salary while in office. The fact of the matter is that you will be remembered as one of the worst attorney generals in history, an attorney general who has prioritized obstruction over justice, corruption over the law, fealty to the president over loyalty to the Constitution. And Mr. Chairman, I will yield.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized. Excuse me, gentleman from Kansas, the Attorney General, former Attorney General, Mr. Schmidt is recognized.
Thank
Jim
you,
Jordan
Mr. Chairman,
looks like he
and
hates
General
his
Bondi,
life
thanks for
when
being
Jasmine
here. Did
Crockett
you have anything
speaks,
you wanted to say
and
before we?
that's an
I
energy
do.
that
Thank
I
you,
love.
Congressman.
Just
Thank
listen
you,
to her
my
response
friend
here,
for
'cause that was
many
amazing.
years. I find it interesting that she didn't even want to try, Congresswoman Crockett, to ask any questions, because she certainly did not condemn her leader, Hakeem Jeffries, for taking money from Jeffrey Epstein after Epstein was convicted. And I will be brief to give you your time,
Here
Congressman.
comes
This is what she
the
didn't want to talk
whataboutisms.
about. Texas
Come on.
from Cuba.
You know what? This is nonsense, and we won't stand for it. We're not going to broadcast this. This is nonsense. She was just credibly accused by Jasmine Crockett in the most direct way of covering up for the President of the United States for his association with Jeffrey Epstein, for his association with pedophiles, and she is ignoring every bit of that. She's not even attempting a response. She's not out there saying, "You're wrong, Congresswoman. You're wrong about the President of the United States. He had nothing to do with the pedophiles, and he had nothing to do with these underage girls that he's alleged to have raped and maybe murdered." She's not saying any of that. All she's doing is throwing up other distractions instead of answering the very questions, the accusations that were put together by Jasmine Crockett there. And she needed to answer those accusations because that's what everybody wants to hear. Everybody wants to know what the president did with Jeffrey Epstein. Everybody wants the Department of Justice to investigate the criminals that were involved with Jeffrey Epstein's human trafficking network that involved the president of the United States, that apparently has ties with 3 people in the president's orbit. And the fact that maybe even introduced Melania Trump to Donald Trump. So what the hell is going on here? That the Department of Justice and the Attorney General is standing up there and deflecting with all these stupid deflections instead of answering the basic questions, which is, why is she not investigating the President of the United States for his involvement with the Jeffrey Epstein human trafficking ring that involves as well Ghislaine Maxwell? It is appalling, Nick. It is appalling.
Yeah, and I'm glad you shut off the commentary of the Pam Bondi and the Republicans, because it's not worth listening to. It's not worth listening to them just make shit up and lie, because that's just spreading their propaganda and peddling their bullshit. And I'm tired of, like, I'm so fucking tired of this garbage. The Jasmine Crockett, Representative Crockett, spent her 5 minutes laying out facts, laying out factual, so many brutal pieces of information, things that we presented, our communities, Zev Shalev, Ellie Leonard, put together, and their teams and their volunteers and people in the community. You, all of you all made sure that Jasmine Crockett came armed to this hearing with real facts, with information that was in the documents, with real evidence. That's going to make a difference. That's going to make
absolutely.
A
I
huge
thought she was
difference,
fantastic,
because,
and she was armed with information that this community put together, and it's so important that you recognize the efforts of everybody, because it's been a crowdsourced effort to everybody to help arm these Congress people with enough information about what's really going on. And those facts came out in what she said there. It was actually
everyone should be modeling their behavior off of Jasmine Crockett. What Jasmine Crockett just did, that is the standard. That is the minimum bar you should now be modeling yourself off of in the remainder of this hearing and moving forward. Jasmine Crockett is an energy that every other Democratic member needs to match. Tom Massey is matching it on his side. Every other member of the Democratic Party, especially any who are on the House Judiciary Committee, should be matching her energy at all times.
Absolutely, because it's so true that when you feel the air deflate is when they start talking about all these other things, which I know are important in most cases. I don't think it's important necessarily for Eric Swalwell to have spoken about his own issue, that he could have grabbed he
could have done that 5 minutes behind the scenes.
Yeah, she would have spoken to him. Obviously, she would have spoken to him. Yeah, it's not like she would. But he used his public time.
It's not like he's an Epstein survivor.
She would have ignored them.
Who she's not acknowledging at all.
Yeah,
like,
this was.
He would have gotten her time.
What we learned today is that there is a cover up. There is a massive cover up. And it's not a small cover-up. It's the most serious cover-up in the history of America. It's a cover-up that's threatening our democracy today because it's helped install a president that is corrupt, a president that is working to harm the American dollar so he can install cryptocurrency, a president that is on his way to burying the crimes that he and his network of friends committed that may have included burying actual people. I mean, there's evidence in this. There is so much violent crime in the Epstein files.
All the rape, it's so violent. Sorry to cut you off.
No, please go ahead.
I'm a dad. I've got 2 kids. I've got a daughter. Like, even if I didn't have a daughter, women are literally over half of the fucking population. Like, females in general, whatever side, female presenting people are over half of the population in the world. Over half the population. Like, how the fuck are we just downplaying every single thing that they have to say and pretending that it doesn't matter? Like, every time a woman has spoken in this, and it's really apparent in all of this to me, is every time that one of the female representatives has spoken, it has been either to be spoken over, downplayed, or dismissed by someone in the Trump administration because they're fucking the worst. They hate people. They hate our children. They want to hurt our children. They are actively protecting people who hurt our children. I've got kids. And if this doesn't infuriate you, that you are being lied to, every single fucking day.
Yeah.
You are not living in the real world. Like, you're not living in the real world. If you think that going on Joy Reid's show earlier today and saying, not being able to say Michael Cohen, not being able to openly say that Donald Trump is a pedophile, in your opinion, you're a part of the fucking problem too.
Yeah.
And you're going to get kids hurt. Your daughter was made fun of by Donald Trump, was spoken about in those ways by Donald Trump, Michael Cohen. Like, you should be shouting from the roofs to protect other people's kids because your fucking kid was targeted. Your kid was targeted by a man who is in these pedophiles a million fucking times.
It is kind of astonishing to me.
That's unacceptable as a father.
That anybody, I mean, how do you look at yourself at night when you're Howard Lutnick and you're, Michael Cohen or whomever, when you're supporting this man, when you're supporting Donald Trump? And, the fact that they're now threatening to come after us is a direct relationship to the fact that we've been exposing this Epstein stuff. I'm convinced of it. I'm 100% convinced that this has got nothing to do with what Michael Cohen, or what we asked Michael Cohen some pretty innocuous questions about his involvement, which he clearly was involved in some illegal things. We know that he was involved. He knows he was involved. We all know he was involved. He's a well-known perjurer. He's perjured himself on the public record several times. He's had several judges accuse him of lying, and several prosecutors refer to him as the biggest liar of all time, the greatest liar of all time. I think someone referred to him in one court proceeding. This is a man who, and Nick, if you have to go and do some parent things, I totally understand.
No. That's all right. He was just coming in and asking some quick questions.
But, Michael Cohen is not coming after us because of that, because he knows he's the biggest liar of all time, or at least has been accused of that. So he's coming after us because the president has put him on us because we're exposing the truth about Jeffrey Epstein. Because all the last few weeks, we've been doing a lot of work exposing what's in these files. And whether it's you, Nick, or Ellie, or Dean, or Lev, or whomever, we've been going through these things with a fine-tooth comb and uncovering horrific events that the President of the United States would love to shut down. And that's why, on this day of all days, Michael Cohen decided to go to Joy Reid and blast us and say that he wants to launch a lawsuit against us. I mean, go ahead, launch a lawsuit against us. Fine. If you want to launch a lawsuit, we will meet you, but you had better be prepared to respond to every single accusation about
every single question.
Why you were involved in a $50 million money laundering effort by the Russians, why your boss was getting a payoff from Dmitry Rubelov, the oligarch who is very close to Vladimir Putin. Why did he give Donald Trump $50 million for that house? What exactly did Donald Trump do to earn that $50 million from Vladimir Putin and his oligarch Dmitry Rubelov? Because he must have done something. And Michael Cohen, you were in the middle of that deal. So you were the guy negotiating a deal that involved a $50 million illegal money laundering thing. Now, I don't know about what you're accusing us of, but I suspect what we're saying you did is an actual crime. Like, it's an actual wrong thing to have done by the law. I don't think you're allowed to facilitate the deal of a $50 million payoff to a businessman by Vladimir Putin and his oligarch Dmitry Rubelov, and yet you did. And you continue to tell us that that deal is normal real estate work. That is not normal real estate work. That is being involved in a massive crime. That is conspiracy. That is being involved in furthering the criminal intentions of Vladimir Putin. So I'd be happy to meet you and discuss all those things, because I think you've got a lot to answer for. And yes, there's a lot to answer about Katie Johnson. Absolutely. Why did you send private investigators after someone who may have been, who was involved in, by the way, the Katie Johnson allegation, which came out during the election in 2016, which would have sunk his presidency, involved the most gruesome allegations of rape by the President of the United States and Jeffrey Epstein, including this horrific thing where she asked him to wear a condom allegedly, and he threw money at her and said, get a fucking abortion. That apparently is the allegation that's in the court record against what Donald Trump did to Katie Johnson. And that would be okay, understandable that maybe one of those isn't right. Maybe that's not true. Maybe one incident, maybe that didn't happen. But this happens again and again and again in the Epstein files. We learn about Donald Trump raping underage girls violently. And we learn about people involved in sex parties at where he's involved in the sex. And some people are dying and get killed because of the rough sex, and they get buried out on the back lot. How many quotes are there where Donald Trump is mentioned where there is a reference to getting buried on the 18th hole, or that's where the other C words are buried? This is everywhere in the Epstein files. This is a violent administration whose presidency is leader of this government right now is a violent, allegedly a violent criminal who's raped women and who may have been involved in the murder and burial of women who are young and maybe imported from other countries, so they had no way of saying anything. This is what we're dealing with here. This is not normal. This is not a normal presidency. And yes, Michael Cohen, I'll be glad to meet you in court to discuss those things, because no doubt you were, for many years, his fixer. And if that's the man you were fixing for, you can be pretty sure that you were fixing some pretty bad things. And if those are the allegations against the president, I'd like to know exactly what you were doing to clean up all those disastrous things that he apparently did, because I'm going off a bit by here, but it is, you got a gangster in the White House, you got a gangster in the presidency, and you've got a gang in the cabinet. You've got Pam Bondi, who's a criminal, who's covering up right now. This is a cover-up. You're watching a cover-up take place. That's a crime. If you're covering up for crimes, if you're covering up for a crime network, it's a crime. And that she's under oath currently right now participating in a conspiracy to obstruct justice from the American people. That is her job, is to uphold justice. And she is doing exactly the opposite. These are criminals. They're a criminal gang, and they're running the United States of America right now. That is the only reason the survivors are not getting any answers. That is the only reason there are survivors in there who can't even get a call from the Department of Justice, who can't even get a response from the Department of Justice, victims of these crimes. Why? Because the criminals are in charge of the government. That is the only reason.
And just so for anyone asking about the audio, again, we are not putting on audio of many of the Republican representatives, because all they are doing is promoting propaganda and lying and slandering and changing the subject and not allowing and allowing Pam Bondi to just spew nonsense and lies
Yeah.
while under oath. This is all under oath too. Like that's Pam Bondi has to remember this because she thinks she can get away with this. She thinks she's going to get away with everything going on. That's why she's okay with lying under oath. That's what she's doing. Like this would be perjury. Perjury to Congress is a felony and should be. And if they have after this with the video evidence and document evidence that has come out, if there is actual points of perjury during this testimony, they should bring forward charges for every single one of those individually on her.
You're exactly right.
She needs to be taught a lesson because this is a constitutional violation. This is about protecting our fundamental rights and liberties and laws, and she's violating. And if she, who is the head of the Department of Justice, is willing to violate the laws, if it was Merrick Garland who was doing the same thing, if it was any other attorney general, male, female, who gives a shit, anywhere in between, I would say the same thing. Your job is to uphold the law, and that's it.
Nick, you're so right. What you're pointing to is exactly what she was doing today. Is she said she never once defended the president of the United States. She never said no, he wasn't involved in rapes. She never said no, he wasn't involved in murders. She never said he wasn't involved with Jeffrey Epstein. She never said that once. You know why she didn't say that? Because she knows the truth, and that would have been a lie, and she would have been perjured. She would have perjured herself, and she didn't want to stand up in front of Congress today and say lies because she knows she would have been committing a crime if she was lying. So she deflected. She talked about the economy. She talked about how great the president of the United States is. But she didn't say the president is innocent of all these crimes. We've investigated them and the president is innocent. In fact, implicit in what she said is that the president of the United States is guilty of all these things. He's guilty of rape of young children. He's guilty of murder of young children, probably. And he's guilty of colluding with Jeffrey Epstein. These are what is alleged. And she not once was she willing to say, no, the president is innocent of all these things.
Let's just make sure we're really clear. It came out today.
Is this a Democrat or Republican?
To review the clinical evidence
I think this is a
and determine whether sex-rejecting interventions caused more harm than good.
Okay.
HHS reached.
Yeah. This is continuing. I think Rockets was the last Democrat.
Again, we have to be really clear. It came out today that Donald Trump was alleged to be involved in a murder.
Mm-hmm.
Again, we have the ability to impeach a president baked in for high crimes and misdemeanors.
Yeah.
Misdemeanors. Like he could be accused of jaywalking technically and be impeached. I know that's not what's going to happen because that's not how constitutional impeachments work. However, we could impeach him for everything. If at the end of this hearing, there are not immediate demands and immediate filings for impeachment, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah.
Not because, and this is where it's super important. Like with all of this around the impeachment thing is you have the power to do it. Take the opportunity, take it by the horns and just impeach, just file for impeachment, put the articles in, make it known that that's what you stand against and what you stand for. Make it known that you stand for protecting these survivors.
Deeper, my jawline sharper.
Okay, I think it's the end of the hearing as we've seen it. I don't think we're now going to see any more related to Epstein today. I'm probably wrong, but is that your sense that this is I don't know who this person is. This is not a victim.
I had a double mastectomy at 50.
Yeah. This is a trans conversation. So they've gone into a different. I think it's what they're talking. I'm not even sure what they're talking about. But let's call it the end of the coverage there for the hearing. But what you're saying is 100% correct. We are witnessing what is clearly a cover-up of a massive crime and massive crimes. And the president's involvement in that one incident alone should receive maximum exposure from everybody every journalist, every congressperson, every citizen of America should be calling up their congresspeople today and asking why there is no current investigation into the president's alleged involvement in a rape and murder that is currently in the FBI files. Because that is what's alleged there. And no one is above the law. The president is not above the law. We don't have presidents raping and killing people anymore. We don't do that. We don't rape and kill, we ever have, but we don't rape and kill people and get away with it in America. Nobody does. There's no one who's above the law. And the president of the United States clearly has been allegedly involved in a number of very serious violent crimes. And he was best friends with the guy who ran the biggest human trafficking operation in decades. And he's involved with a commerce secretary who knew the guy, who went for lunch on Epstein Island with the guy who's this monster that Pam Bondi today referred to him as a monster. And this cabinet secretary went for lunch at the Monsters Island with his family. And now
he's allowed members to run things like Elon Musk, to run Doge and destroy millions and millions of dollars worth of investments in USAID and other soft power, who actively got invited to the island, who was going to do the solar conversion for the ranch in New Mexico and in the Caribbean. Like, we have invited the people who are in the network to be the ones running our government. They are making the choices. And that's the cover-up that is being kept right now, is that the people who are involved in the Epstein network are still active.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just dipping in there to see if she's going to say anything interesting. We are watching a real colossal destruction of our Justice Department. And while we wrap up here and Jim Jordan and his team continue to, I guess they get extra seats so they get talk longer on the committee. So they get to sort of filibuster at the end here. But it is an appalling shame. Maybe there's one Democrat. Is there one Democrat left there?
Crime down in every category in 2024 under Biden. FBI report says Trump takes credit for violent crime drop where rates were already falling. From NPR, Trump administration targets ATF with plans to cut jobs and ease gun restrictions. And then a few oldies but goodies, I've introduced these before about the claim that we didn't have anything to say about Epstein before the Trump administration. Raskin joins call for Attorney General to reopen Epstein case and publicly release Acosta misconduct investigation in documents March 1, 2019. Oversight Committee plans hearing with Acosta on plea deal with Epstein, July 10, 2019. And finally, 68 House members call for resignation of Labor Secretary Acosta, July 10, 2019.
Without objection, Attorney General Bondi, thank you for your service to the country. And thank you for being here for a long day. We appreciate
Thank you for
your
lying
willingness
to the country, is
come
what
and
he
answer
just
questions
said
and the great job you
to
do
her.
for
Thank you for lying and
country.
perjuring yourself
And
today while
one
under
thing I gotta
oath
say,
to
this
Congress.
concludes
That's what he
today's hearing.
should
We
have
thank our
said.
witness for
Thank
appearing
you
before the
for
committee.
providing
Without
us
objection,
with
all
all
members
of
will
this
have 5
wonderful,
legislative days to submit
wonderful
additional written
audio
questions for the
and
witness
video
or additional
recording of
materials
you
for the
lying
record.
to the American
Without
people
objection.
so that we can impeach you.
Yeah,
And
although I think she
that's
smartly
really what
dodged
he
the
should have
lying.
said.
She dodged all the lies. She knew that if she lied, she would be perjured herself, and she would be not only impeached, she would be up for a crime. There are 11,000 people who've watched today's broadcast here on Substack, which is a pretty large number for Substack. It's not often you get 11,000. There have been thousands watching on YouTube and on X too. We want to thank you very much for joining our coverage today. Nick Parrow, tell everyone about your Sick of the Shit Productions and also what you do at Banner and Backbone and where people can find you. And while everyone's watching, if you're watching on the app, you can subscribe to everybody who's been supporting this broadcast by going to the top left, and you'll see all our names there. Just hit subscribe, and you'll get everybody involved. We're a group of people who are deeply involved in exposing the criminality of this presidency and his involvement with Epstein. Tell people what's going on right now with Banner and Backbone and your other publications.
Yeah, absolutely. First off, thanks, Ev, for hosting this and making sure that this this testimony was heard today, and that it could be analyzed live and viewed, because it's so important. And these survivors need us to step up and continue to put this message forward and continue to talk about it relentlessly, because there's so much going on behind the Epstein files that are just as atrocious. They're just not as big highlight news pieces. And if we can knock down this team of pedophiles and protectors, we can end this. We can end a lot of the misery that's going on for a lot of us. So I'm Nick Parrow. You can find me at Sick of This Shit Publications or sickofthis.substack.com. I do a lot on mental health and well-being, as well as masculinity issues and confronting and challenging men to create a better masculinity, a new intelligent masculinity that's better humaning. And so that's my big projects over there. And then Banner and Backbone is the civic-based platform. You can come join us there. It's a media collaborative group area where we broadcast everyone that we can and find that are in the smaller creator space that are putting themselves out there with really quality content. Folks like Shane Yerrick, Melissa Corrigan, Ellie Leonard, myself, Rachel at This Woman Votes. We have so many people in our group, Walter Ryan, others that are a big part of putting out a progressive media and a progressive lens on things without the bullshit from the right wing, and focusing on free ways to get involved with civics. So come join bannerandbackbone.com and help us reclaim integrity, service, and ethics for the American ethos.
Well said. Thank you very much, Nick Parrow. I also want to thank Wajahat Ali, Dean Bundell, Lev Parnas, who's there today, bringing some of our research to the Congress as well. That is why you heard such a robust argument as well from Jasmine Crockett there. She was armed with some of our information. Thank you, Ellie Leonard, for all your support in helping that. You've done a tremendous job investigating Epstein, and really enjoying our partnership as we continue to expose that secret or unknown Survivors Journal. I think it's a remarkable piece of work that you've produced there, and it really sheds light on what's going on there. And thank you to everybody at home. And I want to just put one last thought that is, primary in my head all the time when I'm talking about Epstein, are these survivors. These people have suffered so long. For 30 years, I think about Maria Farmer, who 30 years ago filed their first complaint against Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. 30 years, imagine 30 years of your own life being taken up by trying to convince people that you're telling the truth, by approaching FBI investigators, by approaching the Department of Justice, and again getting close to cases being brought, and then those cases get yanked because the rich and the powerful have so much impact and can basically kill cases involving them. That's what happened with Jeffrey Epstein. That's why Ghislaine Maxwell is currently in a cushy camp instead of being in a prison. This is the problem with our justice system. And, you might think, well, of course the rich get a different system. But what's happened by the survivors being ignored, by the survivors not getting any responses, we're all losing our country. We're all losing our country to a gang of criminals who've taken over the White House, who've taken over our administration, because all those years, for 30 years, these survivors have been ignored. And a real tribute to the survivors who showed up today, because they keep fighting. And, think about 30 years of fighting for something many of us would have given up. They have not given up. They continue to fight the good fight. And, this broadcast and everything we do really is dedicated to their impressive courage and their impressive resilience, and they continue to fight for justice for themselves and for the other survivors, and for all of us, really, because we all need justice in order for us to stop this criminal gang from continuing their hold over power in America. My name is Zev Shalev. This has been Narrative Live's extended production of the Bondi hearing on Capitol Hill in front of the Oversight Committee. And we shall see you again tomorrow at 3 p.m. for the 5 Stack. Have a great evening, everybody, and thank you so much for your support. Bye-bye.